Listen, I am a kid in a candy store right now because I get a chance to sit down with another creator. Like, this guy is blowing my mind. Like, literally the stuff that we've been able to talk about and what I know we're gonna get into on this show. So if you're a content creator, let me tell you what you do. Not only do you watch this, I need you to take notes, go to the description, get the transcript, the whole nine. This one, like this show right here, is going to inspire you and encourage you to get up and get to work. So without any further ado, you know I'm DJ Strick. This is Strick City Live, and I have Des Wilson right here from 1987.
Yes, sir.
I like the company name, man.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna steal it, but I don't have 1987. Mine goes a little bit further back.
Look, man, when I had the clothing line, you'd be surprised how many people were like, I like it, but can you make a 1986 shirt?
Right.
This is my year, it's my company. I got the logo, tattooed on me.
Are you still working it?
Yeah, man. I mean, my company has been, majority part of my livelihood.
That's what's up.
I left college in 2008.
Where'd you go?
Went to UAB. I had a full music scholarship to UAB.
What instrument did you play?
Saxophone, piano, and percussion. So,
cool.
Yeah, they got their money's worth out of me. I was doing saxophone and concert and jazz band. I was doing drumline in the marching band.
That's crazy.
Still had theory lessons, private lessons, and my core classes on top of that. So,
are you a product of Birmingham?
I'm actually from Tuscaloosa originally. I'm from
sorry
Alberta City. It's all right. No, roll tide. From Alberta City, pre-tornado, but went to Central High School when it was the real Central before it got split up into Paul Bryan and Northridge. So, I had a great time in Tuscaloosa. Moved to Birmingham halfway through high school. Ended up graduating from Oak Mountain and got a full scholarship to UAB.
Man, that's crazy. Now, I'm going to tell you this. It's not an easy feat to get into UAB. A lot of people don't know this, especially around that time. UAB had a very high threshold to allow students to get in, especially from this area.
I actually received the Stevie Wonder scholarship at that time. Yeah.
So you connected with Dr. Pinion at all?
I did. I connected with Dr. Pinion during my time at UAB. I think he was part of the selection committee for me to receive the scholarship, but I think they just took it into account, me being a multi-instrumentalist, and that I think heavily influenced their decision. But I had been in music since about middle school. Before that, my parents noticed I had a really strong ear for music. That's how I really picked up so many different instruments. I play by ear. If I hear it, I can play it back.
I did not know that, but that explains a lot of stuff. So my wife is a musician, right?
Oh yeah.
And I just know, like, real good musicians, they know how to speak another language through the music. And the intellect that you get out of that is multifaceted. And that kind of explains a lot of what you're able to do creatively. Most people would remember during the pandemic, you actually released some Netflix type banners for the Addams Family, done in African American style. Yeah.
So the background with that is before the AI wave took off. I was part of a beta testing group who had access to Midjourney. And this is before Midjourney went public. And I was getting my chops wet with prompting, and this was right around the time when the first season of Wednesday came out on Netflix, and I just loved that new modern interpretation of it. I was a huge fan of Addams Family, when it first came out back in the day, and I was, you
liked the regenerated version.
Yeah,
because the first version came out in the
classic.
60s.
Yeah, the regenerated version. Yes. So I guess the second iteration is the one I saw. But I liked the modern interpretation of it, and I was testing the Midjourney platform and AI to see how well it would respond to black imagery.
So a lot of people are familiar with Midjourney now, but explain to me like a beta part of Midjourney, like before they ever came out.
Yeah, they were still testing and building, the machine learning model. And if you were just a tech kind of nerd, like me, then you were familiar that this new wave of AI was coming.
Right.
We already had language learning models, which were like ChatGPT.
Right.
Those were just starting to roll out, but the idea of generative AI, was still being explored and tested at the time. And so they were still building their libraries and models with it. And so just from, being subscribed to different, newsletters, blogs, and my timeline kind of being catered towards, tech-driven stuff and creative, visuals, I kind of stumbled on Midjourney and spent months learning prompting and testing it out. I mean, I thought it was awesome. And I mean, in the first I evolved with Midjourney, so I tested the very first iteration of it. And those images were rough. I mean, faces, people, they weren't fully formed yet. And, it was really abstract. And so I really watched it evolve over time to the point to where it is now, to where you can get, it's hard to determine fake from, an AI image from a real image now.
Some good stuff now.
And so I'm thankful I was part of that, evolution of seeing the platform grow. But the Addams Family was just kind of an experiment. I was like, let me see how the machine responds to a pre-existing image that I know is in its library, and make it black. And the results, I mean, it went viral.
It did go viral. What was it, all the way to Russia?
Yeah, Russia, Brazil. There's a huge Brazilian horror community that just loved it. And so once I saw the traction happen online, I put the designs on some T-shirts, and
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So how did that change what you were doing?
At the time, I was in between main gigs, and so it was perfect timing. I had left my gig at Reckon. I helped build the Reckon news platform under Alabama Media Group, and left there and was just kind of in limbo, and had the time, to just dive into learning this platform and experimenting with it. And luckily, it just all aligned at that point. So I was able to make enough money selling those images and the products that I made with the posters and T-shirts, because of the virality of it. It sustained me through that that unemployment period.
So what was I guess you created it, it went viral, and then you put it on T-shirts. That's how you monetized it.
Yep.
And people, like, at the end of the day, y'all need to know this, that when you're being a content creator, finding ways to monetize what you're doing with your creativity is one of the first steps to going from a full-time content creator and not just a hobbyist. I'll be honest, I'm still a hobbyist.
Oh man, no. You're in the transition now.
I'm in the transition.
You're transitioning now, and it's also difficult as a creative too. And that's why you hadn't seen me do that since then, right?
Right.
I didn't want to be known as the AI guy,
I get it.
And when I released it, because the generative AI platforms hadn't been made public yet, no one really knew how I made the images. Did you draw them?
Right.
Is this really coming out with Netflix?
I didn't have a clue. What I didn't know he did that. That's cool.
Yeah.
It wasn't till I didn't think it was Midjourney. It wasn't until later on that I figured out that I mean, this may be 2 years later. Oh man, that was AI. But when it came out, I was just blown away.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool. I thought seeing the images there, I'm like, man, did he get a Netflix deal?
Yeah.
Like, are they coming out with a Black Addams Family like that? Who, like, a TV producer would have to have seen that and say, that's a great idea.
I had what production company was that? The production company that did Stranger Things. After I did the Addams Family release, I did a few other kind of experiments, like Dennis the Menace. And
I seen that too.
A few other ones, and I eventually ended up in this space of really exploring like the intersection of African culture and Japanese culture through samurai and Yasuke, the Yasuke story of the African samurai that was adopted to the Japanese culture and became samurai. And so really started getting deep into that imagery, and the production company that did Stranger Things actually reached out and was like, hey, what are you doing with this African samurai stuff? Because we're working on a Yasuke movie. And they were just trying to figure out, what I had going on. Pulled me in and actually, had a few discussions with them. But yeah, it just shows the power of imagery and creativity and just trying stuff and put it out there.
And timing too.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this question. When we met, this was, I don't know, man, it's probably 16, 17 years ago, like in person, where I remember actually meeting you. You had a camera in your hand, but you were just taking photos at that time. So you go from music to just taking photos and being known in the city as someone that could, I think at this point you were covering an event, but you were also working for the city, and it was pretty much the same thing, right?
Yeah, my transition into visual arts actually happened during the time that I was playing with YVPG at Martini's.
Okay.
So YVPG, shout out Young Vocals, Groove, Precision, Ryan Keys, Camellia, and we were killing it. We had between 500 and 800 people there every weekend.
Wow.
And I already was deep into graphic design and was handling all the flyers that we were doing, to promote the events.
That was some nice stuff too.
I appreciate it.
I mean, sometimes you don't know who's doing it, but I was like, man, they put out some good stuff.
Yeah, graphic flyers and party flyers were my bread and butter for years before I picked up a camera. And I picked up a camera to help support the imagery that I needed for my graphics.
Gotcha.
But being in the band, I knew that we needed, banners, we needed a website, we needed a music video, we need merch, and I just picked it up and figured it out how to do it on my own. So really, YVPG was my first client in that sense.
Gotcha.
And got my feet wet with trying out different assets and visual branding as a whole. And so it started there, and it just kind of evolved into different businesses. And graphic design, and then I picked up photography, and after photography, I picked up film.
Right now you're really blowing my mind because you're a person that don't have limits. Like how you think that, hey, I can do this, I can do that. Creatively, how did you get to that space the way you say, I know you said in this case they needed it, but what would be they needed to what I'll do it? Like how did you get to the point where you say, well, I can do that?
Just pure interest, and
So are you a player? Like, do you go in and play with certain things? Or are you a YouTube University person?
Oh yeah, YouTube. YouTube. I spent 10,000 hours, learning Photoshop and learning Premiere Pro.
Oh my God.
Same way I did to learn Logic when I was heavy into music production, and Fruity Loops before that.
Right.
So it was remaining creative, allowing myself to remain in that creative space, to not box myself in, and being open to learning something new.
How are you still in Birmingham?
I've traveled a lot.
I didn't say why. I'm like,
yeah.
how? Because we have so many creators here, but a lot of people don't know that people are creating out of Birmingham all over the world for major things. So we're going to get into what you're doing recently, like right now, but how are you still here?
Really, what brought me back to Birmingham, I spent a lot of time in Atlanta, and I've traveled, around the world, filming and working with different folks, celebrities, athletes. Went to Africa the first time with David West.
Okay.
Played with Golden State, and currently working on a documentary with him now about his AAU basketball program in North Carolina.
Cool.
So spent a lot of time in the music industry in Atlanta, and actually had an opportunity to work at Jesse Lewis's advertising agency. And
that's right.
Ricky White, shout out to Ricky White, set me up with my first opportunity to work there. Advertising and the agency world was something I had been interested in, but didn't have I didn't have a way in at that point.
Right.
And so when that jumped up, I hopped on it and came back to Birmingham. And so
why not, right?
Yeah. I was like, I dropped out of UAB my junior year, and just went full force independent in the creative arts. And after kind of going through that journey, missed some parts of the structure,
Got you.
After freelancing and, not picking up as much business acumen as I should have been over that time, because I was just so heavily involved with the creative process. And, the money will come.
Right.
It doesn't. If you're not intentional about it, it's not going to be.
You got to send out the invoices.
You
right?
do.
Then you got to collect them sometimes. You might have to call them. Like I sent you the invoice.
Yes, and we're not taught both at the same time. And I don't fault myself. I dove into my creative crafts and fine-tuned those up, and knew I wanted some more business acumen.
Gotcha.
That I knew I needed to evolve and into my next chapter. And so my time at Jesse Lewis's agency, I rebranded them into Agency 54.
Okay.
And then I had my first opportunity to work at City Hall through Jonathan Austin. And so he was city council president at the time, and got me hired up there in the city council public information office.
Okay.
And rebranded the city council. The logo and brand that you see today is what I helped create, years ago.
People will never know.
Yeah. Wow. So help integrate update their video integration system, got them integrated into Facebook Live, and help make a lot of those meetings more accessible to the general public.
I like that.
So bounced around from being a freelance, performing artist to a freelance graphic designer to, a mix of graphic design, photography, and film. Then I went into advertising, from advertising into government communications, from government communications into journalism at Alabama Media Group.
Okay. That's that rush you were telling me about.
Wrecking.
Okay.
Roy Johnson, one of our best journalists here in town, actually recommended me for a position there.
That's awesome,
I spent about 3 years at the city council, and anybody who's worked at City Hall knows it kind of burn you out, especially as a creative. There's not a lot of flexibility. Government politics are kind of, boxed in.
You got to be in that box.
Yeah. And I'm thankful that I had the opportunity. I learned a lot from it too, because I wanted to learn how to apply my, just natural creative sense into the psychology of mainstream, business and commercialism. So,
and that's a great place to do that. It is. But how in the world did you handle picking up the phone one day and it's Pink Beard saying, "Hey man, I'm thinking about doing this artist and I got this music. I want you to help me." Like, how do we go from all of that to now? Like you're working with one of the most creative minds in music right now. I say in music, I mean he's creative all the way around. Pink Beard.
No, Pink Beard didn't call me. Sebastian called me.
Right.
And this was before the Pink Beard brand name had even come to fruition yet. Sebastian hit me up and said, "Listen, man, I got these songs I put together. I want you to take a look at them, and I'd love your help with visualizing it." And he, in fact, said, there's no one else who I think can really visualize this the way that it needs to be done. So, one, I was honored by that call, period, and motivated by it. But then when I listened to the songs, man, I've got all 14 of the original songs that have yet to come out yet, but I listened to them, man, and they punched me in the chest. I was pulling over on the side of the road crying, listening to some of the first ones. And you have a musical background too, so I was connected to it, from the production to the lyricism to the flexibility and tones of his voice. He's got a crazy range.
Right.
I was fully motivated by the entire thing, man. And then also just witnessing and loving our evolution and exploration into country music and other genres that we typically have felt, we're not for us.
Right,
you know,
like that door hadn't been open.
Exactly.
That door is open now.
It's wide open. We kicked it open.
I mean,
Definitely
it was kicked open.
Yeah.
Like
Shout out to Beyonce. You know?
Right. They were behind the door talking about y'all can't get in.
Yeah. Even though we built the door, you know, we know
the
that
whole
now.
genre.
Right. Exactly. So it was
and that's
motivating.
A whole other
from
conversation. I would really want to know more about that because, you know, from the, you know, when somebody's trying to keep you out, and now we have a floodgate. And it's probably, it's not going to say just as many, but it's a lot of black country artists right now.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are doing some major things. Like this one black guy, I don't even know his name, but he's doing commercials and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, Shabuzi. And I mean, if we go back, I mean, Darius Rucker, Hootie and the Blowfish, you know,
True.
In terms of kind of a modern sense, really,
right.
You know, set the tone early. But I love to see our blackness unlimited, you know, and
why not, right?
I mean, you know, we're global, you know, and I'm blessed to have seen that, you know, going to Ghana the first time, I mean, was life changing just to see that many black folks at once in every facet of society, from the doctors to the, you know, cashiers at the register to the police to the, you know, it was beautiful to see. And I think on the heels of that, you know, when Sebastian sent me the songs, I saw the potential for. I felt the effect that I knew the music was going to have on people.
Gotcha.
And coupling that with the timing, like you said, you know, in addition to Sebastian's network through songwriting and success that he's gotten through songwriting. And I mean, it's just his overall ability. I mean, he's a genius songwriter, and the way that the songs are formatted, it was something that I had never heard before. I knew no one else was going to hear, you know, and
to me, it sounds like a combination. Well, it sounds like a mature Sebastian doing country. Not to diminish that because, I mean, what all his other music is great, but he allows himself, like, through some of the vamps and bridges that he had, I can hear that.
Yeah.
Like, I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, that rhythm, that's his style. Like, but to be able to put it in the framework of country music right now is, I don't know, you could just call it pop country.
Yeah.
You know, and it just works. I like it. I like hearing his writing.
It's going to be continuously difficult for people to place him and this album in a category.
You think so?
Yes.
Of course, you've heard all the music.
Each song goes in a different direction. No two songs sound alike.
Wow.
And you'll see as they roll out. I mean, the album could be a soundtrack to a movie because it has that much flexibility and versatility to it.
Have y'all completed like a lot of the visuals already, or are y'all still working?
No, we're still building. Yeah, we're building as we go. The timeline has been really interesting. I mean, we started shooting clips less than a year ago, and you know, within the first 3 months of us releasing clips, I think we generated about 20 million organic views.
What are you filming on, like, for those clips?
I shot those on a red Komodo with the DZO 20 to 55 cinema lens mostly, and
35?
20 to 55.
20 to 59.
And then one of my favorite lenses is a Canon 70 to 200 L3.
Okay.
And so a lot of my more intimate stuff, I like shooting real dirty shots with stuff kind of, you know, in front of the frame, shooting through things. And I use that lens a lot for that.
I get it. I'm sorry, we're nerding out a little bit.
Yeah. You know, we're speaking Spanish to a lot of folks right now.
Hey, but it works for me, man. I always want to know because, you know, as a creator, sometimes good creatives, not to take away from using great equipment, but you can shoot it on a cell phone.
We get stuck on equipment, man. You know, and it was more important 10 years ago than it is now.
Right.
You know, we didn't have the quality. I mean, we got 4K and 6K on our phones now. So in terms of resolution, that's not the concern anymore. Now it's about aesthetics, depth, you know.
Creativity. So this is what I'm learning. So in this set, it looks good, the video quality is good, but I'm still trying to develop more identity for Strick. So
and that's all it's about now. It's about your own signature, what you like.
Right. So if someone wanted to duplicate it, some of the stuff they could, but the next lens, it would be hard to duplicate.
Right.
You know, you can, but you got to step up.
And my brother is deep into cinematography as well, and one of the things he told me a while back stuck with me is it's less about the sensor and more about the lenses.
More about the lenses.
Yeah, how you stack those lenses, and I mean testing stuff out. I just bought one of those cheap 3D printed. They make it's a 3D printed lens. I call it a lens mount, but it's a lens.
Okay.
But it emulates the look of a disposable camera.
I've heard about those.
Yeah, it's like $30. Yeah,
real tiny like lens.
Yeah, super small. You don't have any. You don't have any control over your exposure, but you know you work your frame rate and your ISOs. You can get what you need, but you know it's not being limited to the rules of cinematography. But also understanding the rules of cinematography and like diving, knee deep into understanding what it takes to create a cinematic image.
Got you.
And I think that there needs to be a bolder line drawn between videographers and cinematographers, and there's no shade to either one.
It is a difference.
It is a big difference. Picking up a camera, turning it on, and hitting record is not the same as
it's not.
Understanding color grading, shooting in log, frame rates, framing, symmetry. I'm a huge Tarantino fan.
And you can tell stories with cinematography.
Yes.
Videography allows you to tell a story. Does that make sense? I could see.
I would say cinematography is the aesthetic of telling a story.
Got you.
You can tell some people are better storytellers than others, right?
Right.
Or you can tell a story with no images.
Right. You can.
And it's all about how are you telling the story and how effective is the story being read and received.
I get it.
And I think thankful that Tyler Perry made the transition from screenplays, from stage plays into screenplays, but we, and obviously like the gatekeeping of Hollywood also is part of that too. The knowledge of cinematography, how to meet that pre-existing standard that had already been created,
right?
Had been gatekept from a lot of us for a long time. And so Tyler Perry broke the door down. We saw that, independently produced black films do really well.
Right.
People started throwing money behind it, but a lot of people still didn't take the time to really study cinematography in that sense. And I don't think a lot of people really understood that Tyler Perry made the transition from stage plays, which you can cut corners. You are throwing wigs on and doing quick stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're not behind the camera nitpicking about, ISOs and zebra charts and everything.
Right.
And so I think it took off, that industry took off faster than we studied it. Yeah. And so with that, you saw the Tubi, trend where a lot of independent black filmmakers are making good money, and a lot of people like a lot of the Tubi movies. It's hard for me to watch a lot of them because I'm looking at it from a cinematographer's lens, and I'm like, that lighting could have been different, or this framing is
not liking it or watching it. It's my wife having to listen to me say, "Baby, look at that! No, stop it right there! Look at this!
Right?
You should never do that."
There's a continuity issue right there, So, but it's still no shade because I'm glad to see black folks telling stories, black folks making money.
That's true.
And so there's no hate there, but from a purist perspective, and somebody who, spent that time, YouTube University and still studying and trying to be better with my craft in that sense. It's something that I want more. If we're picking up a camera, I want all of us to be as invested in learning how to better our shot each time we pick it up.
So I want to get back to this thing that you're doing as a creator with Pink Beard. For whatever reason, I saw the connection between the two of you guys different. So I have a lot of clients, and guess what? You'll never know that they're my clients, because they're sharing it on their platform, and I built it, they paid me, they put it out. In this case, you were putting out and sharing a lot of what you guys were doing together, and it just comes across as it's more of a collaboration than he's a client of yours. Can you kind of explain your mindset behind sharing like every step of the way, even on your platforms with your audience?
Yeah, for me at the time, I mean, music and artist development really was at the foundation of my creative career.
Okay.
But I got burnt out of it, burnt out of, not making the money that I wanted to make from it, and not having the stability that I wanted to have from it. And so when I made the shift into corporate advertising, government communications, journalism, that was about almost an 8-9 year, period.
Okay.
That I didn't have that same amount of creative expression in. I wasn't shooting music videos like that, you know what I mean? And so a large piece of my creativity was lost during that period of time.
I get it.
I gained a lot of knowledge in terms of how to, market and create, commercial advertisements. Shot a lot of big name clients and stuff like that. But the freedom and flexibility of just shooting how I interpreted something needed to be visualized.
Got you.
You don't have the limitations when you're working with a client. Hey, this is what I want. I want it shot like this. This is my budget. This is my timeline. You're restricted. And so when Sebastian came with the music, I saw that opportunity. One, he presented it as a collaboration. He didn't say, hey man, I got X amount of dollars and I can spend this much on each video. He was like, listen man, I ain't got no money. I just got these songs.
Right.
And I truly believe that you're the only person who can take this to the next level for me.
Wow.
And it was that combination. I mean, Sebastian and I have known each other, 15 plus years, going all the way back to Amani Raha, I think.
Got you.
But we didn't grow up together. We didn't go to school together. We just knew each other through the work that we had produced in the city. And I was blessed to be director of photography of the first, major video he put together, which was Hey God.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the label that he was on at the time didn't release that. And so I had to always, anticipated like, okay, what's Sebastian gonna do next?
Right.
And so when songwriting took off for him, I don't think I expected him to come back around as an artist. And so, I was intrigued, I was interested. And so once I listened to the songs, we approached it from a collaborative standpoint. I saw it as an ability for me to get back into what I really enjoyed doing, which was a combination of music and visual arts. And
I get it. So is it like your part that you bringing in for the creativity of the artist, or like developing art? Is it kind of like A&R as well? So you're the creative person and doing A&R all together?
Yeah, he'll have ideas that we'll, kind of collaborate on. If he doesn't have any ideas, he'll just completely take my direction. And that's input that's been from styling to locations to how he performs a certain type of song. And over time, I mean, my role has evolved, to now like being his creative director, and I'm hired under the record label now to continue doing what I've been doing. Yeah, so he took me with him. I mean,
that's the way to do it. Right?
He was not going to sign the deal if I wasn't part of the deal. And that loyalty and trust is what really,
man, you can't beat that,
brought us to this point here, man.
So who came up with the idea that he'll run for mayor?
That was him. Listen, that was definitely
all this talking hadn't did anything for us. I create and you know what stands out for the commercials that he's doing with that? I don't know how he did the voiceovers or how that worked out. The way he sounds to me stands out more than anything else. The way he pronounced the words. We're gonna have a battle royale. Like, I'm a talker and DJ and all that other kind of stuff. So I'm listening to not just what he said it, but how he said it. And I'm like, this stuff is A1.
Listen, and this is just a testament, I think, to full blown creatives, right?
Right.
I showed him the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 that I had gotten, and we shoot a lot of run and gun, social content with that. He was like, man, I got to get one of those. He bought one. He figured out how to use it, and he took off with it. And all of that social content you see is him. He's been shooting it. He's been editing it. He's been coming up with the scripts on the fly. So the entire mayor campaign was not thought about. It wasn't like a pre-planned
I think it's a hot
execution.
idea, by the way. I'm with anybody that is any type of an artist or anything like that running for any kind of office unofficially.
Unofficially, right, yeah.
Is a cool thing around that time because there's so much activity around the mayor. Guess what? The algorithm picks that up.
It's timing and paying attention to the landscape, and being tuned in enough to see where you can
kind of fit
interject in. Same way with the AI Adams Family stuff,
Yeah.
It's being confident in yourself, willing to mess up and look stupid,
all of that.
And just doing it, trying it, seeing it, looking at people's reactions, and then determining whether you're gonna keep it going or not.
What's next for you?
It's a great question. I'm about 3 months into a new position with Create Birmingham.
Okay.
So I'm the communications and growth manager at Create Birmingham now, and that's a local nonprofit that literally just serves the creative community through grant resources. We have networking events. We have a co-starters program where we've helped build and launch several creative businesses in the city.
Okay.
We're also our subsidiary is Film Birmingham, which does the same thing in the film community. We provide workshops, networks, resources, and we have a film location crew and location database called Real Scout, where any large productions that come to the city, they'll go through our database to find local crew, resources, etc.
That's what's up. So I didn't do it last summer, but the 2 summers just before, my nonprofit is called Urban Avenues, and we do a summer camp. And we've used a lot of people through the film part of that nonprofit to kind of help us be able to teach the kids. It is my plan to do it this summer. I'll be sure that we talk more about that.
Please
to
do.
Get some help. I don't want to have to, we're not trying to serve 100 kids, but we're trying to serve the kids that we do have the resources for very well. And they make films, and you can look it up on YouTube, Urban Ham Film Camp, and there's some stuff out. There's some little vignettes that we help them go through, which is really, really cool. We've had some people come in and kind of run that camp for us, and they've been great. And I want to keep trying. We missed it last summer, just too busy. My wife's schedule was ridiculous.
Yeah, and she's doing her thing, man.
She's doing her
shout
thing.
out to her.
And I get to carry the flute bag.
Yeah, man, as you should.
So we've been enjoying that, but we definitely want to dive deeper into it, especially because of the show, the interview shows that's going well. Strick City Live is doing really well right now. We're trying to keep that going. That being said, if there was a young creative, maybe you 20 years ago, what would you tell yourself as you know what you experience and what people could be experiencing in the creative space? What would you say to kind of encourage somebody that is looking to be creative now?
To learn the business as much as you learn your craft. Learn invoicing and bookkeeping as much as you're learning how to edit on Premiere Pro and
that's good.
Export an MP4 file at H.264. You know what I mean?
Right.
They go hand in hand.
They do.
Also to be willing to ask for help.
Okay.
And open for collaboration.
That's good.
I think our community a lot of times struggles with, survival mode. And in survival mode, you hoard information, you hoard resource, and it's just not sustainable. Creatively, it's not beneficial personally. You got to be willing to share and be flexible and compromise and collaborate. And I'm thankful that I can name off a dozen different creatives that I've helped either jumpstart their creative career or giving them a piece of equipment that they still use to this day. That, investment into the community has also, reciprocated and come back. So,
that's awesome.
Sow those seeds, you know what I mean? And don't be afraid to, take a risk and gamble. The least that's going to happen is you're going to learn from it.
You can always learn, right?
You're going to learn something from it.
So this is my last question for sure. And this is for me. You're talking to me. I'm the creator in the city that is too busy to breathe. You are working with your nonprofit, and collaboration is key, like bringing content creators together. What would you say to me in regards to some of the conversations and coffee things you guys are doing? What would you say to me to entice me to kind of be a part of that?
I think, we're at a very interesting time period for creatives, right? We're all in high demand.
Right.
While still struggling to not only determine, but to ensure our value.
That's true.
Every corporate entity needs some level of creative services.
Right.
From website design to photography to video storytelling to training videos, social media graphics. Everyone needs a creative right now.
Right.
But a lot of people don't want to pay what creatives need. Right. They don't consider the amount of investment that we've taken into our equipment. They don't take account the amount of investment we've put into our skills and crafts, and how that's it's you have to constantly continue learning, just like you have to a nurse practitioner or a doctor has to take their boards every several years.
That's right.
We're always studying, right? But I think now, especially in Birmingham, which is a growing creative industry, we're not Nashville and we're not Atlanta, but we're right in between. Right. And the world is slow.
Hey man, how the folks doing, man?
Oh man, my folks are great. Yeah, they
do me a favor, man. Please tell them I said hello.
I will.
Tell them you had a chance to sit down with Strick, and he said
I told my
hello.
mom. I told my mom when I was on the way. She was like, "Strick, like,
yeah."
So, so all love.
Man, I'll never forget playing softball. We was in a little softball league with your dad.
Hit that home run. Yeah, competitive home run, like.
No, I mean, still very athletic.
Oh, for sure.
Still very athletic,
sure.
And
to this day.
To this day.
To this day.
He won't sit down, will he?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Man, that's what's up, man. That's what family is like. And the wife is cool with you taking out this time to hang out with me?
Oh, most definitely. Like my girl's there dance, so she making sure they good. And so, we here to hang out.
She don't know no better. Hey, listen, I'm good. You going to do what? Be on whose podcast?
Strick City coming live.
Hey, man, I want to thank you guys for all that you've done to support Strick City Live. Let me tell you this. To me, this has been phenomenal. Like watching you guys actually talk about the show. I've gotten calls from people to want to be on the show, which is a big deal. I can't interview everybody, but I promise you, I have brought some of my friends, people that I know in the city of Birmingham, to you. Why is that important? You need to know who I know, not just because I know them, but because they are great people. That being said, I have an award-winning person in the studio today, you know what I'm saying, just so happens to be going to Fruita Bowl or City Bowls, I think it's called, in Trustville, and I ran into him, hadn't seen him in years. And he said he'll come to the show, so I got him right here at Strick City Live.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Why Not?
In the building.
Here it is. Tony, man, thank you so very much for hanging out with me,
man,
sir.
all day. Look, I was honored. You said, hey, come on my show. I'm like, me? You want me?
Man.
So I'm here.
Listen, let's just start with the award-winning stuff, because everybody may not know that you are a Stellar Award winner. Stellar Award winner.
Yep.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Just making sure it's all covered out right today.
No, I won 2 Stellars. So it was, my first one was in 2023. I directed directed and was like the DP. More so the DP on that project for Mr. McClure. That was 2023, and then recently I directed creative concept, the Amen video. For Pastor Mike Jr.
On the bus and all that?
Yeah, we were on the bus. So it's crazy thing is like I got that inspiration. I love to travel. So I was in Colombia, in Colombia. And we were riding up to the mountains, like, well, not really necessarily the mountains, but it was like an area where like they have like a whole bunch of graffiti and all that kind of stuff. So we did like the public transportation system. And so we got on the bus there, and the guy, it's like, this is how they like make money. He got his radio, his boom box, and literally got on the bus with it and started rapping.
Got you.
And so we're on the bus, this guy rapping, and he's like doing in Spanish. Don't have a clue what he's saying. You know, but like the beat, the aesthetic,
the vibe was cool.
The experience, the vibe was there. And so I was like, man, this would be a dope video. So I literally put it in my notes. I have like a whole like notes of like just ideas. Notes. Yeah, notes in my phone. Like
I was just
like,
making sure it was iNotes that you're an iPhone user.
Yeah, I am an iPhone user.
I was just that was going to let me know how long the interview's going.
Right. Hey, look, no Android over here.
Okay, that's
no Android over here. So it's just I literally have my iNotes, just creative ideas that I think of, and so that trip was my anniversary of what like. Oh, it was an anniversary trip. It was maybe 2023 anniversary trip.
Okay.
And then I just kind of put it back in, and so then we shot a man video beginning of 2025 of this year. Okay. And so then, it was this year.
That was the beginning of this year?
Yeah, it was the beginning of this year. Like time is like flying. Yeah, it was the beginning of this year. Yeah, that we end up doing that. It was literally Christmas. It was planned over Christmas holiday. Okay. Shot right after New Year.
I just thought it was a dope idea, number one.
Thank you.
And I tell people this all the time. It's kind of like my wife. When you're working with an artist that is creative as well and are able to take direction, but not only take it, but kind of like really embody it and go with it. Yeah. You know, that just makes the difference. Like when they can downright sell it.
For sure.
It's easy to come up with ideas when you know somebody that can sell it. Right. That can get it out there, and he's doing it, man. That was a great video.
Thank you. Yeah, like PMJ is a creative genius, and just he also like allows his team to be able to just grow. You know, in their areas. You know, so like he give us room to like be able to like give our ideas and push our ideas out there, and then but he also loves when we leave room for him to be able to give like feedback and to be able to like grow and everything like that. Because we just recently did the Bless video. That was like literally Bless. Bless was like right out the Stellars. Then the night of the Stellars, he's like, "Hey, I want to do a music video." Okay, when? This week. Drop it Thursday. So now it's like Labor Day. I'm like,
because everybody saw the song, now you need a video for it.
Well, no, the song and the video dropped basically at the same time. Same day.
At the time as
basically the same day.
Because the Stellars were coming out where everybody can actually see it, right?
Right, so Stellars, Bless hadn't dropped yet.
I got you.
Bless was written right after Stellars, basically. So actually Stellar Wars like that day. Okay. So when it premiered on air, was like August 30th. Right? So like the week before that, Bless was recorded. So the song was recorded. August 30th, that night, hey, I want to shoot a music video. All right, when? This week. Drop it Thursday, because Bless officially comes out that Friday. Right. So now here we are, Labor Day, trying to film, scramble around, like, all right, who we calling, where can we go? And like just through connections, I really think like just the power of resources and connections is literally a part of being a great business owner. That's good. Being a great creative. And so it's like your network, you know, is really big. Like you only grow based on the people you're surrounded by. That's right. You know what I mean? So basic call on people like on our team in the network, like, hey, try this place. So we finally got it approved Tuesday. We got to shoot Wednesday. So like we using all of these things. Right. You know, I'm using like, so I gave him came with the concept, like it's like, hey, what you think? Left voice note. What you think of this? This was Monday, and so he was like, all right, let's run with it. So now I think of these ideas, but it's like I fail at sometimes doing like figuring out how I'm gonna do it before
the execution part.
You know what I'm saying? Before even giving an idea. But it was like, all right, we can do this. Like, you know, because I'm like, this ain't, it ain't too crazy what we can't do, you know? And so, but it's hard work trying to navigate and call, produce, and figure out like what we're gonna do this, the logistics. It really takes a legit team to be able to figure all of these things out. You know, it's like me growing up, starting out as an entrepreneur, as a creative, I'm starting out doing like one-man show. But when you get into these bigger productions and these bigger like aspects of navigating here, navigating there, it takes a team. Everybody has their role to be able to play, especially at crunch time.
Especially because you need them. You don't need to be thinking about that. So they
right,
team,
you know,
it's their job.
Yeah, so it's like it was definitely a great team to be able to like be a part of that project.
The creative part is what I want to know.
Yeah.
All right. So the whole was it G University or B University?
It was God State University.
God State University. That was for the Stellars, but y'all used that God State University for the video shoot as well.
Correct. So it was like God State is basically was to push out the new album, new EP, things like that. So it's similar to like, you know how Super Bowl, like those, like with Super Bowl Sunday, those performers that perform for halftime, they don't get paid for that.
Right.
They push their agenda.
Right.
Rihanna.
Right.
She put on lipstick and started like from old Fenty Beauty.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think Kendrick Lamar, he just did his, and guess what? His tour was being released. So it's like, you know, being able to navigate and utilize these platforms to utilize on like, okay, how can I push out, you know, this
exposure is a big deal.
Exposure can be a big deal if done correctly.
If done the right way.
You know what I mean? If done the right way, when the right platform, because every platform is not your platform.
That's true.
You know, so you gotta use discernment on like, okay, which platform should I use? Which one is best for me? You know, because you don't just say yes to every single opportunity.
Tell me, like, from a creative standpoint, because now I want to go back. How did you learn all this stuff? Because I know you started, like we talked about this earlier, Tuskegee.
Right.
You had a camera in Tuskegee.
Right.
And I as a guy, you know, I grew up in that area. I understand why you would have a camera in Tuskegee. Absolutely no. We didn't have cameras. We didn't have phones back then.
It was like 12-1.
I understand why you have a camera. Cool idea. But that experience allows you to do so much more. Like,
most definitely.
Explain that for me.
I picked up my first camera at Tuskegee.
Okay.
It was 2010. I was doing an intern. Well, I was taking summer classes in Texas, and a guy who actually still shoots his day. He's in Texas.
Okay.
Shout out to JCI Creatives. Like he inspired me to get Canon, because he was shooting like in some like the clubs, things like that. I was like, man, I really want to get into photography. So my birthday, August 2010, I asked my folks like, hey, can I have, you know, for a camera for my birthday? They literally took me to Best Buy, got me my first starter kit, T3i Rebel.
You had
T3i Rebel with the 18 and 55 starter
with the kit lens.
With the kit lens. And my starter flash, my Canon flash, you know, started out. I did my first photo shoot in Target parking lot.
No way.
Target parking lot. You know what I was doing. Shooting on auto and JPEG. Like all the things.
Right.
All the things a beginning photographer.
That's what you
all
start.
the things a beginning photographer does. Like that's where I started.
Because it could be worse.
Could be worse. Like, you know, you can look back at like what I shot then compared to what I shoot now. Is night and day. You know, even the retouching, even the lighting. You know, so I was out there, but the aspect of we were legit just having fun.
Man, that's cool.
And so that's how I started the base of my business. It's like I want to be able to have fun while doing this. You know, I started in college. A lot of people, I started doing photo shoots by just having fun, just doing creative shoots. I was part of the Ray Review Modeling Truth, so I was able to connect with some of like modeling friends. Like, hey, y'all want to create? Y'all want to like, you know, create some creative concepts. So I used to have a backdrop in my apartment.
No way.
Yeah, for real. And I used to utilize the studio that my architecture studio. That's my degree is in. Usually set up backdrops in my architect studio and then do photo shoots in there or on campus. Just creative concepts just to be able to create, you know?
Man, that's cool.
So
how did that start like a real passion for you though? Like doing all of that? Like how did you really get passionate about that?
Art is my passion. You know, when my first hustle was actually drawing people, like in cartoons.
Okay.
So I used to like draw cartoons and draw people, and I used to sell them as like portraits.
Okay.
Right, and then that was like my first hustle, just get paid. And then photography came about. Here I am, Tuskegee, college student, no money.
Right.
I had my parents, but it was like I was tired of just asking my parents for coins. I'm tired of overdrafting her account. You know what I'm saying? Counts overdrafting, you know?
Right.
So it's like, so when I picked up a camera, had SGA, Student Government Association. It was like a huge thing when it came down to campaigning. So it's like a lot of people like, man, I need some photos. So I start, Miss Tuskegee, need some photos. Graduation time hit, I need some photos. So like here I am, college student, I'm making like bread. I think bread. Like,
right. In college,
I'm making my $2,500, $3,000 per semester off graduation sessions. You know what I mean? And like doing this, and so back then I'm like, I got my gas money, I got my, going out money, all that type of stuff. Cause I wasn't paying bills, you know. So it was just literally like the way my mom, and my folks taught me about finances. It was like, hey, like 20% for savings. And you gotta make sure you 10% tithe.
You got to tithe.
So I literally had a bag. Like I used to get paid cash sometimes, like with people. So I had like a bag. So like now I'm in my on-campus apartment with bags and walls of money and plastic Ziploc bags. One labeled tithe, the other one savings.
Oh man, they got you doing an envelope system.
Like
too.
I had the envelope system, bro. So like literally like that was my base. I still live on that base to this day,
That's
you know.
Awesome,
and sometimes like I think entrepreneurs, we go through those seasons of like, you making this money, that money, right? And then like, so like now you kind of, sometimes you get carried away, like let me just spend.
Yeah.
And then but now guys sometimes take you in a season where like, let's get back to the basics. Remember the place that you started out at, and go back there so you won't forget where you came from.
And it gives you an idea. I say it like this, God, remind me of how you humbled me. Like the beginnings of me getting to a place where I was really mature and doing things the right way. Those things are important.
Yeah.
And I also think that in what you're doing now, showing how creative you could be and not being stuck with just doing photography. Now, we hadn't talked about all of photography because you prolific wedding photographer.
Thank you.
Like you talk about shooting pictures in Tuskegee. Like I remember the first time that you had one of your wedding photos in a wedding magazine. I think it's Bride magazine or something.
Black Bride magazine.
It's like my man's doing it.
And when I tell you, like, big shout out to Black Bride magazine. I work with them to this day.
Okay.
And so Mary, when I was working in an architecture firm, I remember my first conversation with Mary. She's the owner of Black Bride.
Okay.
And in my first conversation, it was like 2014. And like we got on the phone, like my whole lunch break. I was working in an architecture firm at the time. On lunch break, and she was just saying, like, I see so much in you.
Wow.
You know, it's like you just truly have a gift, and I see a light in you. And she was just like pouring all this stuff into me. She still to this day pours into me, and like,
awesome.
You're uncommon. You know, it's how she talks about me. It's like she's really like just family nowadays. You know,
wow.
And she gave me my first opportunity to shoot my first cover. And so I had my first magazine cover through Black Bride magazine.
That's awesome.
And I've shot total 3 or 4 covers with them. And so she's just always pouring into it. We're in the process of planning like a gala now.
Okay.
And so like that's a big thing that's gonna be in Atlanta coming up beginning of next year. So, you know, just doing those things and like being on the committee for voting and all that. And so just these different experiences of life just propelling me of what God wants me to be.
So all of this I'm asking you, I don't have a clue about. I got bits, and where everybody's doing that thing, but I got bits and pieces.
A lot of stuff I don't even share on social media. You know, I think like there's opportunity God presents to where like, no, like it's time now. Like vocalize it. You know, I don't think everything is for social media. And
I understand, man, but you cannot hide the fact that you got 2 Stellars. I mean, that's all out there. Like, that's all out there.
Yeah. No, that's been a true blessing for sure.
Has it been a calling card for you? Like, have the phone calls been coming in, people wanting to know what opportunities they may have with working with you?
Like when we announced it was like DMs flooded, like, oh, like you dope. Like, let me, how can I work with you? How can I do this? You know, it's just like, you know, projects here and there. Like, but I just know like it's one of those things where I think we talked about earlier. Is like you never know like who the right person mention your name in the right room.
That's right.
You know, I can be at home maybe editing, somebody put my name into a room. You just never know. You know, so it's just level like. The level of exposure, giving the levels of opportunity, you know, and so whatever comes from it, you know, I feel like whatever door is open for me, God has for me.
That's awesome, man. And that's a great place to be, because I do believe sometimes people allow the next thing to control them.
Yeah.
And they're going after. This is what I told my wife a long time ago. In her career, it's like, we don't want the career to drive us.
Yeah.
We want to drive the career.
Right.
Which means you have to be in control. Like, every opportunity is not your opportunity.
Yeah.
Every gig is not your gig. It is the right gig at the right time.
Right. Because
sometimes people get into it and they just flood their schedule up with stuff to do.
Right.
Well, I'm shooting here, I'm shooting there. You know, when you do that, a lot of times people charge less. Mm-hmm. And you don't get an opportunity to, number one, charge more,
right,
or to enjoy the process,
right,
because you're working all the time.
Yeah.
I do believe in that mindset of, it's just me, man. I'm gonna charge more. I'm gonna charge more, have less clients,
less
and
work,
and do more quality work.
Right.
More quality things to help whatever client that I'm with.
For sure.
Because I'm not a photographer. I'm not a videographer. I'm your coach.
Yeah.
That's the way I do my business, where I can coach people through the process. And, you know, it is what it is.
I honestly feel that, though, because I remember I went full-time 2017. Mm-hmm. I was working at the architecture firm. Crazy thing is, I was actually laid off from my job.
Wow.
And because they saw that I wasn't necessarily passionate about it, but at the same time, like my wife and I, we had just got engaged at the time.
Okay.
Planning the wedding. 20, like, you know, had just proposed. And I remember, like, we were riding the car. I was like, God, like, the door is gonna have to open up so, like, wide, so big. It's gonna have to get, you know, for me to say I'm gonna leave, because I was so scared. I was scared to jump.
Right.
Absolutely afraid to jump.
I get it.
And sometimes we're afraid of the solution.
So you had to be.
We're afraid of the opportunity and the solution. So God had to kick me. He had to kick the door down. So I remember one time I was like in that meeting. It was close to the end of the day. I had a photo shoot to go to anyway. I was trying to leave my job early anyway to go to a photo shoot that was scheduled. And so they called me into the office, and it's like, yo, we're gonna have to let you go. And I remember everybody in the office like boohooing, crying, because they was like, they didn't want to see me leave. They enjoyed who I was,
right? But
they also saw like that architecture wasn't necessarily my passion, you know. And I told them thank you, and I was able to like let it. I was like, I was looking to leave.
Oh my God!
But I just did not know how. And so they were so relieved that I said that, because they didn't want to feel like I was letting, they were letting me down too.
Right.
And they knew I had just got engaged, just like, so now I am with a fiance, no job, like corporate job. I still, I had photography. And that whole time I was like trying to find other opportunities. I remember I got an opportunity to work for Apple. Like I was working at the Apple store.
Right.
I didn't make it through the training period, because I was like, hey, because I was looking at my schedule.
Right. You knew what was coming up.
God had me booked and busy for the fall, right? So it was like, this is coming up. And I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do this.
Wow.
And so in that moment, it was like, no, God was like, I got you. Like, lean on me. All these opportunities. And I remember my wife, like, when I told her that day, I was laid off, she said, I'm with you 1,000%.
Oh my goodness.
And so to be able to have a someone I'm about to call my wife at the time, say, yo, I'm here with you 1,000%. I'm like, oh, it's time to ride. I'm ready to go.
Oh,
like, let's go, let's get it. You know, and so it was, and then the crazy part is they hired me to be their architecture photographer.
No way.
Yes, the very first, the project that I designed, like for the most part, the exterior I designed, that was the first project I had with them. So I got to photograph the project I had worked on as far as like intricate design of bricks, a brick layout in Tuscaloosa. And so just to see like them having the opportunity, shooting their headshots. I didn't burn bridges. They just used me on another opportunity as a contract. So
I got to ask you this question because you've already kind of said it in so many different ways, but somebody may be in a situation, like we're creators and we can talk creation all the time.
Right.
But we're also creators that believe in God.
For sure.
Creators of faith. And it's such a different thing to rely on your faith inside your content creation and inside of your business. Yeah. Say, okay, God, this is your business. I am your guy. Right. So if somebody's out there really, really struggling with that, what would you tell them?
If they're struggling.
If they're struggling with trying to figure out exactly what you said. You know, I don't know when it's time to leave.
Right. I mean, I think, I feel like you're gonna feel it in your spirit. Like, the truth is in His Word.
It's in His Word, yeah.
Right. So when you spend time with God, and when you're sitting there and like you're meditating, like you will hear His voice, and it's not gonna be loud.
Right.
It's gonna be maybe through His people, through His Word, through these inkling like opportunities that may come up. Because I mean, like for example, like that was my prayer. I wanted to go full time.
Right.
Did I see you getting laid off?
that route?
That route? No.
Oh my God.
Sometimes like God's route is the craziest route. It's the craziest, absolutely insane route. But if you go there, like, you know, and sometimes we typically hear God in the still places.
Right.
In the still times, right? And like our plan is way less than His plan. His plans are way higher than ours. You know, and so being able to just sit there and say, okay, no, that was a part of my route. That route got me here. Then that route took me here. And oftentimes when we try to do it ourselves, it delays where He wants us to go.
At any point, did you see yourself doing what you're doing now?
I never thought photography would be my career. I was in high school, architect, construction engineering program. I had a goal to be an architect. My first goal was to actually be a vet. You know, and so to be in high school doing all this, getting scholarships for architecture and doing that, like I never thought photography would be my career.
And then you say photography, but you got awards in videography,
cinematography. Like, you know, I was a photographer first.
Right.
Then I wanted to get in cinematography. And then I just started studying and learning, like, okay, different ways of lighting. YouTube University.
We've all been there. I got my degree, you know what I'm saying?
You know,
put in my hours.
Exactly. Put in your hours. And it's just like practicing, doing collaborative opportunities to be able to, like, okay, I want to learn something different. Like, versus try it on a client, let me try it on someone that also need photos or need video or want to create, you know? So just collaborative opportunities to be able to just grow.
Man, I hope somebody listening to this really hear what you're saying and inspired, that they are inspired by who you are and what you're doing. Let me say it this way. I know you as a kid.
For sure.
Since you was a kid.
You like my great uncle.
Yeah, I know, right? But the man that God has allowed you to grow into is like blowing my mind. Yeah. Like, I think it's really cool that you're getting a chance to do some of the things that you're doing, but more importantly, I believe that when you're in certain places doing certain things, it's only because God trusts you to be there.
For sure.
Like, we don't always get it right, but it's huge for God to trust us to be in the room in the first place. Yeah. So He's trusting you, but dude, based off the last video you did, the sky's still the limit. Like like the Mr. McClure video was hot. Great concept, great idea, right?
That was Mr. McClure was PMJ.
Mr. McClure, yeah.
He was like, I want to be 3 people. So his old album was based off of like 3 different parts of him.
That's crazy.
And so Mr. McClure was one like, he's like, I got this, and we just had like the vision to be able to like come up with the framing and the concept of like bringing it all to life for him. You know, so
but that's stepping out to be
yeah.
able to do it, because you still have a way of capturing his ideas.
Yeah.
This last video, like, that's Strick City to me. Like, I love that. I love the DJ thing, the turntable stuff. I literally that concept.
I because we were like short on time, I didn't have the opportunity, the time to just explain, right? So I'm literally Monday night, I'm probably up to about 3, almost 4 in the morning.
Wow.
Doing my shot list. And I use AI.
Why not?
I use AI to be able to help me create my visuals and concept, like to come up, okay, I want this type of shot, I want overhead shot, I want dirty shot, medium, like just to be able to navigate so that my DP on the project. Exactly.
Are you gonna release any of those sketches?
I am. Like I released some of them on my social media already. So yeah.
You know, I love talking to content creators. I even love more when content creators, you know, we can be on the same playing field as far as our faith. You know what I'm saying? I just love that. But more importantly, people that are very thoughtful and allow the creativity to flow through them.
Yeah.
Because the concepts you come up with is just mind blowing. If you just, I call it get out of the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Like if you just find a way, get out of the way, and yeah, you want to say I thought of this, but a lot of times if you're really honest, you don't know where that came from. Like I was sitting here and I saw this.
Yep.
You were in Columbia.
Yeah.
And you saw that. And
so the DJ thing, I was it's been this trending thing on social media. So you see all these like DJs, they're mixing. Like in another life, I'm a DJ.
Okay, I get it.
Like,
I get it.
I love like I will hop on somebody's mic at a wedding real quick.
Okay.
And like get the party started. It's just I don't know how to mix.
Right.
And so like my wife ended up buying me a little small mixing table for Christmas. Like, and cool. so I've been like trying to practice, but I follow these different DJs and saying like how they transition. Mm-hmm. Transitions are so important.
They're important.
If you don't have the right transition, you're gonna miss the whole thing.
You're gonna mess the song up.
You're gonna mess the song up, but the right transition, even with life,
it goes up.
If you miss the right transition in life,
oh man, that's a good point.
You'll go in the wrong direction.
That's a real good point.
Or you'll delay it. So it's like transitions are so important to me, and understanding, okay, all right, the transition, how do they go to that song? And they were like having people around them, and so like they mix something real crazy, and you know somebody good when they make that. Face. They make that face.
Oh
and
yeah,
they do that, and so I've been looking at it, I'm like, okay, DJ. So that's how that concept came about, just seeing like different viral videos about DJs and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, you know I can't mix either.
Really? And what's your name? DJ Strick.
My name, I don't mix. I've always just had the microphone, but I'm not like a mixed DJ.
So you like the Kirk Franklin gospel? Can't sing, but
no. I can't sing.
Okay, you sing.
I can personally sing. You can't say, I'm a DJ. I get it. I'm a DJ that don't DJ.
No, what I'm saying is Kirk Franklin can't sing, but he write and produce the music, right? Everybody else sing for him.
Everybody else sing.
You just on the mic and just have everybody else mixing.
I literally travel. A lot of the times when people wanted me to DJ something, I travel with a DJ.
Wow.
And I just had the microphone.
Yeah.
And I learned that because I would have so much anxiety about mixing music, picking the right song and all that kind of stuff. I was like, I don't want that. You good at that? Boom, I set my prices where I could get paid and they could get paid. And everybody is happy because Strick came in and we had a good time. So I'm not even behind the booth sometimes. Like if I really want it to really jump, then I'll go around and be around the people with a mic in my hand, and we're killing it together. I just have learned that, and it's part of what I do. But
for sure,
it's part of what I've done in the past. I don't really do that much anymore, But this has been a cool conversation, man. I really appreciate you taking the time to kind of hang out with us.
Yeah, for sure.
If people were watching this and they're like, man, I really like Mr. Why Not, how can they get in contact with you?
Man, look, they can follow me on social media on Instagram. It's Why Not Tony Backwards. So it's YNOT_images on Instagram. Also on TikTok, Mr. Why Not. on TikTok, and then I also have a YouTube channel. You can look up Why Not Images on YouTube.
I gotta subscribe to you.
You got to.
Subscribe.
I'm gonna be dropping more behind the scenes content, more life content, all the things, and hopefully I'll be able to do a class one day.
Hey, man, if you do a class, I'm coming.
Okay,
I'm coming. I really don't. I'm not a photographer.
Right.
But I'm not a whole bunch of other stuff I just do it too.
Just do it.
So I'm gonna figure that out.
Sure.
I'm gonna figure that out.
For sure,
Is there something that you got going on that I haven't asked you about before we get out of here? Because I feel like I'm leaving a lot of stuff on the table.
Like, it could be so much.
I know it could be so much.
It could be so much. I mean,
can you tell us about the project you haven't done yet that you're planning? Is it not top secret?
No, I mean, I don't necessarily have like crazy outside of like the gala, but I mean, just like opportunities to travel. I just did a wedding in Africa and Spain, so like those were super dope. The one in Africa actually was a cover of Black Bride. It was one of the covers. Yeah, it was literally on an African safari, like with elephants, giraffes.
We can see that stuff on your Instagram, or have you already dropped it?
Yeah. You can drop like so the cover is dropped on my Instagram. Some BTS of it is dropped. Yep. So it was crazy.
So I'm gonna end.
And I went to Tuskegee with the bride. So like Tuskegee, I always show love.
Man, it's something else to have a good network, right?
For sure.
And to be known, and everybody wants the best person to do it. Somebody I know that's doing it really, really big, you're gonna get a phone call. That being said, man, I just lost my last question. But it's gonna come back to me, and it may be the next time you come through. I appreciate you spending the time with me, man, because I really want to support. This was the question. You're doing all that traveling around the world, and you're right here in Birmingham.
Right here in Birmingham, in my city.
How do you feel about that? You never wanted to move?
I mean, I moved shortly. I was in Chattanooga. I moved during the pandemic. But I went there to actually be a filmmaker and creative director for a church locally in Chat during the pandemic. I told you, it's a lot to unpack. Like between 2017 to now, it's like I can literally like write a book on like how God has navigated me in these different periods of my life. And it's like now it's to a point where I'm like, God, I'm in a still place right now. Not necessarily knowing like what's next, what next project, where you want me to be. I'm over here, I'm over there. Like I'm in a still place. And so it's just,
that's awesome.
Literally just, okay, God. Like sometimes the still places, we can be very impatient.
We can be.
I'm very impatient right now because because I have so many goals. Like, outside of photography, I still use my architecture stuff with flipping homes, So I had an opportunity recently to flip a home with my parents. So we did that. So I used like my architecture skills with design to be able to work with that.
Awesome,
so
man.
it's just so much that.
So let me tell you my wisdom. Is that everything you want is going to come to you.
Yeah.
And you've already said it, man. Being patient and waiting on God is really, really important because His timing is better than yours.
For sure. And we may not even understand it at that point.
May not even understand it until it hits at the right time, because you can have all the money in the world right now, and guess what? You can spend it.
Yeah.
But when it's the right time, guess what? You know exactly what to do, when to do it, and how to keep the money and not spend it all.
Yeah.
And those things are going to be important to you. But more importantly, enjoy the ride.
Most definitely.
Enjoy it, because there's going to be some highs and lows. If you can figure out, okay, God, when I'm doing this big project, I don't want it to be tedious for me. I want to enjoy this.
Right.
And not that you don't work hard, but you can enjoy hard work.
Yeah. And I think it's just also like just being planted to where we are at that time. And I think like the places that we've endured, the places we've been in, is how we develop.
That's right.
And the crazy thing is, if we look at life, our life is often like butterflies.
Okay.
Butterflies often get their colors by the environment they grew up in.
I didn't know that.
By the environment that they were developed in, it's oftentimes the colors they give, and those colors that they have on there often equals their survival tactic.
Oh, that's cool.
And so being able to
you've been over at the Rock, ain't you? That's some PMJ stuff right there.
So it's just like, so being like, so allow the colors that you have to be your survival. Like utilizing to the best of your ability to your benefit.
That's good stuff, man. Listen, I can't say anything any better than that. I know one thing, though. I do need you to do me a favor. Share this with somebody to inspire them. Somebody that's a creative in the city that really needs an extra push. Let them see this conversation, and I know it will help them as well. So thank you again for your support. This has been another Strick City Live. God bless you.
Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo.
So I'm going to go through and just talk to all of the personalities and the people that I can. As many people as I can talk to, I'm going to interview them. And then from there, we'll build to, now let's talk about the issues.
Well, you got a lot of credibility. I don't typically do this. This will be the first interview I've done.
What's up, man? I appreciate that.
And I don't know how long, but this was an easy yes. Part of this is I'm also moving into a zone where I'm promoting this film, and I'm just moving. There's just a shift that's happening with me in general anyway.
Man, that's what's up.
And I don't think it's age. I don't think it's 50. I think it's just maturation and leadership in a lot of spaces. But it's also because of the absence of what we've had. We lost 2 prominent foot soldiers this year. So the conversation I have with my peers and some younger folks who are coming up behind us is, okay, there are no more new foot soldiers being created.
Right.
We are them.
We are them.
We are them. So we have to start showing up differently. That means all of us have to be stretched a little bit. And so God's equipped me with a lot. And I have a certain capacity. And I've just taken some time to reevaluate that capacity lately.
I get it.
So,
you know, we're saying the same thing. Saying the same thing. I didn't say, hey, I recognize I want to be a foot soldier. I recognize that I want to be able to have a voice in a city that is respected, not just because I want respect, but because of the work.
Yeah.
Because of the work. So we took time to invest in good stuff, figure out how to use this, and how can we build a good product that if I wanted to, I could throw it up on TV.
Yeah.
And that's what we're building, something that, you know, they're doing this in the city. Yeah. There's a lot of voices, and there's not a competition. It's just, how would Strick do this?
Yeah.
And this is how Strick would do it.
I got you. All right.
This is how Strick would do it. Do me one favor on this. The line is coming out underneath. If you just pull that mic cable. Yeah.
I got you.
And we're going to jump right in.
All right.
Yo, Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, everybody. First of all, I got to say thank you. I have to say this. Thank you for your support. Thank you so very much for all the likes, shares, and comments. Like the way you guys have been talking about Strick City Live, this podcast have blown my mind. So I want to say thank you. And I keep telling you guys, we're going to be bringing some of my friends from the city of Birmingham to talk to you. Now, I am stretching my wings just a little bit on this interview, but I'm so excited to have this young man with me today because I am so respect what he is doing in the city and also having an opportunity to promote what he's doing in cinema. Oh my gosh, this documentary is going to be something to really impact the city of Birmingham. So without any further ado, he is the Chief Advisor Strategist, and he's going to correct me with the right title for the city of Birmingham out of the mayor's office, Mr. Ed Fields. Hey, sir, how you doing,
Peace,
man?
You're doing very well.
You good?
Yes, sir.
That's what's up,
I appreciate
man.
the invitation. Thank you.
How close was I to the title?
You were pretty close. Pretty close. I don't get hung up on the title, but the official title is Senior Advisor, Chief Strategist.
Oh, man, I just put those words around in the circle. It's okay. I think it's cool that you chose to go this route to work in city government. And I really want to dive into how you even got there.
Man, I'm still scratching my head on it. I never had a desire to be in government.
Never.
I was one of those folks like, get thee away from me, devil.
Wow.
When it comes to politics, especially understanding Birmingham politics, it didn't have a good brand, nothing I wanted to be affiliated with.
Right.
But about 20 years ago, just over 20 years ago, I met one young Randall Woodfin, when he came out of Morehouse, and he joined a civic group that we created called the Birmingham Change Fund.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that group?
I'm not familiar with it.
So in 2004, there was 21 young black professionals who put money together. Mm-hmm. Mind you, we put money together first.
Okay.
And we said, we're going to do something to impact the city of Birmingham. We don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to go ahead and create this covenant. We wrote up a covenant.
Wow.
And we signed it, and we said, we don't know what we're going to do with our money, but we're committed to doing something together.
Wow.
And so those 21 people set out to learn Birmingham, become lay experts in things from economic impact to education in other areas. Well, Woodfin had just come out of Morehouse, but he got really excited about it, said, sign me up. So he was our youngest, newest member when we created the group in 2004.
Okay.
And so we built a relationship over years. And there's a bigger backstory, but the long and short of it is, in 2015, I got this random call from him. Hey, big brother, thinking about running for the mayor of Birmingham, and I'd love for you to, I'd be honored if you would be my campaign manager.
Wow.
And I was like, what? I've never done anything political. I hadn't been knocking on doors, phone calls, nothing. I don't do host committees, none of that. And by that time, I'd had some relative success here. I'd done the 40 under 40. I'd won some national awards for the business I was in. Sold the company. I kind of done some pretty cool things already.
Okay.
And so he was asking me to basically help pick a fight with the big guy on the block at the time.
Right.
The previous
the
mayor.
powers that be.
Yeah. And we knew what some of the risks were in that. But there's something about Randall Woodfin. There was something about him then. There's something about him now. And it happened to come at a time in life when I could take some risks.
Okay.
And I just felt called to do something different. So the long and short of it is we ran that campaign. We were successful ultimately in winning. And I've been with him ever since in my capacity in the city. I have two titles, Senior Advisor, Chief Strategist. So the Chief Strategist is more of a governing role, and we can get into that if you want to in terms of what I do. Like, what does it mean? People, I'm getting paid.
I really want to know what it means.
I'm getting paid with these tax dollars, but what do you actually do for people?
Right.
Real people, what do you do? So I can get into that, but the Senior Advisor role is what is probably the extension of my previous role as campaign manager. So in that role, it's a little bit more of ensuring that we're nurturing and stewarding the mayor's political network, local, national. He also has a really phenomenal national network. So,
because of his Morehouse days.
His Morehouse days, but just since that time, I mean, he's just grown. He has just elevated, continued to elevate. So I spend a lot of time in what I call Woodfin worlds because he's got his family, he's got his Morehouse network, Spell House, that is. He's got for the last several years, he's had the White House. He's got folks all over the country. And part of my job is to make sure that I'm not directing that at all. He is. But somebody needs to understand what's happening in each one of those ciphers because there are different dynamics at play. What's permissible over here may not be permissible over there. Whether you're talking about ethics law and understanding what the rules of the road are in these different ciphers, or even just from a cultural standpoint, knowing who you can and can't vibe with. There's certain circles that just don't blend well. So
that's very interesting.
And then there's others that should be connected but aren't. So I spend time in that world. That's the one that's harder to define because senior advisor is whatever it needs to be when it needs to be.
All right, so now let's dive into the other part. Could you explain that? Because you mentioned, hey man, I do get paid from the tax dollars.
I do. I'm
people want to know.
Yes, and people deserve to know. So I am in the background. I don't have an operational role. The way we're set up today, we have a chief of staff, a chief of operations, and a chief strategist. We also have a chief accountability officer. In my role, I do three primary things. One is, it's in the title, strategy. So the mayor does have a strategic plan. He does have goals. He does have things that he promised that he would do. And other things that have been presented to him that he says, yeah, that sounds good. We'll fold that in. We call that the Woodfin way. He has 6 goals that he's really trying to achieve for the city of Birmingham. There are a lot of initiatives underneath that. Most of those initiatives are being driven by the departments across the city. So just for a little bit of civic education, The city of Birmingham has about 3,500 employees.
All right.
All right. There are about 35 different departments of the city. So that's the library and the police department and the city attorney's office and the city clerk and the city council and a bunch of others. I mean, the fire department. Most of you all know those departments. You're just experiencing them in isolation.
Get it.
Part of my job is to look across the entire enterprise.
Okay.
And see, how does this sing together in terms of the mayor advancing his agenda, for instance, on revitalization?
I get it.
Because permits is really important to revitalization,
right?
As is enforcement with police or the courts, as is grass cutting. So we can go on and on and on. So to give you an example of my lens that might be a little bit different than others, the city of Birmingham has 150,000 square miles. Okay. We are exactly double the size of the city of Boston, physical landmass.
Okay.
The city of Birmingham is twice the size of the city of Boston.
Okay.
But we have a third of the population.
I get that.
Think about that. We're complaining about streets and potholes for good reason, because we got an enormous amount of ground to cover.
Right?
But an enormously small population, which means that the revenue, can you imagine us having 3 times the population? What that would mean for revenue?
Right.
What that would mean for productive lots that you don't have to pay with public dollars to get cut? You know, we had 340,000 people in this city in 1960. 340,000. We're just under 200,000 now. Like, do the math. We're talking about almost 150,000. Our land mass hadn't changed. It's only gotten bigger.
Right.
Right? Annexation and all that. So we've got a lot of unproductive land and properties, a lot of pressure on a small team to get that done. So the mayor has to make really big decisions. Yeah, it's a big budget, but it's nowhere near the size it could be if we were fully loaded in terms of our population, in terms of productive properties. So the chief strategist for the city is responsible for understanding those dynamics, partnering well with the other chiefs, with the department heads, and making sure that we're constantly thinking about the horizon. The mayor puts it really simply, as he does with so many beautiful things. His chief of staff and his chief of operations are responsible for the trees. His chief strategist, his chief accountability officer are responsible for the forest.
I get it.
So the hardest part of my job is to not get into the trees, because I built my career being really, really good at chopping trees.
Get it. I get it.
But if I start chopping trees, then who's going to hold the
forest down?
Yeah. It's just like in our families, right? If you step out of your role and you start leaning into somebody else's role, nobody else can replace your role.
That's right.
That's true in the church. That's true in every organization, including our families. It's the same way in the city. So the mayor had the vision to make sure that somebody's in a position to hold that space.
So in your previous profession and your experience as a youth, do you think all of those things kind of helped you to build to who you are now?
Yeah, it really did. It all connects. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Okay. I came down to Alabama by way of Alabama State. Go Hornets.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, happy classic. And I'm really proud of that. My mom used to take my sister and I everywhere in Milwaukee.
Okay.
So we'd be at the library all the time. She took us on tours at the airport. I don't even know if they did official tours, but she was the lady who would call up and say, "Can you give my baby a tour?" Wow. And I'll never forget learning about cumulonimbus clouds, and as a young poet, you know, when she put me in these spaces, it really helped me see cities and civic engagement from a sort of I won't say a romantic space, but it's kind of dreamy for me. So I love this space.
Because she was doing it, and that connection.
Yeah, getting us on the public transportation. So it all connects a lot more now for me, because I think about back in the 80s when we were kids, public resources, public infrastructure really did serve us well. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but particularly where I'm from, it was a big defining part of my youth.
I get it.
Does that make sense?
It does.
So now, as a city leader, I think about, well, how are we making sure that these kids are getting the full benefit of these millions of dollars of tax money that we put into the libraries and to every other place? Right. So when the mayor demands of the Waterworks Board, this new organization, that they need to do this, that, and the other in order for them to get a $100 million bond, $183 million bond, No, these are the conditions that we require
Right.
for you to get our money or our credit, because it's for the benefit of our people.
Right.
So it does matter being feet on the ground or being from a place where you can relate and that it's in your body. So when you're out there responsible for people, you know how to show up.
Right.
Yeah, it's not just an intellectual exercise. Leadership is also about what's in your spirit.
So in this role that you have, and I agree with all of that, and just very well said, and I didn't know you were this good as a communicator either, so I'm enjoying that. This is the beginning of the third term, correct?
That's right.
What did you feel like in your role you learned those first 2 terms that's going to help this next term?
Oh boy, a lot.
Okay.
A lot. So I learned a couple things. I learned more about who we are. You know, I always talk about sports teams, or, you know, I played Alpha in undergrad, and I always say, whoever you start with is probably not who you're going to finish with. Somebody will start on your line and they end up dropping. Or somebody starts on the team and you get a championship.
Right.
And then you got to reset.
Right.
And you got to rebuild the team because you lost a piece. So I've learned more about who we actually are.
Okay.
We have this idea of who we said we are, and then you get punched in the face and you figure out who you really are. So I know that's a different kind of answer, but the reality is I know who we are working with now in terms of who we are.
And who the team. You're talking about the team is.
Yes.
Okay, so now through those first, you know what the good is, what the bad is, where there's where areas of opportunities are, all that kind of stuff.
That's right. But we also better understand the issues on the ground.
On
the ground. And I mean that down to the corner. So I'll give you an example. I do what I call field days every once in a while.
Okay.
So that means I will get out and just curate my own experience in the community somewhere. One day I decided to ride and basically be an employee of Public Works for a day.
Okay.
Put on the
with a
uniform.
team.
Yeah. Well, I was on their team. I don't know what to do. They gave me the gloves, the hat, and I got on the back of that truck. And this is before we got the uniform bin. So we were doing the trash. And then they asked me to get in the cab and just ride with them to see how they do it. And when I tell you, it was like ballet. I don't know how to explain it, but these guys, they running up and down the street, pulling trash, riding on the back of the truck, they're ducking from limbs. I got such a rich experience. I could not have written a strategic plan that could have accounted for the fact that when they ride on these trucks, these multi-million-dollar trucks, and we're in the mayor's ear about what type of trucks to buy, I can say, look, when they're on the back of a truck in the alley, they actually have to turn backwards on the truck because the limbs hit the back of their heads. They don't want to get smacked in the face. And some of them have scars to show it. Wow. Like just the intimacy of that experience.
Because that truck is going this way and the limb comes and then
goes. Right. But then it also says that, okay, so how does that team coordinate with the team who actually cuts the limbs so that
it doesn't happen?
Well, it doesn't happen all the time because they actually have to prioritize cutting limbs on the street for the residents because we have so much ground to cover.
Right.
It's not that they're not doing it. You know how many more people we'd have to have out there to serve at the rate that everybody wants? It's not even practical.
Right.
It would be more practical to prioritize corridors or streets, improve those, and really give people a better experience. We need to increase density. We're too spread out.
But for you to even have a conversation about, you know, the garbage truck drivers or riders, the guys that are picking it up, having a problem with the limbs, like by you being on the mayor's team, I could say the mayor is aware of that. Like that's really detailed.
Yeah, he's aware of that and 1,000 other things. So then it becomes about prioritization. Because
you said, hey, there's some of the guys even got wounds for that. So now you know that John Smith is having a problem on this because of this problem. Like this is all the other things that we could do if we prioritize it the right way so he doesn't have that problem. And if he doesn't have that problem, that could impact his wife and his kids and his family.
That's right.
Just by saying, hey, the city made a move based on what my experience was.
Well, mine, look, that was mostly for me to understand in my lane, but most of that's coming up through the director who's actually looking at reports and talking to people directly. Where it matters is that there's an echo chamber. There's a lot of people around the mayor. And all I'm really saying is it really matters that those people around him are getting their own experience of what Birmingham is like for residents. I'm also a resident of the city, but not everybody's getting the same experience.
I get it.
It's uneven. And I think what we all do better as leaders, everybody watching this, is to get closer to the people you serve or the people that you're serving with, so that you understand their experiences.
Man, that's awesome. Again, I'm having this moment, and this is a great conversation that we need to have. It's something to be in the city, and the city is big and small at the same time.
It is.
So I've known of you, but I don't know if we ever had, maybe once had a conversation, and I'm thinking that conversation may have been in passing.
Man, look, I actually met you. Obviously, I was a fan. I listened to your show. In fact, I'm trying to remember the gospel rap because I was, I'm a hip hop head. I'm a bona fide hip hop head. And one of the first really credible Christian rappers I heard, I remember driving down 280 headed to church, and I heard it on your show. It's not Translead, he's in Huntsville. He's the brother in Huntsville, but he's one of the first big ones, and I heard it on your show. I just remember that.
That's what's up.
But then we actually got formally introduced when you served on the mayor's advisory committee around our Pardon for Progress. When we launched Pardon for Progress to forgive 15,000 people for marijuana possession. And I know that was a lumpy process, but I got to see kind of how you process things then.
Gotcha.
And it was just a really cool experience. And I've heard nothing but great things about you since.
Man, I appreciate that. I think everybody should, at some point or another, do their part. And that was a little bit of my time to make an impact. Basically, let me tell you what happened. I was in the city, I was downtown somewhere, and crossed paths with the mayor. Like, like everybody else, you know each other, but I had never really had a conversation. Hey, man, I'm available to help. Hey, what can I do? And, I guess that just put me on his radar to have, hey, let's have this guy do something. Yeah. And that's how I think it came around. Yeah. We got this board, and it was Pastor Beavers was on the board. That's so right. I came and kind of did his part. And it was just good to be able to be on something to make a small level of impact. Because you just never know.
You never know where that goes. I could end up right here doing a podcast with you, right?
And then we're right here. And I know we're talking about what you do from a city perspective, but like most people and like me, you do so much. Like there's, I guess, levels to who you are and what you're having an opportunity to do. Now, as we pull that onion on you now, I know we couldn't talk about it all, but you're diving into some media work and some cinematography and doing documentaries. Can you explain, what's the next venture that you're in now?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. Let me give you a little bit of history. How I ended up in Birmingham was, first of all, the Magic City Classic. I was a student leader, and we took a trip down here, and I'll never forget being on I-65, coming down that hill, seeing the trees, the leaves changing color. It struck me.
Got you.
And then I got to Birmingham, I was like, oh man, these women so fine. And so I was like, I'm moving to Birmingham.
Right.
So I did. I ended up coming here. But the other thing that got me here, where I was experiencing Birmingham before I moved, was spoken word.
Okay.
So I was really heavy in the spoken word movement in Montgomery. And we had a sister group up here, Infinite Currents. So I would come up and do some featured poet work. And I ended up handing my resume out to one of our colleagues who gave my resume to somebody who gave it to somebody. That's how I got a job here.
Oh, that's cool.
So just know I kind of came here by way of the arts as well. So I haven't stopped writing. So I'm an essayist as well. So I have a very active Substack and Medium blog, Honestly Ed. And I have a creative partner in Jackson, Mississippi, who I've done policy work with. Sister out of actually South India. Okay. And she had been teaching at Jackson State for some years, and then she ended up becoming an advisor to the mayor of Jackson, Antar Lumumba. She and I worked on some policy work in 2018 as these national candidates for president were seeking the endorsement of our young progressive black mayors. Okay. So we wrote a policy piece, and it was a really cool thing. Fast forward, we decided to partner together on another project. Okay. And she had the idea to do a film. She had worked previously with Dream Hampton and Common the rapper, and Brandy. They did a video, a remix of Optimistic.
Okay.
And they did it as a video with the mayor at the time. So she was really instrumental in sort of just putting the pieces together around that.
Right.
And so we ended up tagging the same cinematography team to come out and do a film about Birmingham. And the film took 3 years to do.
Okay.
The concept of the movie was pretty simple. People really only know Birmingham primarily by the triumph through trauma, the black and white footage.
Right.
And what we wanted to do in the year of the World Games 2022 was to have something that was full of color, but also very authentic. So the way I initially pitched the film was, imagine being in Fountain Heights and actually being there in Fountain Heights with people, but also getting a shot of the World Games opening ceremony. So you're getting both worlds. So it's not like a showpiece, it's all marketing, glitz and glamour. It's also what's going on here.
Right.
Right. And it's not contrast, that's all good, this is all bad. It's that there's some real dimensions to all of us. So
right.
The film evolved. We ended up having to change the name of the film and shot a lot of footage. I got 40 or 50 hours of footage of all of Birmingham. But the film is 45 minutes, and it really is a love letter to the city. And our argument for As Goes the South is simple. If Birmingham can win, the nation can win.
And I completely like that. As somebody, of course, you see me with my Birmingham sweater on. I wore this because of you, of course. But as someone that is, I want to say it, I don't want to say trapped, but you can really get stuck in this city. Like people love this city when there are tons of opportunity in other places. Like a lot of people have, especially people that are in the arts, that do entertainment, like they could have gone anywhere and really be big time, whatever. But they're here. Like we have New York from 95.7.
Yeah.
Like she's in New York right now doing her thing at one of the largest radio stations in the world. But she was in Birmingham for forever, like learning her chops to be able to do that.
That's right.
And Roy Woods Jr., you know, come on, man. He has exploded in the last 10 years, and we have him right here. And there's tons of people that are extremely talented that really, really love this city. And it's people like PMJ now.
Yeah, exactly.
That has given us a blueprint to be able to explode and still be
here
in the city.
That's right. That's right. I think there's a lot of people who do that. I think Mayor Woodfin is another one.
He's another one. He definitely is.
And there's a lot of people actually in fashion and other businesses. Look, the world has changed. It used to be a case where you got to go somewhere else.
Right.
Well, COVID has shown us.
You be right at home.
Technology has shown us you can do a lot right here. It's really about, can you nurture a network that's really relevant, delivering value? At the end of the day, that's really it. We've tried to cut corners in a lot of ways in society to try to maximize followership or to try to get some engagement. And you see the quality, you see what that's doing to us from a culture standpoint. It's like we're lowering ourselves for the sake of trying to get somewhere, try to get a deal done. We even see that at the highest office of the land, trying to get a deal done.
Right.
But value is still value. That's something you can't fake. People know if they're benefiting from it. So
that's true.
No, I think we can continue to do this right here in Birmingham. What we need to do is fortify Birmingham as a platform that makes it obvious. So there are some cool things going on that your listeners may be interested to know about. I'd encourage y'all to follow Innovate Alabama.
Okay.
They have a huge entrepreneurial platform where they're doing all types of pitch competitions and whatnot, nearly year round. They've also launched a program that's incentivizing people to move their businesses here while they're also taking care of the entrepreneurs that are trying to grow their businesses here. So Innovate Alabama is a great organization that's doing some pretty cool work. And then we have an Office of Business Diversity within the city of Birmingham, Economic Development Team, and they have a whole slew of things that they do. If you don't know Dorothy George, you should. She would be a dope guest for
Dorothy.
She goes by Dot.
Okay.
Really, really great personality and somebody I think is hand to hand with so many different business owners all over town. A really good representation of what it looks like for the city to be tuned in.
Yeah, I'm going to have to make that. You have to help me make that connection. I have her on.
Happy to.
I know a lot of people in the city. I don't know everybody. And really the people that I think that are the real movers and shakers are not as visible. You know, I have in the past learned how to play the background really well. And in playing the background, people will never know that you are really pulling the strings.
That's right.
But you're in the background, so I don't have to deal with all of the, hey, can I talk to you? Can I talk? No, I don't have to deal with that because you don't know that I'm in the background.
Yeah. Well, I've enjoyed that to a point. I've lost some of that, I feel.
Oh, now you're on Strick City, man. Like, people going to be calling you. Yeah.
Mama, I made it.
All over the world.
So, no, it's been a really cool journey. I do think Birmingham is a great platform and place for people to be. And you got to believe that to actually get other people to believe it.
So if you're invested in a city like this, if it grows, you grow.
That's right.
You know, someone goes to Atlanta. Great, you can go to Atlanta and be in this big old pond, but you're going to be a little fish in that big pond. And you can come to a community like Birmingham and really make an impact. Now, not coming in to take, but coming in to give, and then actually be a part of the ecosystem, and you could win. And it probably could take you a little less time because it's a little smaller pond. That being said, where do you see this project, this movie project for you? Where do you see that going?
Well, it's already moving in a lot of spaces. So, we are going to be screening this film in a lot of cities, particularly in the Southeast. Our goal is to, before we get to distribution, we're not necessarily trying to go to Netflix or anything like that. We're trying to get this placed somewhere that makes sense. But that's not our immediate goal. We're doing private screenings by groups that want to host us. So right now we're working to get one done in a community in North Birmingham, along with some community leaders that we've been engaging. But last Tuesday I was at the airport. Right? Because you think about Birmingham's reputation. Right. When people are coming and going, they're coming and going with a lot of stories in their head. So we did a screening there at the airport. We've been in DC. We're headed to New Orleans in a few weeks, headed to Baltimore in a few weeks. We'll be going to other cities in the South. Our goal is to get this conversation going. Look, here's the dynamic. For some reason you could talk about Atlanta and it's almost like it's a separate place from Georgia. Right. Austin, Texas. Nashville, Tennessee, Charlotte, North Carolina. These are places that got crazy state politics too. Right. But for some reason, their big progressive cities get a pass. They get to just be them. Right. And people know that. And they're not necessarily, they're not coming. They're not repelled by the state. They're drawn to the city. Right. The argument we're making is that Birmingham is that city here. I get it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that makes sense to me. Why can't we be? So we're showing people a lot of bright colors, a dope soundtrack that's done by a gentleman named Pink Sifu, who's from Birmingham, from Inslee, but grew up in Cincinnati, we got Big Rube on our soundtrack. We got a cool cat named Nick Hakeem out of New York on our soundtrack. We didn't recruit them, they all came through Pink Sifu. So we got I got to get with Pink. It's really cool. Because there's a flute player in the city that needs to be heard. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So I really like it. I did get a chance to watch the movie. Was really, really engaged by it. What was your favorite part?
My favorite part, the quote, I'm going to get the quote a little wrong, but the guy said, I could be in Birmingham and not in Alabama. Yeah. And it's what you echo that sentiment in what you just said. When you are, in my mind, in a red state, but be a part of a blue city, things are different. And if we continue to do our very best job to be the good people that we can be, the citizens that are the city that we need, everybody is not doing illegal activities. There's a lot of people that want to go to work and come home and then engage other people to be great citizens as well. Yep. And if we can highlight that, we want that to be highlighted. That being said, that quote really stood out to me because I never thought about it that way. That we can can we really just isolate Birmingham in our minds and say, how can we make Birmingham? We want the whole city. The whole state. We would love to engage the whole state of Alabama. But if you know Alabama politics, there's a lot, the way the Constitution is written.
That's right.
like there's a lot of control that Montgomery has. Because of the radio, I was doing a lot of research on the politics of Alabama. You know, our Constitution is the longest Constitution in the world.
And the longest, that's right.
And because of the way it's written, and a lot of control that for whatever reason they figured this out a long time ago. Let's control everything out of Montgomery, and it's kind of been that way.
Well, think about it. There was a scene in the film where we talk about the bus rapid transit system, which sounds kind of a wonky thing to talk about until you connect it with the history of Alabama, where there's a reason why we're only one of 2 states in the entire nation that doesn't fund public transportation in cities, right? Us in Mississippi.
I didn't know that.
But you know, one of the reasons why, if you go back and look at the history of it, is because of the success of the Montgomery bus boycott.
Get it?
We use public transit to really affect the economics of the cities.
Right.
And so they clamp down on that. But there's a lot of other things that are in the Constitution, to your point. It's pretty bad, but my point is we're not the only state with some really bad policy.
We're not.
But for some reason, we haven't overcome the brand of Alabama.
Right.
And I say that with all due respect to people that are trying to improve the brand of Alabama, because we know there's good people trying to do that.
Right.
But I think we have an advantage here with Birmingham, and we need to double down on our strength and really level up on it. So that's what we're focused on.
This is what, I'm going to say this, and you're in like the vehicle to make this happen. I believe that Mayor Woodfin is a great vehicle of change for us. I think that in this 3rd term, he'll get an opportunity to mature even more to what he wants his policies to be, and actually put some of that to action, to implement some things that he probably talked about the 1st term, and it's taken him some time to be able to get it. But now you say, hey, now we know our team, we know what we want to do. I just believe that from what I have a chance to witness him as a person, and things that from an intellectual place he was able to articulate in the podcast that he did with Pastor Beavers. I'm like, this guy's got it.
He does.
Like, how do we now, if he has the information, how do we get this to people to start making these things change?
Well, I'll give you this. We actually have done a lot in 8 years, right? We got 2,000 students that are Birmingham Promise graduates.
Oh man, that's a big deal.
That's a big number too, right? So we've been moving on that for a while. The number of homes that have gone up. So we've been moving. But yeah, we got some work to do. We got to finish the deal on a couple projects.
And I wasn't saying that as things were not happening, and it may have came out that way. I just know that in every term, like from a political standpoint, you always got something that's undone, and a lot of times it's not your fault.
Right.
You got city council's got to be on board. The people got to be on board. The money has to be available. All those things.
All of it. I'm with you. I follow you. And yes, there are definitely some other things on the horizon that he wants to tackle. And some of those things won't come to fruition during his time, no matter how long his time is, because we're trying to make transformational, generational change.
Right.
And so I think that Mayor Woodfin gives us the best opportunity for that, because he's proven that he's willing to spend his political capital.
That's cool.
When you're elected with a 75% mandate, that means you got really, really significant political capital. And he's proven that he's willing to spend it. And I think that's the gift that we want to continue to pull from. My final comment on the administration and the city and just progress. I love the fact that I work with someone I consider a friend and a brother who's a transformational leader. But we're also clear that we're not going to be here forever. As we said early on, we've lost a couple of notable people. And by the time we celebrate the 70th commemoration of the Civil Rights Movement, we would have lost more.
Right.
So my point is this. It's going to take more than one transformational leader to get it done.
I agree.
And so what we're looking for, specifically what I'm looking for, is evidence that there are other really dynamic leaders in their respective sectors. So whether that's you in communication role, Pastor Beavers and PMJ in among faith leaders, and my pastor, Pastor McClure Sr., Revelation Church Ministries, there are a lot of other ciphers that we've got to make sure are healthy. Because if we have an over-reliance on one, that's not healthy either.
That's right.
It's good, and it's what we have, and I'm really proud of it. But man, we've got to be healthier in other spaces. So I'm proud of the progress in Birmingham City Schools. I'm proud of some of these entrepreneurs that are really doing a great job. But we got to fortify our institutions like the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute. At the same time, we're growing new institutions like the Birmingham Promise.
Right.
So I'm looking at the whole piece and ensuring that maybe one of these kids who finished the Birmingham Promise will be the next CEO of the city or this organization.
Well said. Well said. I was actually thinking it, and you answered it. I love where the conversation has gone. Let's go with the movie first.
All right.
If people want to be able to see this movie, how can they do it?
Follow us on social, particularly on Instagram. We're on Instagram and we're on LinkedIn. It's As Goes the South documentary.
Okay.
We also have a website that's pretty active. We are rolling out a discussion guide that goes along with it. So if people want us to screen the film at their schools, at their church, at their organization, they can email us at asgoesthesouth@gmail.com or just hit us up on the website. I'm pretty much directly connected to that, and we'll follow up.
That's awesome, man. So that's the movie. Yes. How if someone is seeing you for the first time, it works at the City of Birmingham. I want to be connected to this guy. Like, he just seems like a cool dude. How can they get in contact with you?
I live on LinkedIn most of the time. So find me there. Find me on Instagram. I will not do DMs on Facebook.
I get it.
No. But I'm at Honestly Ed everywhere.
Honestly Ed.
Honestly Ed on all platforms.
Oh, man. Listen, I appreciate your time.
Yeah, man. Thank you for the invitation.
No, we got to do this again. I'm sure there's something you're working on that you haven't talked about yet.
There's a lot I'm working on.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. So let's give ourselves a couple of months and we'll just have another topic. We'll talk about how the movie release screening has gone.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about the new stuff.
Okay.
Because I believe we need to talk again. And in between there, that's what we talked about. We talked about doing lunch. Let's make it happen, man.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right.
Appreciate
Hey,
it.
listen, I love this. Man, so when I started doing a podcast or even doing Strick City or gospel jams, having people come into the studio, and really it was the communication and talks we had off the air that really connected me with people. And I get a chance to do on air and off the air in front of you for Strick City Live. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. Please make comments or anything you want to say. I want to see them. And thank you again for all the support you've given us through this podcast. So thank you again, and I'll see you next time.
Yo, Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo. Woo.
And it's been a blast.
So when I was a kid, I spent 2 years, 3rd and 4th grade in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
And formative years for me as well. And that being up north, down south, we say you talk proper.
Yes.
Okay. So I had a little bit of my diction changed because I was up there for a little bit, but it allowed me to learn how to communicate better.
Yeah.
I still say all kinds. I make up words all the time. I just do. Like if I said it, I'm just like, hey, you know what I meant. You know, this is what the word is now. But I do understand when you go to different areas how that could change.
Yeah. Well, and you know, broadcasting, man, they love the Ohio accent. That is considered the best thing. Yeah, that's what everybody wants in broadcasting. They want you to sound like you were from Ohio, because that's about as no accent as there is.
I can give you this. Not Boston. It's definitely not New York. It's not California.
And it's not Illinois. It doesn't have that sound to it. It's not that classic Midwest thing either. It is just right in the seat of no accent land.
Wow. Wow.
Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo.
Wow. Wow. Hey, listen, guys, I know we're talking about accents and diction and all that other kind of stuff, but I got a crazy show for you today. Listen, I'm excited that I have an opportunity to talk to this gentleman today. Just like all the guests that I have, these are people that I know that I want to share with you. The information about who they are, what they've been through, and what they're doing right now. But this show is special to me because we are have developed a relationship over time of just being friends, and I appreciate that. We talk about all kind of stuff, including diction. But more importantly, he has a heart for people, and he's working in the city of Birmingham to really make a difference for people. His work has allowed him to travel all over the world, and I'm glad to have none other than Tal Prince here with me today. Hey, sir.
How's it going, man? So good to see you.
Listen, you know why I like you so much?
That's loaded.
I will make it really simple.
All right.
You have like one of the coolest names. There's no way people don't remember who you are. There's absolutely no way that once you say Tal Prince and they meet you, like that's it. You're stuck in their brain.
Well, that's funny because my dad taught me that.
Did he?
Because I'm a junior. My full name, James Talbert Prince Jr.
Okay.
You know me enough to know I'm not that formula cat, so that was not going to be my thing.
Okay, you couldn't be Talbot, huh?
No, man. And so, but I wanted to be like my dad, like a lot of boys do when they're a little kid. And so I went by Jim.
Okay.
So only family called me Tal.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so everybody else, I was Jim Prince all the way through school, through college. When I got my first kind of real job, it was a cocktail party that my family was attached to.
Okay.
And so there was a gentleman there that I wanted to meet, and so I went and talked with him, So he wound up hiring me. He said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, I'm looking for work right now." And he said, "What type of work you want to do?" And I said, "International business." And he said, "Well, I'm in international business," which I knew. And he was the CEO of a company called Riverwood International at the time. And I said, "Well, hey, so listen, what I'd really like to do is your job. I probably need a couple weeks training, but after that, I think I'm good."
A couple weeks.
And he loved that. But because it was a family event, he knew me as Tal.
Okay.
He hired me as Tal, and I was like, "Ooh, no, that is not me."
Right.
And my dad was like, "You do not change that. If you go by Jim, everybody gonna forget you, because there's a million Jims." So he said exactly what you said, man, and he was right, and so are you.
So normally I am right, but that's a whole nother story. So where does this Prince last name come from? What's the history behind your last name?
We are descendants straight out of England.
Okay.
Yeah, that is our family line. I don't know. I've seen stories that say we descend from some type of royalty. I doubt that.
You can be royal, man.
No,
it's okay. I mean, you are a prince.
Well, yeah, but not like that.
Okay. So
I am wearing purple, though. You know.
There you go. There you go. The Tal, formerly known as Prince.
Yeah, exactly right.
Let's jump into it.
Go.
You have been in ministry a large portion of your life, but you started in the biggest way anybody could, working with Billy Graham. Could you explain that part of your life, beginning working with Billy Graham? And I say the beginning, that probably wasn't like your first job, but help me out here.
So my dad died. He was a young man. He was 53 when he died. We had some mutual connections with the Billy Graham Association. We lived in Atlanta at the time that he died. So a guy named Cliff Barrows, who was Billy's right hand for 70 years.
Okay.
Program director, choir director. If you've ever seen a Billy Graham show on television and you heard that voice of, Charlotte, North Carolina, that's all the address you'll need. That was Cliff. So phenomenal man. But his wife was dying of the same type of cancer my dad was dying of. So cancer, man, those communities are tight. You hear from people you never knew.
Right.
But because there's a family member or some connection, they all call. It was a thing, And so Cliff got to my mother and well, actually, it was Cliff's wife, whose name was also Billy. A little confusing, but so she would call my mom and give her, you know, suggestions and tips that would help Dad. So my mom and Cliff's wife, Billy, began a really close friendship. When my dad died, she said she wanted to go to the funeral. So they came down from South Carolina, came to my dad's funeral. 3 speakers at my dad's funeral. My mom, me, and Cliff Barrows spoke at my dad's funeral. Then it was a little bit after that she passed. His wife passed. And so God just put the two of them together, man. And like, you don't know what it's like to have a phone call from Cliff Barrows asking if it's okay if he takes your mother out.
Wow.
So that was a wild little conversation there, man. And so they started dating, they got married, and then so I started working with the Billy Graham Association. Just volunteer, but I was working crusades. You know, so I'd be at the crusades. I would take care of Cliff Barrows, and then another man named George Beverly Shea. He was the main singer for the Billy Graham Association. Sweet man. And so I got to be around all those 3 gentlemen a good bit, you know, and working the crusades and helping put all those together. It was a lot of fun.
I bet. I know through some of that, you've probably seen a lot.
Yeah.
I got 2 questions. I'm gonna start with the first one. With that experience, or did that experience in any way shake or shape, two words, shake or shape your Christianity at all, or your walk with God?
I would say, yeah, it really helped shape more than shake. You know, I've been around a lot of ministries that would, I think, shake it.
Right.
You know, in ministry world, you get behind the curtain, you see some things.
It's like, what do y'all know? I don't want no parts of that.
I did not want to see that, man.
Right. Don't go that way.
The thing about Billy, Cliff, and Bev is that those 3 men were as sincere and solid as anything I've ever seen in my life. Man, they were genuine, and they were so focused on how do we protect ourselves, how do we maintain the integrity of the ministry. From way back in the day. They made one mistake early. This was way back in the 40s, 50s. They were in Atlanta, did an event at Piedmont Park.
Okay.
And they were taking love offerings back then, right? And so a photographer got a photo of Billy, Cliff, and Bev in the back of a truck with peach baskets full of money.
Wow.
And that was a terrible look.
It was.
And
I can see that.
And so those guys got together and said, look, what do we need to do to guard against and make sure that we don't ever get a hint of scandal on us? And they came up with a document called the Modesto Manifesto. Modesto is where Cliff was from, Modesto, California, and they went out there to do it. They were out there and they separated and prayed for hours and got back together and they wrote lists of things that they felt God impress upon them to, like, these are the rules, you know.
I want to stop right there.
Yeah.
Because you saying this and my mind is going 100 miles per hour because stories like this intrigue me so much.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I know the Modesto Manifesto, but I don't know it in regards to Billy Graham.
Oh, yeah, no, that's it.
And
that's the
maybe
origin.
Other people, like some movies or something, have taken that and made it something different, and then I can hear, I can hear in my mind, like, I've heard those words put together before, but this is a Billy Graham thing.
Yep, absolutely right. It goes way back to those 3. And several others there, that were a part of it. Grady Wilson, T.W. Wilson, but that was the core, and they came up with the Modesto Manifesto. In there are things like you'll hear people talk about in ministry circles the Billy Graham rule.
Well, so I have the Billy Graham book, which has the rule in it.
Yep.
And I understand, like we put it as a rule with no S, but there is an S on the end, so it's Billy Graham rules.
Right.
Okay.
Right. But that's the Modesto Manifesto, man. That's where that came from.
You know, during that time, I'm not sure, you said 40s, but I know by the time of the 50s and the 60s, a lot of the Christian leaders, let me say it from an African American standpoint, man, it was tough as far as the integrity behind the scenes wasn't, you know, what they presented out front was not what they were doing behind the scenes. And this is at the highest levels.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. But to hear this story, not to put anybody on any pedestals, because we're all just men.
Everybody.
But it's good to hear that, you know, what people will understand about Billy Graham for the most part. Someone that worked with him as a young age had a good experience.
Yeah,
that goes a long way.
Well, they were so sincere and you know, genuinely, like, I drove these guys out in a golf cart into the stadium every night. You know, I would drive them to the stadium in a you know, usually in a minivan. We would drive, and I'm telling you, like, every time. These guys were just amazed that people showed up.
Wow.
And it was genuine. It wasn't like a false thing. Like, it was so real that they were just like, I can't believe all these people continue to show up all these years, you know, and then look at all these people standing out in line. A lot of times they want me to stop the van and just roll down the window, and they would just try and say hi to people.
Wow.
You know, they would just, and thank them for coming, just so sincere. And people ask me all the time, like, what was it, what's the thing you noticed most about them, or what do you think made them so successful? And other than just sheer anointing of God, the real main thing that I saw from them is each one of them was always trying to make the other two look better.
Okay, I like that.
That's kind of deferential, sacrificial, like, look, man, I don't need the spotlight. I want to spotlight you. You know, that was just amazing.
Wow.
You know, that you don't see a whole lot of today, right? There's a lot of ego. But those guys were built different.
Man, that's awesome. So you worked with them, and what was the next thing that you had an opportunity to do?
Well, I left international business before them. I left international business to go to seminary. Now, I knew I was called to ministry when I was 18.
Okay.
But I told God no.
I understand that as well.
I'm like, no, there are things about my lifestyle that are not compatible with ministry. Now, lots have tried to prove me wrong. But I was like, no, that doesn't seem right. So I was in international business and got called back to ministry. I was in a hotel room in Seoul, Korea. And felt, I mean, God just would not let me sleep one night.
Wow.
And I woke up and I just would open my Bible and start reading. And then I just as clear as day, it's okay, I've let you see all of this. It's time to
come back.
And so I called my wife at home, and so I called Teresa, and she said, "Oh, I've known that. I was just waiting on God to tell you." I'm like, that is so not right. And then I called Mom and Cliff, and they both said the same thing. Oh, we've just known. We were waiting on God to tell you. And I'm like, well, all right. So I went back, quit my job. I was the Asia Pacific sales manager, so I handled Asia and the Pacific Rim for what was at the time the second largest paper exporter in the U.S. So handling about $350, $400 million of sales a year, negotiating those contracts. I came back, and I was the youngest guy in the history of the industry to do that. But I came back and told my boss, hey, thanks, but I'm leaving. I'm going into ministry. First thing he said to me was the first thing I told God when he called me to ministry was, well, you ain't never going to get rich doing that. And I said, you know what? You may be right, but I think you and I define rich differently.
Well, that's true.
They kept me. He kept me in his office. This was a Friday afternoon at 3. I was in there until about 7:30. They got the CEO on the phone. They got everybody on the phone. Like, Tal, what do you need?
Right.
Do you need another membership? Do you need, what is it that you need? How much, do you need more money? What is it? And I'm like, no, guys, I don't need any of that. And they go, well, finally, we're just going to go ahead and tell you, like, we've been grooming you to take over Jack is your boss. He's retiring inside of a year, and we've already slotted you for that job. We're grooming you to take over this company.
Wow.
And I said, in today's corporate world, you can't promise that.
Right.
You guys don't know that. Here's the thing, guys. I appreciate it, and if I'm not in the true center of God's will for my life, I will know no joy, peace, or happiness.
Right.
I don't know how to tell you. You're just not it. And
so in that moment, based off of you struggling overnight, going in the next day, someone quit.
It was a couple weeks. I had to finish business and then fly back in.
I get it. I get it. But you had time to kind of figure it out and be strong about the decision you made.
Yeah. So I told them, and the CEO said, "Jack, let the kid go. He's crazy." And I said, "All right." I said, I'll stay on through the end of the year. I'll hand over all the relationships, because in Asia, that's very important. I'll do all that, and then I'm gone. And they said, okay. I had the senior VP out with me. I was out in Asia. He flew out to Hong Kong to meet me, was handing over some relationships. He flew out. It takes 30 hours from Savannah, Georgia, which is where we were. So he made the journey all the way out. We had faxes under our door the next morning after he landed and got there, saying, get back stateside, there are things going on.
Wow.
And so we flew back, and we got back to the news that there had been a letter from international paper to our company saying, you can cooperate or not, but by the end of the year, we will own your company.
Oh.
So it was a hostile takeover.
Okay.
Everybody I knew was out of a job.
And
they already had an Asia sales manager. They weren't going to give it to me.
Right.
So everybody was going to be out of a job. And so everybody that thought I was crazy was now asking me, what did you know? When did you know? Did somebody tip you off? Did you know this was? No, man, that's just God protecting me.
Wow.
That's what got us to Birmingham. We moved here to Birmingham to go to Beeson Divinity School at Sanford.
Sure.
So we got here. I never thought I would be in Birmingham, but we hadn't left, man. We've been here since '99.
Wow. Okay.
So
I got here like 3 years earlier, '96.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's been good. But so we did business. Then we got into. I got my MDiv at Beeson. Was working with Billy Graham. Planted a church. And was also working for Beeson. I was the director of external relations, which just means not teaching classes or counting money.
Okay.
So I did all that, but I planted a church, and it was a church for people battling addiction, particularly sex and porn addiction, because that is my thing. And so we started that.
So we got to go back. I know that's your thing. And that is your thing. But how did it get to be your thing, I guess is my question.
Because it had been my thing in a bad way for most of my life. Okay. So I told you I moved 14 times as a kid. You know, and one of those things, I got very adept at being a cultural chameleon. I didn't know who I was. I just knew who I knew you wanted me to be.
I get it.
Because I wanted to be accepted, right? And so that was a thing. When I was 8 years old, we moved from Seattle, Washington to Atlanta, Georgia. That is a bit of a culture shock.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit different vibe. So we got to Atlanta, and I'm meeting people in the neighborhood, and meeting kids and stuff, doing the thing. And I know, like, you look at me right now, and you think, athlete, right? I know.
Right. Exactly what I'm thinking.
I know. Same way as I look at you and think singer.
Exactly.
Is that?
I mean, you know it when you see it.
That's it, man. You can just smell it. It's just real. So, you know, I was never good at sports, but I wanted to be, you know, and all the things. But there was this moment where I knew I was accepted, and that is I was invited to the treehouse.
Okay.
That is the Oval Office of kiddom, right? When you get invited there, man, you are in.
Right.
So I climbed this ladder up into this treehouse, and I caught a look inside the treehouse, and I will just say that these guys had older brothers who decorated the treehouse in a somewhat different style than my mother would have.
Right. Because only kids go up into the treehouse.
That is right. It's just wallpapered with porn.
Wow.
I was 8. I'm 60 right now. I was 8. I can tell you what I was wearing.
Wow.
It was that
so
intense of a thing. When you view something like that, your brain gives you an amazingly potent cocktail of dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. Dopamine is how we experience pleasure. Serotonin is how we get that pleasant, content, relaxed sensation. And oxytocin is how we bond.
Right.
That's what's in a mother's breast milk. That makes mother and child bond. It's that. You also get it in sexual contact. If you're having sexual intercourse with anybody, and the studies show you get more oxytocin in a committed monogamous relationship than you do in a hookup. So it's very, very different, right? God's design, shockingly correct. So, I got hit with this dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and man, I was like, this is amazing. My dad, we had a good relationship at times and a tough one at others. And he got really mad at me one day. We were playing one-on-one basketball again. Athlete. So we were playing basketball, and I don't know, man, he must have had a bad week at work, something, I don't know. But like, he would not let me get a shot off. Like, he was just whack, just swatting everything. And I finally, because I'm 8, after about 10, 15 minutes, I just collapsed. He knocked one shot off into the shrubs and was walking over to get it. He turned around, saw me crying on the driveway. He lost it. And he reared back and he yelled. He said, "You are such a baby, and I don't even like you."
Wow.
And then he threw the basketball, hit me just dead in the face, knocked my head back on the concrete. My dad stepped over my limp body to go in the house.
Wow.
And so what did I do? I'm in great pain. I'm in distress. I'm upset. I jumped the fence and climbed the treehouse.
Get that hit.
Where there's pain, there's porn, man. It's that simple.
Wow.
And so.
Okay. Hold on now. Because a lot of people don't know that. I think that is a fundamental fact that is missing with people that have addiction.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times people only see the addiction. They don't see the pain.
Right. They don't see the pain, they don't see the anxiety, they don't see the trauma, they don't see the shame, they don't see the terror. There are 4 addictive neural pathways in the brain. Okay, they are arousal, numbing, deprivation, and fantasy. Okay, everybody's got these. Okay, it's just that addicts, we just drive deep ruts in them.
Okay.
So just think 4 highways running through the brain. Those are the 4. Arousal is to deal with pain.
To deal with pain.
Numbing is to deal with anxiety.
Okay.
And then fantasy is to deal with shame.
Okay.
And deprivation is to deal with terror.
All right, you're depriving yourself because of the terror.
Yeah, so it's an out of control way of being in control. Think of an anorexic, somebody who restricts their food. They're in complete control, but in a really out of control way. And so that's an addictive process.
Listen, people are not going to be able to watch this in fast mode. They're going to have to slow this down.
It's a little, I can speak like a fire hydrant at times.
So help me out with these 4 things, because I really want to, how does it apply to the different things? We use the anorexic one for the deprivation. For the numbing, which I think was 2 or 3.
Yeah, numbing's 2. Numbing, weed, alcohol, opiates.
Numb pain. It numbs the pain. So
but it actually is numbing anxiety. It's distraction from the anxiety.
Was the alcohol go into that one?
Yeah. Alcohol, so booze, weed, pain meds, opiates, heroin, fentanyl, all that. That's numbing stuff.
Numbing.
Yeah, and that's to deal with just kind of a core anxiety.
I got you.
Then there's numbing. There's arousal.
Arousal.
Arousal, cocaine, amphetamines, Adderall.
Uppers.
Anything that runs the system up. Nicotine, caffeine, processed sugar.
So with arousal, like what would be, people are getting aroused, it's kind of like, I just need to go faster. You say caffeine and sugar, that's arousal. That's just getting you up.
Processed sugar, 8 times more addictive than cocaine.
Oh yeah, brother, I know it. I'm addicted to it.
Yes,
I'm addicted.
Quite literally, it is the world's largest legal drug. It is 8 times more addictive than cocaine. From the moment it hits a taste bud, it is inside the center of your brain in less than 12 nanoseconds. It's crazy. Only thing we could do to make processed sugar more addictive is to vaporize it and smoke it. That's what makes crack more addictive than regular cocaine.
Because you can vaporize it.
You vaporize it, you smoke it. And so the smoke gets into the center of your brain faster than snorting the powder.
So we got one, which is arousal.
Arousal.
We got the numbing.
Then fantasy is the one we haven't talked about.
Fantasy, the fourth one.
Yeah, that is, that's to deal with shame. Think about LSD, acid, ecstasy.
Get you go into a fantasy or a different way of thinking for a little while. Just
My
disappear.
current view of reality is terrible. I need to change it. Wow. So here's the trick. Everything we do addictively also includes the fantasy neural pathway because it's all about escaping reality. A guy named Scott Peck said, mental health is a commitment to reality at all costs. This is lesson 1 for anybody with addiction, man. We got to commit to reality. We got to quit escaping it. We got to commit to reality. Take it what it is.
Commit to reality.
At all costs.
At all costs. And the cost is not to numb it, not to deprive it, not to be in fantasy world, and not to arouse it.
Yeah, not to distract through arousal or numbing, and all that.
I'm getting it, brother. It's soaking in. It's soaking in.
Yeah.
Because we got to set the plane for people that the foundation in this conversation for people to get free from some of this stuff. I don't want to like set the grounds for you to say, okay, because we're talking for a couple of minutes that people can get free. But I do think that when you open certain topics up, it doesn't take much for somebody to say what God pushing them and God giving the increase of them saying, man, I heard you guys talk about this. I saw myself in one of those things and I wanted to get better.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That being said, you had an incident with your father. Yeah. Went to a place where you can have your own freedom and to get arousal, and that started a scene for you, a battle for you for a while.
Yep. Years and years and years and years and decades, and so I was heavy into porn. And this is back in the day when it was print. Now it's all digital, and so it's so much more accessible.
Right.
Like what we're seeing with young people now is crazy.
Oh, it's crazy, brother.
And so much pain and hurt from it, and delusion and confusion. It's all of that. But it was print for me, and then I became very sexually active at a very young age. I started practicing what porn had taught me. Right. All of that, and it just became a thing. Now I was leading a double life because I've also been in church since I was a fetus. Ain't never been a time I hadn't been there.
Right.
And so it was this thing though where I'm like, oh man, I can't let anybody know this.
Right.
Because I was convinced that they would bring back stoning if I did, and I would be the first one. And I'm like, I ain't gonna be that cat. Like, no, I'm good. I'll just keep this to myself, But that's shame. Guilt and shame are two very different emotions. Guilt is a fear of punishment. That's about my activity.
Okay.
Shame is a fear of abandonment. That's my identity. If you know who I am and where I've been and what I've done and what I've thought about, you would not be in the same zip code with me.
Right.
And so I got to keep this from you. So I have to lie to you to keep you near me.
Right.
Like that's a trip. But that's where addicts live. You know, if you're talking with an addict, man, who's especially an active addict, and if they're talking, they're lying. I mean, it's just what it is.
Right. And I've heard you say that before, and I had to, because of some of the work I do in ministry, I'm reminded about that.
Yeah.
You know, even some of the addicts that want to get free.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that whole warning period, they want to, and they say the right thing, but it's really a lie. Because they can't act it out. They can't get to the next point. They can't come to church. You know, no matter how much they want to, coming there means they have to face whatever it is they got going on.
That and the shame, just the fear of walking into a room and being judged, figuratively stoned, all of that is so overwhelming that it's hard to walk in there because it doesn't feel safe. It feels like, no, somebody's going to find out and they're going to judge me and they will excommunicate me, shun me, reject me, whatever that's going to be. And so that's really hard to deal with. Also, I think there's a fair amount of conviction, you know, from the Holy Spirit that a lot of folk don't want to really feel. So there's a piece of that. My experience is it's mostly shame that keeps people out. That are people that are battling addiction. It's mostly shame that keeps them out. Now, a lot of them too have a lot of religious trauma. They got a lot of church abuse and church hurt out there. A lot of addicts, myself included. You know, there's a long line of sexual abuse for a lot of us, and some of that's happened at church, in church, by the church. And so that makes the church a confusing place to go for a lot of people that battle addiction. It's a real mix of emotion there that's hard because they can activate that trauma. When somebody has any form of like PTSD response, when they have that, they're not remembering what happened, their body's experiencing it real time.
Their body's experiencing, that is so true.
Yeah, so I do a lot of trauma work, and I've worked with combat vets. You know what, a combat vet who was in like the Middle East and his convoy drove over an IED, you know what they will not do? They will not drive under an overpass, will not do it, because that's when it happened. Wow. And so they plan their routes. They check it, make sure there's not an overpass. If there is one and it's got a ramp, they'll do that. But if they see an overpass coming they weren't counting on or didn't know about, or they're in the car with you and you driving and you didn't know, man, their bodies freak out. And then their brain goes, wait a minute, we're in Birmingham. There's not going to be anyone hop up behind that overpass and drop a bomb on us. We're fine. But their body's going, I ain't risking that. Like,
wow.
And so then the thought is, I'm going crazy. I can't say this to anybody. So they're trapped in this by themselves. It's brutal, man.
That is so interesting. And I'm slowing up because I want people to catch up with us, because this is some good stuff. I do have a question for you though, because I want to talk about you and your counseling. Do you remember the first time you counseled somebody and they got free? Like it was one of those things that you felt like, okay, God put you in the timeline where you can actually see the freedom happen?
You know, yeah. I don't know if I remember the very first, you know, but I've been traveling and speaking on this for a long time, and I had a show on Sirius satellite radio for a while, and we talked about this a bunch, and people would call in, it was live, and so speaking in a lot of places, I think there's a couple that stand out to me because actually both females that were really trapped, you know, in their addictive places, both suicidal, just on the end, just done, and in so much pain, and so freaked out and stressed. That I was able to, you know, God put me in a position to be able to talk with them. And one of them came to the church we were pastoring at that time, because it was for addicts and trauma, like that was our thing. and so she came there and was asking for help, and I was able to talk with her and do some really good work with her, not at a professional level, but at a pastoral level. And man, it's like she is just, she's doing great, man.
That's awesome.
You know, now she's married. She's got daughters and a successful career as a baker. She's doing great.
That's awesome.
And then you know, there was another one who was, you know, trapped in a world of just. There's a whole world out there a lot of people don't know about, man. There's a lot of them, but this one, she was trapped in one of those, and somebody told her about me, gave her my number, she called me, and I was able to direct her to some people that could help her, and I'm still in touch with her, and she's doing well.
That's awesome.
And a lot of guys, man, you know, Billy Graham has several kids, 5 kids. One is a daughter named Ruth. She was doing these large scale events, and so I was the speaker there, and it was about issues that the church didn't want to talk about.
Okay.
And so there was a bunch of us, and so I handled the porn and sex stuff, right? And you know, so many times at those, there would be people that would come forward and talk with me, and I was able to help them. And I told you about the prison in Angola, Louisiana State Pen, man. There's a guy, there's probably my proudest and also most embarrassing moment in ministry. They allowed me to bring a band in anytime I wanted to come. And so I bring a band in. I just want them to play rhythm and blues, man. Just do a concert for these cats, like, you know. And so they would do that, but then we would flip it into a worship set. Then I'd get up and preach. And but one of our trips, the guards were not big fans of us, and that was okay. It was fairly mutual, but so
I get it.
I got authority problems, so like everybody with addiction does. So the guard was the gate was holding us back. They wouldn't let us in there, so we were about 20 minutes late into this main camp chapel. Main camp chapel. So one of the other church bands got up there and they just started filling in until we got there. So they were doing a worship set. We came walking in and everybody was excited, you know, to see us down at Angola. They called me White Chocolate. So everybody's screaming, and we're having a great time walking down the aisle. Get to the front. It's this one cat, man. He was the editor of the prison magazine. It's called The Angolite. And I had done a lot of work with him, you know, on because porn is allowed in prison. It's black market currency. It's just how they buy things. So he had a real problem. We'd done a lot of work. We'd done groups, all the things. And dude, I'm telling you, I got down to the front row where he was, and I just put my hand on his shoulder, and he looked up. He bent down. And he wrapped his arms around my thighs, lifted me up in the air. It was a little frightening, you know, because here's a killer. But he lifted me up right as the band stopped, and he yelled, "I hadn't masturbated since the last time you were here."
Oh my God.
And I said, "Let me explain."
Oh my God.
Yeah, but I mean, those moments for me are just precious.
Does
man.
it feel like when you have those moments that God allowed you to justify some decisions you made, like to do that work? Does it justify it to you?
Help me out. What do you mean?
When you just feel accomplished, like this is what God called me to do, and I got a chance to witness it all the way through. Now, I'm saying that because I did youth ministry for a very long time. When youth ministry, you're planting seeds.
Right.
You really don't see that till later. Now, I feel vindicated, but my kids are 30 plus years old with families. You know, it was 15 years before, you know, I saw some of the fruits of that labor. But, and I'm asking that question just for you to be able to say, man, God used me in such an awesome way.
It's, you know, it's very confirming. And it's just, it's so nice to experience redemption at that level. Of that, like, look, I don't care where you've been and what you've done, God can and will use all of that. And you know, addiction is a terrible place to be.
It is.
I think this is people ask me all the time, like, what are y'all thinking when y'all are doing this? Like, what is wrong? What are y'all thinking? And I'm thinking, well, how the brain works. There's a middle part of the brain, and that's all you have making your decisions for you until your mid-20s. Okay. And so the midbrain makes all your decisions, and it does it based on one criteria. What's going to give me the most reward? Okay, so now think about raising your kids, and you'd be like, yeah, that's exactly what they did. Right. Because you're thinking, what are you thinking? Right. They're thinking, I made the decision, what's going to give me the most reward in the next 15, but it's in 15-second increments. Gotcha. So guess what? If I didn't get caught 14 seconds ago, I'm golden. I'm never going to get caught. Yeah. So that part of the brain makes all the decisions of everybody until your mid-20s. And then your frontal cortex comes online. Executive command and control functions, truth, morals, values, consequences, which is why I love it when people tell me, well, you just need to reason with kids. Good luck with that. Right. That is not going to get it done. They're not capable. And I'm sure all of our kids are brilliant and wonderful people, and they're stone idiots because it is not working. And so, but people of addiction, our frontal cortex goes offline, and we go back to this midbrain, and we're making all of our decisions based on 15-second increments. So no one saw me do this. No one can catch me. I'm never going to get caught. That's how we get here. So, because you think you're in the clear until the blue lights show up, right? And then you notice they've shut the water off, and then you're in trouble. It's a challenge, but that it's the way the brain's working. I mean, people of addiction, that's the thing, and so people that are around people of addiction. That's the important thing to get is, man, their brain's offline, man. They're not thinking. Don't ask what they're thinking. They're not.
So it was a long time that I personally didn't like people that were addicted. Yeah. I had a dad that was an alcoholic. Man, yeah. And I did not like not seeing somebody not in control. All right, not in control. And it wasn't till recently, in the last 5 years, I had a friend of mine, his name is Big Prophet. Yeah. Big Prophet was friends with DMX, the rapper DMX. And I witnessed their friendship and what Prophet was doing for him. On the outside looking in, for most people, you would think DMX was just an addict. Yep. A huge addict, he missed it. But if you know more about his story, similar to you, he was exposed at 14 years old with marijuana laced with cocaine or whatever. Yep. Automatic, he was addicted. He spent the rest of his life being mad at the guy that gave it to him. Like, why would you give that to a 14-year-old that now struggled the rest of his life? Literally did not want to be an addict. He didn't want to be an addict for real. He didn't want that. He wanted to be enjoy life. Just some of the conversations that Prophet shared with me and what he was trying to do with him, it just overcame him. Like he wasn't strong enough to get out of that addiction. That being said, that's a real person. And if I can have compassion to just knowing a little bit of DMX story, I should be able to have compassion to the addict that's walking around the street, and not just to say you need to clean yourself up. Because if it was that simple, right, I'm sure they would have done it, or at least tried really, really hard to clean themselves up. That being said, the way you explain it, because you go to the brain, because it is in the brain that a lot of this stuff is going on. And I'm hoping that people hear the other part of what you're saying, of making it so simple, because people will be in that level of shame. Oh yeah. I've been trying, I just can't, I don't have the discipline to get out. And there's more than having discipline. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if you have already, if your brain has been rewired for that. Right. Even trying to stop on your own, depending on what addiction it is. Right. Is not, in some cases, may not be warranted for you to do it alone, right? No, your brain's working against you. Right. And so there's the big debates, right? Of like, is addiction just a moral failure?
or is it a disease? And so those are the two big camps that everybody they war all the time. And I'm like, it's both. It's a disease of choice.
Gotcha.
Okay, it's the choice-making mechanism in my brain where this thing lives. You can't leave me alone to my midbrain, because it's not going to go well.
It's not going to go well.
In fact, the anonymous communities, 12-step meetings, what I think people miss about those, or what makes them work, is you go in that meeting, man, you were literally borrowing the frontal cortex of somebody else. If your midbrain's offline, you just need somebody to be like, no, that don't make any sense, man. Like, no.
I get it.
And so that community evolves and becomes this super supportive place of, hey, if you're in trouble, call me and borrow my frontal cortex. They don't know that's what they're doing, but that's what they're doing.
So let me ask you this question then. Because you're explaining it from the brain standpoint, which is being extremely natural. Is there a spiritual aspect to it?
I think so, because there is I think shame is a real spiritual battle at the end of the day. And we have to, the solution to addiction is always a spiritual solution. This was way back in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, the first crew that did this, this is a spiritual solution.
Okay.
People talk about generational curses and those things, and regardless where you are on that, we have proven genetic links to addiction.
Right.
Like if your dad was an alcoholic, so let me take your boys. There's a 78% chance that they can become alcoholics just because your dad's alcoholic.
No, I was in a 6th grade health class, and they talked about how these things were hereditary, right?
Hereditary, you got
hereditary. And dude, I never drank.
Yeah,
it's like I did not want to be what I saw at all. Yeah. Now, as an adult, I do understand that addictive nature is still there,
right?
Just in other forms.
Yeah.
All right. I may be addicted in doing something that people may say is positive, but my addictive nature to it is still wrong.
Yeah, you can be addicted to work, approval, shopping, all these types of things, that people think, well, that's fine.
So I'm saying that to say I'm still in the same boat.
Right.
I just don't do that. And I don't want it to come across as, oh, I don't have that problem. Thank God that I was able to make a decision and not be in a particular environment. So let me give you this one.
Go.
I think what I was exposed to at a young age was there for an example for me of what not to do.
Yeah.
Like personal, I know he struggled, so I saw my dad, biological father, struggle. So I had made a decision at a young age that I wouldn't do that to have that particular struggle. Yeah. I had some life struggles, but I learned that lesson to him.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if I had that struggle, all right, then I would pass that on to the next generation.
Right.
I passed some things on to the next generation.
Right, just not that.
Just not that.
Right.
I was talking to my kids the other day. They have that much of patience. That much of patience. Like, dude, y'all gotta get better. But guess who's at fault?
They learn it, man.
They learn it.
They learn it. Addiction is I firmly believe that if you get anybody, I don't care what the addiction is, what the struggle is, you let me sit down with them for a few minutes and let me find their pain, and I can explain to you whatever it is they do.
And I know in my situation, my father's father was his pain.
That's always
he had daddy issues.
Yeah, and back on the spiritual component, in 12-step communities, and I know a lot of churches and Christians get really nervous around this because a lot of the 12-step communities say higher power, and then they all get nervous. Well, aren't you going to say Jesus? And I'm like, just hold on. I firmly believe if you walk into the 12 steps, I don't care who you are, where you've been, what you've done, you're going to find Jesus waiting for you in the middle of it. Just keep coming. Okay. I ain't got to beat you over the head on the early. Just come on. Right. But so they talk in terms of higher power. What does that mean? If I got a higher power, I obviously have a lower power. My lower power is the addiction, and my lower power wants me dead. And my lower power is going to be the one that says to me, you ain't nobody, man. If they really knew who you were, man, they would not, Strick wouldn't be sitting next to you. Like all of these things, and those are messages straight from the pit of hell, man. They are about your identity, and it is an assault on your identity. And you are created, we are all created in the image of God. And so when we get that identity under assault, that becomes a problem. I tell people all day, man, like think about addiction like a tree. So here's the tree, right? So there are many branches on the tree. You got a porn branch, a booze branch, a weed branch, a cocaine branch, an Adderall branch, whatever you want. Well, what the church has wanted to do for a long time is like, well, hey, that's wrong. You need to quit do that. And so they tell you to saw the branch off. It's a tree. It's gonna grow back.
Right.
All you did was prune it. It's gonna grow back stronger. And while you wait for it to grow back, you're gonna check out some of these other branches. The deal is you have to deal with the tree, not the branch.
Got you.
So I got to get to the roots, but there's something in my way, and it's the soil. The soil is shame. I got to dig that soil away, expose the roots. In the roots, every time. Been doing this a long time, man. We are always going to find trauma and abuse.
Wow.
Always. Always. And so that's where a lot of the work is. That's why therapy is important. It's so
and that's
critical.
where your work comes in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, great segue, right? Right now, you're taking all of this knowledge because I'm soaking it up and I'm just not saying as much so everybody else can get this. I just want you to keep going. You actually now, your life calling for right now is to help people in these addictive areas, including the church, people that are working in ministry with addictions.
Yep.
Primarily sex addictions.
Yep.
And in your work, do you see that over time that this area is getting worse or more and more people are having problems in this area, or do you see it getting better?
It's getting worse. And that's largely thanks to the internet, the digital age. Like, here's the thing. You go back to that 15-second brain for a second. When I was in super active, I was in the analog world.
Right.
All right. I had to count on a magazine. I had to count on somebody leaving something somewhere. I had to count on being able to sneak into a bookstore, something, right? To find print. But now we live in the digital age. The digital age, like the analog world, there was time between me and stupid. In the digital age, there ain't no speed bumps between you and stupid.
Not at all.
You want to find something, Google bring it to you in 0.3 seconds.
Right.
And Google ain't judging it.
Right.
Google don't care.
Did not care at all. Man, that is so right.
And so it's anonymous. It's easily accessible. It's free now. Like you ain't if you paying for it, you don't know where to look.
Right.
So it's everywhere, and so I've got a lot of pastors on my caseload that I work with that are struggling. It's hard, man. It's hard work out there.
Because that's an instant dopamine hit.
Yep. And you think about the stress of ministry,
Right.
The stress of that, the anxiety that comes with it, the constant approval, because depending upon your denomination, man, they can vote you out on Sunday. They don't like you.
Right. The pressure.
Yeah, man. And so there's anxiety and rejection, the fear of rejection, which is shame-based. All that stuff just kind of builds.
It's not alcohol. It's not smoking. It's not marijuana or drugs.
It's porn, because it's hard to tell if somebody's doing that. Well, you got to go take a urinalysis. It ain't gonna show.
Right.
What you got? Yeah, you're not gonna blood test me and find out.
But it could still be just as devastating to a person's life.
I've had pastors look at me just dead in the face. I get this argument all the time because I'm like, well, we're probably gonna need to talk with your wife, man. Like this, like, oh no, that ain't gonna happen. And here's the line of logic. Listen, I know if she knows everybody knows, and if everybody knows, I don't lose my job, I lose my career.
Wow.
So I may as well wait until I get caught or found out, because I'm going to lose everything anyway.
Wow.
So I may as well wait. And so you have a minister, someone who believes in the gospel, saying, I'm not going to believe that.
Right.
And I'm not going to believe in sovereignty, and I'm not going to believe that God's got me, and I'm not going to believe in repentance, which is kind of important.
So how do you help somebody that don't want to get free?
I tell them one very simple thing: come back when it hurts enough, man.
Because it's like any addict, until they hit rock bottom.
Yeah, you can't. Like, it's just a thing. I've told so many guys, hey, listen, I can't believe this doesn't hurt enough. But it clearly doesn't.
Wow.
So you go ahead and go. You come back when it does. I ain't mad at you. I get it.
All right. So I think we've tilled the ground a lot. I appreciate you and the work that you do. Not just in the body of Christ, but period. Like, spending time with me today to be able to talk about this, for people to be able to get some freedom is a big deal. But you're doing this 24/7. Like, this is your life purpose. If someone's hearing this today and they need to get free, they want to talk to you, how can they get in contact with you?
So you call Insights Counseling Center, or go to our website, Insight plural, so insightscc.com. Our phone number, 205-903-8262. So call us, and we'll get to you. That's the thing. Go to a meeting. Go to a Sex Addicts Anonymous meeting. There's phone meetings. Anything that you're willing to do.
Right.
But call us. Go to our. We have a YouTube channel. Look for Tal and Teresa Prince, because my wife is in this work with me. And if you think that you are done, if your wife finds out, man, I'm telling you, you don't know what love is until you confess these things and then do the work to heal both of you together. And so I became a therapist, a counseling professor when I was getting my Master's of Divinity at Beeson. He said, you are the best natural counselor I've ever seen.
Wow.
You're in the wrong program. Get out of here, go get a master's in counseling. And I'm like, it's a little late. So I'm gonna finish this, but thanks.
Wow.
That guy, I relapsed years later. So I had a relapse, and he did my intervention.
Wow.
And he said, then, I want you to quit your job. I want you to go to treatment. I want you to then enroll in a master's of counseling. I've chased you for 13 years, man. 13, and he did, man. 13 years, this man never quit. And so he said, you are the best counselor I've ever seen. You're better at it than I am, and I've been doing it for 30 years. So this is what I want, and I believe in you so much that if you need it, I'll pay for it.
Wow.
And that man changed my world in that moment, and I went to treatment. My wife and I, so I came out and got my master's in counseling, so I got 2 master's degrees because I'm a glutton for punishment. And so started my counseling practice. A couple years after that, my precious wife got the bug, so she got her counseling degree. So she is there and working with betrayed partners, because the pain of a betrayed partner is unique and destructive. And it is amazing what they go through. They meet all the diagnostic criteria for PTSD out of the gate, except having their life immediately threatened, but sometimes that's there too. through domestic violence or through STDs, anything like that. So she works with betrayed partners and couples. I work with addicts, betrayed partners and couples. And we are both also sex therapists, because it's not enough to stop the unhealthy sex. You got to replace it with healthy, God-ordained, prescribed sex. Like, that's the thing. A lot of us get married thinking this will fix it. Right. I won't have this problem anymore because I'll have all the sex I want. Ain't nobody tell you it don't work like that.
It don't work like that. All right. So we've talked a lot today, and you really help people. People can contact you, but I do feel like I want to just take a moment and to allow you to say to somebody, if they're really in need, what they can do, like right now as they're watching this.
Man, if you're watching right now and you think this is you, I want you to know one thing, man. You're not gonna outgutter me, okay? You're not gonna get judged. You're gonna get helped. So reach out. There's a whole community of people that struggle with this. You're not alone. I can tell you this though. If you decide that you're going to try and beat this thing alone, you're going to end up beating it alone, and you know what I'm talking about. We've got you. We know the way, okay? God's not mad at you. He still loves you. He's already paid for this. It's all been paid for. You're not going to be punished. We've got you. You reach out, and we'll point you in the right directions, and we'll get you the help you want and that you need.
Thank you so very much. And thank you guys for watching.
Years ago, did you think this was gonna be your life?
I didn't have a clue.
Yeah. And the fact that we've been knowing each other for 30 years is insane.
Has it been 30 years?
Easy 30. I think I met you when I was 13, 14. I'm 43.
And I'm just like 29 though.
I mean, yeah. But okay, so I knew when you was in Mother's Yeah, but yeah, it's been about that long.
You know, we have another connection. I don't know if we ever talked about it.
What the?
Your connection to Opelika.
Oh yeah. You from Opelika?
Yeah.
That's crazy. My daddy folk from Opelika. I spent a lot of time in Opelika. A lot of time.
So you know Carver Street, right?
Yeah.
The little school right there?
My grandma, if you walked out the front door of Carver Street, walk out the front door, that's my grandma's house right there.
I understand.
White House right there.
So I was in the middle of the school. My house was in the middle of the school. White and green house.
Say word, my house is white and green on the end of the street. That's crazy.
Opelika, man.
That's crazy. Bro, that's crazy. Yeah. I literally, if you walked out in front of Carver and looked to your left toward that corner right there, it was like an orangey kind of color house on the very end corner. The white and green house right next to it, that's my grandma's house.
The one that had the fruit tree?
Yeah. Miss Tillman, that's my grandma.
She used to ask us not to get her.
Absolutely. Mean old lady, but yeah.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
We used to get there from here, right?
She wasn't gonna do nothing but fuss, but yeah. She was gonna fuss every time. But that's all she was gonna do was fuss.
That's Did you ever go further down the street where the dude had the dogs in the front yard that would chase you every time you got on the bike?
Down toward the track? Yeah. Yeah. That is, boy, that's a
small world, right?
That's really small though, Strick. That's like really small. I did not know that. That's crazy. Yeah. I literally spent many a summer down there.
That's what's up, man.
I remember when they first opened that Boys and Girls Club on the corner down there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. Small world. Man.
So I played baseball up there when I was a kid. And
yeah,
of course,
that field right there.
That's a football country down there.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to do.
I bet.
That's all I wanted to do. Let me get to where you are, because otherwise we're going to look different. Hold on, don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to come back.
Okay.
How's that look now, Jason? We good?
Yeah, that's good.
So I'm down home country too.
Yeah, man. That is, wow. That's of all the places to know about, most people don't even know what Opelika is.
Don't know where it is.
Yeah, I have to just tell them it's next to Auburn.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Like I call it like a twin city, you know what I'm
saying?
Yeah. And you went to Auburn too, didn't you?
Yeah, my freshman year. And then they lost the program that I was in. And so I transferred up to UAE, and then I transferred again with UAB. And my mama said, find something you like and stick with it. I liked college. So I just went to a bunch of them.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Strick City coming live.
So I was riding in the city, Birmingham. We were checking out this restaurant with my wife, and we were leaving out, and I just so happened to see somebody on a curb, like on the curb, just kind of just doing his thing. And I ran right into him, and I just asked the question like you should when you run into people that you know that you hadn't seen, hadn't called, but say, hey man, you mind come hanging out with me? And they said yes. But before I get an opportunity to introduce him, I want to tell you thank you. Thank you so very much for how you support the show. Like, you guys have been phenomenal. I mean, reaching out, the calls, the texts, the likes, the whole nine. You guys have been phenomenal as how you really supported Strick City Live. And shouts out to Birmingham, man. Y'all doing it big. And we got more to come. But I'm excited about today, because how many of you guys know somebody in the city that's won a Grammy? Okay, how many people in the city do you know that has written for people like J-Lo? Like, you know, that has 3 Grammys, not just one, but 3 Grammys. I think it's cool because I've known him for a very long time. And it's awesome to be able to have the kind of relationship to where you can see somebody grow and support them and, you know, don't want nothing but the best for them. Oh, I love it.
I love that.
I love it.
I do too. I love that.
And, you know, whether his beard is black, gray, or pink, he's my dude.
That's up.
The one and only Pink Beard.
How you feeling, bro? Good to
I'm
see
great,
you.
man.
Good to see you.
Good to
man.
see you.
Good to be here. Man.
Hey, man, you done grown up.
Something like that. Grown out or something, you know. Getting old, but I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
Man.
You look younger. You growing down.
No. I shaved my beard because it is gray. I be strict gray beard.
I love that.
You know, I'll be gray beard as the artist.
Yeah.
But no, man. I appreciate you saying that. We all, you know, we trying to do what we can do, right?
You looking good, man. I mean that. You looking great.
So I always thought, you know, I was doing radio, and you know, they say most times people do radio because they have the face for radio. I always thought I had the face for the Tizu.
Hey, you're looking good out here, man.
Man, I appreciate
Yes,
it,
sir.
man. So it's a pleasure to be able to do this, especially when it lends to an opportunity to speak to somebody like you.
Man, thank you.
Yes, I've known you for a very long time. I thought it was 15. You corrected me, said it may have been 13 years old. Man, were you really playing like piano in the church at that age?
Yeah. I started playing for my first church at 10. And then by the time we met, I was just starting to rap.
10?
Yeah, I was minister music at 10. By the time we met, I was 13, 14. I had just started rapping with Snipe and D, and we was a little rap group.
Yeah,
man. So I was
man.
like 13, 14. Matter of fact, I had to be 13 because I hadn't even made it to high school yet. I wasn't even in high school yet. So yeah, I was like 13.
Man, I just, for me, because I remember, there's a picture I got somewhere of you and Sniper together. It was before Sniper had braids. He had the brush cut, the whole nine, man. And I think back to those times, because it's been so long ago. I'm like, what were we doing? We were in somewhere in North Birmingham doing an event for somebody's church.
Yeah.
And y'all was in there rapping, I was hosting, and, you know, we didn't have a clue.
Not a clue.
We didn't have a clue. You know,
But we had good times. That's what's important.
we did
man.
have good times, and I think at that time it was probably for me, and it had to be for you guys, the most purest of just doing what you want to do because you were kids.
Yeah.
You know, we want to rap. We putting these rap together. I wrote this, and we're gonna do it. Snipe,
Making beats and playing. Yeah,
Come
man.
on, man.
Yeah, man. That
It was so pure. And then
Yeah.
I get this opportunity later on in life to see you like just blossom into yourself as an artist. Like the first time you came out, I was like, man, I know you could rap. And I don't think people equate rapping to writing. But if you're doing your own raps, you are writing those things.
Down, yeah.
And if you are doing it the right way, you know, they resonate with people. And what you've done has already done. But I just think all of you guys were like super talented. just never knew that you were superstar talented.
Man, to hear that from you means the world to me, man. Coming up with those guys with Snipe and D and Tasha and Lynn, shout out to the DK family.
Yeah.
For sure. I was really thankful for Birmingham in general because they let a group of 13, 14-year-old kids just kind of find their way.
Explore it out.
Yeah, explore it. And we would, at the time we were doing gospel rap, and there was a lot of places that wouldn't let us in because we were doing gospel rap. And then there was certain places like, oh yeah, come on in. And, man, they allowed us to experiment with sounds and, rhythms. And yeah, we was writing all that stuff ourselves, man. I had been writing songs though. My mom says I wrote my first song at 3. I don't believe that, but I did write my first song at 5. That I remember.
That you remember.
That I remember, and I wrote it for our children's choir at Great Emmanuel Temple Holiness Church, and I'd been writing songs ever since, man. And
that's just phenomenal to me. Phenomenal.
Thank you.
But I believe, and I was going to save this for later on in the conversation, but you are so much of a thinker. Like, to me, this is what I want to say. For what I know about you over the years, because, okay, you had your own success as a writer. You then began to write, and I don't know what you call executive produced artists as well under the Motown label.
Yeah.
And as you were doing that, so you have success, personal success, and then success in the industry with people. You have your Grammys, and now you're kind of like at a place. This is what I would call it. You're at a place to where you're not really tied to anything. To me, you got outside of the matrix.
In a lot of ways, yes. Yeah, man. When you come up as a songwriter in Birmingham, keep in mind you're young and you don't know how industry works, and you said it best. You're just kind of doing it because you love to do it, and not really making no money doing it. And I didn't even know like what it meant to be in the industry, and so you have like a local success, right?
Right.
I remember the first time I dropped the album. I had my first album with my dreads, and I don't remember where I was. I think I was like on Green Springs or something, and I ran into a lady who had on a t-shirt with my face on it. And I was like, what? This is crazy. That was my first time ever seeing somebody with a t-shirt with my face on it. Because I don't remember her being at the show or nothing. I was just like, wow, you got it. And that little piece of like success, it's like, okay, that's something you can do. And then linked up with my man, Mike Warren. We ended up writing a song that made it to Jennifer Lopez, and that kind of just, okay, I can be in the industry, right?
Yep.
And I got in the industry, and I say this from the bottom of my heart. A lot of people have a lot of bad things to say about the industry.
Right.
But I fell into some really good hands. The people that I met out there were, of course, they're opportunistic. Never, you got to make some money some kind of way. But they never did me dirty. They saw
contracts was right.
Contracts was as good as they could be for what I had. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's like, okay, I went in and did my work. Had some success with that as a writer. I tried to do some stuff even as an artist then, but my label situation didn't really agree with what I was trying to do artistically.
Gotcha.
And that's no disrespect to those people. Love them to dearly. It just at the time they just didn't quite understand what I was trying to do. And a lot of label work is about alignment.
Right.
Right. It's a timing thing. It's an alignment thing.
It's a team thing.
Team thing. What's your team like? So it just didn't align that way. But the opportunity taught me a lot about just the way it works and things that you need. And I had gotten to a point, I had some success in that. Again, I've been nominated for Grammy 6 times. I won 3. As a songwriter, I can say.
I said it in my intro.
Yeah.
But dude, you got 3 Grammys, nominated 6 times. Being nominated is a title all on its own.
Yeah.
So for people that don't understand, like being nominated for a Grammy is a big thing. Like you can say Grammy nominated artist, whether you win a Grammy or not, like making it to that second phase, because my wife, she's trying to get there. And we understand just getting it to the second ballot is something all on its own.
It's on its own, yeah.
So to have that done 6 times and then walk away with 3 Grammys is a big deal.
It's a big deal.
And I'm going to get back to that because I really want to ask you a question about how Birmingham supports you and all other kind of stuff with all of these things. That being said, I want you to finish the story, though.
Okay. So, got to that point of success, and honestly, man, it had gotten to a point where the music industry shifted, right? It moved from more of a publishing thing, and I don't want to get into the thing about that, but it went more from publishing to masters.
Okay.
And as a songwriter, you don't really get masters money.
Right.
So I was like, okay, well, if the money's on that side, I'm on this side, I need to figure out how to get on that side. And so initially what I was going to do was I was just going to find an artist and executive produce them. Right. Because I understand that.
That's what you have done.
Yeah, I've done that before. But the industry was shifting so fast that it was like labels didn't want to sign that kind of stuff anymore. Right. They really wanted people who would get out and do it themselves and yada yada. And I was like, I went to the Grammys for my last nomination. Well, not my last, but the nomination before this one. So I went to the Grammys to support the Halley's Angel. I got nominated for Best R&B Song for Halley's Angel. So I went, but I went for the whole thing. Normally you just go for the TV portion, but I went for the whole thing. And so I sit there and I see Americana roots music, and I'm like, yeah, that feels right. Right? Like that's saying something to me. Okay. Yeah. Like that's what I like. And so I told my manager that night, I was like, I think I want to get back to making home music. I think I can do that. And he said, that's a lot harder than it looks. And I was like, not when you're from there, it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like this is second nature to me. Like this is really what I know. And so he's like, all right, well, if that's what you say you want to do. So I decided that I wanted to, get back to home, because home, like Birmingham as a place, is so special. Right. It's so special, and if it just has a heartbeat and a feeling and a rhythm of its own, and if you don't come see it, I can't even explain it to you, because we're not the biggest city. Right. But it's a great place. It's country enough, and it is hometown enough. But you got some opportunity. It's been great, man.
So I'll say this, because you had an opportunity this year to work with PMJ. You guys did a concert together. Yeah. And I will say, with his success, we've seen where in the past you would have to leave, like you went to LA, leave to actually make a name, to be in the industry, to be taken serious. Like, we're not in any top market at all for anything here in Birmingham. But he's shown that you could be in Birmingham and still have a notoriety, national notoriety as a artist. Like he's shown that. And you are here. Like being pink and fly out from Birmingham to go anywhere you want to, right?
Yeah. Well, not without TSA, but shout out to federal workers.
They're making it hard, man. I got to go tomorrow, man. I'm hoping it's not too bad.
Man, my prayers on the job.
Thank you.
But yeah, man. First off, shout out PMJ. Man, a good brother and just a hard-working man. A hard-working man. I feel like it's being a preacher is already that's a job in itself. It is, and people already. But he shows you that he still go out and work for his. You know what I'm saying? He not just out there just taking up folk. He gonna go out there and every dollar he make. I love the fact that he can show you what he did to do it. You know what I'm saying? He's not just out there mooching off people. So shout out to PMJ for that. But yeah, the internet made the world a stage. Right. And I think when I first moved, this was like right when that transition was really happening. And I didn't really know how to use the internet like that. Like I'm still not a techie. I mean, I'm getting
But you
better
were definitely trying. Boy, you were trying. Like I have never seen somebody spend so much time talking to their audience and having a community like you did. Like through the pandemic, man, you were just doing it.
I was just doing stuff. But that's when I really that was about 2020 when I had really kind of locked in, okay, the internet is my friend. Before that, I treated the internet more like just a place to go get information. Right, just like a place to go get information. Right. And Facebook was really helpful. Birmingham really helped me get comfortable, just like look at the camera. Gotcha. Right, say something to the people. You might not know this about me because I'm only comfortable on stage.
I didn't know that.
Oh, I'm really an awkward person. Like I tell people all the time, the hardest sentence for me to say is "Hello, my name is." Wow. I get so intimidated by new people. But once you know me, it's bucket of fun. Yeah. But like that first initial hello. Hate that. So stage is really comfortable for me because I never have to introduce myself. Someone else is going to introduce me.
Boy, let me tell you something, man. You know how to work that stage. Man, I just feel like all the stuff when you were younger that you did, like being able to see you in major like performances on a piano, just singing your heart out, man. I remember the time you were here, you did Old Car Heaven.
Yeah.
And I got a chance to witness you do When Thugs Cry.
Oh yeah.
Man, I've known you for a while, so it's not that you take anything away from any artist. But I was like, wow, man, that guy got it.
Man, thank you.
That guy got it. And then I just say, you're one of those kind of people I mentioned earlier. I feel like you're outside of the matrix because so many of us, and I can make it an individual thing, when you're tied to other people, other organizations, you can only say so much.
True.
Sometimes you can't be so honest because you have to play, and it's my personality, to kind of play both sides, so to kind of be neutral. But you have the ability, you have the resources to be able to say what's in your heart. Yeah. And man, I just think that's the most liberating thing you could ever have. Right, wrong, and indifferent.
Right, wrong, and different. My mama told me that. My mama taught me that. She said, if you got the mic, you might as well say what you think is important. And that shout out to my mama, but she's always told me that. If you got the mic, you might as well say what you think is important. And if they don't like that, then be prepared to leave. Right? Like you say what you need to say and pack your bags.
But also learn that most people that are liked or that can be the most popular are somewhat polarizing.
Yes.
To the fact that you like them or you don't.
Yeah.
It just so happens that the people that like him support him. Yeah. So much to the fact that Birmingham is just now going country.
Yes.
Come on, man. How you gonna do a whole concert in the city and everybody's wearing hats and boots? They weren't wearing hats and boots in 24.
They weren't doing that, man. But shout out to Birmingham for supporting me like that, man. It moved my first show when I did back in January. My first show I did in January, I was like, man, I don't know how this is gonna work out. I was really looking for a little venue to hold, like maybe but first I was just gonna do it for like 25 people. I was just gonna do a little thing out of my neighborhood. And then like the support just kept coming in, and before you knew it, man, we were at Regents Park, bro.
Like, I know.
Like, what is this, right? And people was wearing cowboy hats and boots, and I'm like, okay, Birmingham, like, okay. And this whole movement, let me say this, I'm trying to figure out the best way to say this. It's weird. You know how you say you from Opelika, right? Sometimes, like when I hear the word Opelika, it just, Opelika. It make you feel good.
Yeah.
Cause it's like, wait, how you know about that? Right? I didn't think nobody even knew about that little place, right? And so when you hear somebody else that nobody, you're like, oh, like you feel a certain connection. And I feel like this new kind of move back towards country music feels like that to me.
Got you.
Cause, bro, 80% of the black people in America live in the Southeast.
Right.
And most of us don't live in Atlanta or Birmingham or Nashville. We live in
Rural
Lochapoka and the Smith
what
Station.
You know about poker?
Lochapoka. You got to be from down there to know that. You got to know about Lochapoka. You from Snow Hill, Camden, Wetumpka, right? So most of us, you know about back roads and creeks, but for so long, you've been almost ashamed to sing that you knew that.
Right.
You had to tell people that you knew the projects or that you knew the club. But most of us, that's not how we really live, man. Most of us just good old church folk that, get out and go fish with our daddies every now and then, right? So it's something that's really inviting and like welcoming to when you hear that back.
That's true. That's true. And Birmingham has a way, like since I've been here, I think I got here in 96, 95, 96. And, and it never, like, it's a magnet. Like I could have went to Atlanta, man. I just thought I would have been 10 times bigger artist or DJ if I went to Atlanta. I just couldn't.
Welcome home, man.
I couldn't. I'm just here. I'm a Birmingham boy now. Yeah. Like I remember when I thought Birmingham was a big city. Come from over
like it is. Come from over like it is, man. But Birmingham it's got that thing, and it's like right at the button, right? Because it is people that's gonna come through from, Tuscaloosa and Vance, and because this is the city, right?
This is the city.
But right at the edge of it, man. Once you get to Hueytown and Dolomite, you back out there, right?
Yeah.
And so it's Morga. Once you get out there, you realize just we just the fancy cousins, right? Like, but it's been great. I say that to say one of the things that kind of egged this on remember when you first heard Nelly? And he was like, yo, that's a hit record. And I don't know why it's such a hit record, but something about that I like, right? And he was just embracing those like just literal country grammar. He was embracing that, right? And
from St. Louis.
Right, he from St. Louis, middle of Missouri, right? And then when you heard Lil Nas X do that Old Town Road, it was like, something about that really works. There's something about that. I can't quite put my hand on it. And then you heard Shabuzi do it. You're like, there's something about that really makes me happy. I can't. But it's because it's so relatable. You from them places, you drove them roads, you know that feeling. You just hadn't heard it in so long. Like when you hear the word Opelika, you hadn't heard it in so long. You're like, man, I like that. You know, and so that was what called me back to it.
So when I was growing up, man, this had to be middle school, so 6th, 7th, 8th grade. One of the biggest songs at that time was a country song. And I'm talking about everybody. And Opelika was like, all the kids was singing this country song. So just because we knew rap was big or whatever, I mean, we still had those influences.
Absolutely. Because you go to the gas station. You've been to a truck stop, right?
You go in.
Yeah, and then go to college, right? When I went to a bunch of colleges. But at Auburn, you was destined to hear. At Alabama, you destined to hear, you know, and you go out on them lake trips and, right, like, that's the thing, though. We kind of got walled off from it in the city, but the moment you get on the road, you start taking them road trips, man, you pull into them gas stations, you go see your cousins, and, you know, you're like, okay, yeah, this is a thing.
It's country.
Yeah.
That being said, this album, like the theme, like what you were thinking about when you were writing it, you know, did you write it all at one time? Tell me the details on this album that you've made.
Okay. Well, it started off, I was writing some songs for somebody else, right? Like I won't say the artist, but I was trying to send this person some songs. And I used to smoke. I quit smoking about a little over 2 years ago now. No, almost 2 years ago.
Okay.
And, you know, I had been smoking for years, and my voice had got to sound like a truck. And so about 6 months later, I started writing these songs. So I'm cutting these little demos and sending them off. And every time somebody would call me back and be like, yo, who that singing? And I go, that's me. And they'll say, you should do this yourself. And I thought they were saying,
we don't want it.
We don't want it. But then I kept listening to it, and I played it for my girl. And she was like, oh, these are really good. Like, you really should do this yourself. And I was like, I got this great beard.
You're like, you passed that. You're
Yeah,
like,
I'm heavy.
I'm
I'm 80 pounds heavier than I am now. Like, I can't do this. And then I sent it to my man, my producer friend, Oak, and he was like, nah, man, my wife said you should do this yourself. And she hates everything.
Wow.
And so I'm like, okay, right?
Wow.
And so I had like 2-3 songs. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to do this. But my plan was to not treat it like a songwriter. I wanted to treat myself like an artist. So I didn't just go to the studio and start writing. What I did was I just drove around, and whatever hit me, I just sung it into my phone.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So most of this stuff, like that song, Mine, Lord Willing, I literally wrote that song walking through the airport in Atlanta on my way back to California. Right. So she smoked that California, but she from Alabama, and she wanna go shopping and get crab legs in Atlanta. That's just cause I happened to be on my way from Birmingham in Atlanta on my way to California. So I'm just humming that in my phone, you know. And as I'm on the flight, I'm getting little pieces of Mine, Lord Willing, boom. So I didn't try to sit down and write it at one time, but once I started,
it was coming right out.
Yeah, I was waking up in the middle of the night. I wrote. I was laying in my bed. Once you hear this whole project, you're gonna hear like 1:15 midnight or 11:45. You're gonna hear those numbers a lot on this project, cause I just be laying in the bed and it hit me. I wake up 45 past midnight. So it was just like I wanted to just let it breathe until.
My wife writes like that too.
The best way to do it.
Yeah.
Don't force it.
Keep a phone the phone's always by the bed, but she'll just get up and sing it.
Yeah, sing it. You know what I'm saying? That's the best.
And go back to sleep.
The inspiration, you don't.
Or you might forget it.
You're gonna forget it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I've been writing songs for so long that like I don't really write songs. I never write them. But like I got this little rule about them. If I don't remember it, to me, it probably wasn't that good. Yeah. Cause you won't remember it if I couldn't even remember it.
That's right.
So I try to like I put a little piece on my phone and then I hum another part. And once I remember it, okay, I like that. All right, now let me do it in the phone. So it was one of them kind of processes. Just like, but I probably wrote. It's a 14, 15 song album. I wrote it in about 2 weeks. About that.
Did you write any more than what made it? Did you like cut some songs out?
One song that didn't make it. One song. But I'm gonna actually go, because this EP was supposed to be a part of the album, but I might just make it a body of work itself and then replace those 5. I'm kind of looking forward to that, as a matter of fact. I feel like it's some more things I want to say.
Now you got some more experiences coming out as this, and you got some things you want to say. To be honest with you, when I saw the Pinkbeard thing and I heard some of the music coming out, first of all, man, you and Des, man, oh my God. Let me tell you something, man. That I love creative people. It's kind of like, you know, I always thought when I was a kid I was a jock. I played football, but I love creating, man. And more than just in one way.
Yeah.
And so to see what he was able to do, like what you guys were able to do together, because there's one thing about being able to perform it, sing it, and write it, but when somebody else can help you bring it to life, you can't do all of that.
You can't do it all.
You can't do it all, but what he has is another creative eye, and it just ain't a simple creative eye. This guy is another genius. So you guys working together, man, I just think that it added, but I first initially when I saw it, I was like, man, he's trying to get attention so he could write for people. Like I thought you was just trying to get into country music as a writer. And you know, cause that works too. Like if y'all don't think I can do it, let me release a couple of songs and show you how I can go up the charts. And my phone will be ringing.
True. But as a songwriter, I have been extremely blessed. It ain't too many rooms in the world that I can't get in. And I say that in all humility, but it ain't too many rooms that'll kick me out. This was more or less, I did this pink beard thing because, you know, again, my beard was black and white. And I was like, you know, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna hop out here and do this. And again, laying in my bed, some guys came, I was having a birthday party for a friend of mine back home, back in LA. And she had some pastors, twin brothers. They do fashion out in LA, but they moved to, they do fashion in LA, they're from New York. They had this color in their hair.
I got you.
And I was like, man, I really like the hair color. I used to, you know, I had dreads, I had all kinds of color. I was like, man, if I still had hair, I'd do it to mine. And they was like, you do got hair, it's just on your face. And I was like, what?
And that was it.
That was it, right? And so I was like, I'm gonna do that. And they laughed about it. And I was, okay.
Done.
I'm doing it. Bleached it. And once this was kind of my kick out of the nest. Because once you do this, you got to do something. You can't turn around, right? Now you just look foolish, right? So you got to have a reason for it because you know people going to ask, and you got to have something to say when they ask, right? Like, why is your beard pink? Right? Because
I'm
blah, blah, blah. I'm Pinkbeard, and this is my best silly mistake ever. You know what I'm saying? But it's been great because this did kick me out of the nest. Now you got to go lose some weight. You got to make sure you don't go back to smoking. You got to make sure you're eating right. You got to make sure you take this serious. You got to make sure that your vocals are right. You got to put a band. You got to do some visuals. This has been my coach.
Wow.
Right. Like you got to do it because you look like this. They're gonna talk about it.
Right.
Got to give them something good to talk about. Otherwise, you're gonna be the butt of every joke.
A couple of months ago, you were in, I think it was Tennessee, and you ran into a sheriff that has a pink beard too.
That happened just a couple of weeks ago. I saw the picture about a month ago. Sheriff Brunson down in Macon County, Tuskegee.
No way.
The picture popped up on my Facebook page because somebody tagged me in the picture. Check this out. This guy got a pink beard. So I'm like, oh, I got to be this dude for Halloween because what's the odds, right? Lo and behold, just a week and a half ago, I'm at Duluth Trading Company out in Hoover. He in the Duluth.
No way.
What are the odds? I'm like, what? He looked up at me. I was like,
he knew who you were.
He had heard who I was because one of his deputies down there had told him about me once he dyed his beard pink. But he dyed his beard pink just to support for breast cancer.
I got you.
Right. And so his deputy, he was like, man, I heard about you, blah, blah, blah. And I had just seen him. I had just bought the outfit to be him.
No way.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I loved it.
So far, let's get back to the music. So far in the music that you've released, how has it gone? Now, I've seen over the months that you've been doing this, I've seen you release all kind of stories from country music support, from country music halfway support, they like you, but, don't really show your picture, all that kind of stuff. How has it really been for you as an artist doing country now?
It's been the best time of my adult life. Nashville is a city that's built on country music,
right?
And you know, no different than you can't just come to Alabama talking football.
Right.
You gotta know football.
Right.
You know, and the same thing is true about country music in Nashville. If you gotta show me that you mean it,
Gotcha.
right? And so Nashville has been actually really kind in a lot of ways, but cautious.
Like you have to pay your dues.
Gotta pay your dues, and they gotta know that you mean it.
Gotcha.
They gotta know that it's authentic. Right. I remember the first time I went to some meetings in Nashville, even before I, took off, like before I started moving myself, I went around to some labels and just like playing them stuff. And every meeting, somebody's gonna look up and say, "This is so authentic," right? Because I think they thought it was gonna be
like a gimmick thing.
Right.
You're gonna try to mix some pop into
it.
Yeah.
No. This is country music, man, and it's authentically Birmingham though. Like right. Like it sounds like where I'm from. It feel like where I'm from, and again, shout out Nashville. They've been very open minded, but still cautious because they you don't want to accept somebody into the fold if it's just a fad, and I get that.
Right.
Hip hop don't always live by that rule, but the country music, they're very much, hey, we got a thing,
Right, it's a real community there.
Yeah, it's a real community, and shout out to them for that. For good, bad, and different. That's what it is. So, well, other than that, though, in reality, man, this transition has been spectacular, bro.
Man, I'm excited for you because I'm really expecting more out of you. Like I'm ready for what's the next thing, I'm
gonna send you a little link when we leave out of here so you can hear the project. It's incredible, and I'm not just saying this. It's incredible. It's really good. Like, I'm really proud of this.
Man, I love all that you've released so far. I love your willingness to really get out there and, number one, galvanize your community first. Because it's nothing like, it's what you would tell an artist to do. Hey, let's do the groundwork. Let's see if this works. Let's go home. Let's take you to your home. And see if the people around you would kind of get around this. And how has Birmingham really supported you?
Birmingham has been, people say all kinds of silly stuff about Birmingham. Man, Birmingham don't support their own, blah, blah, blah. I've never had that problem in this city. And even now it's even crazier. Like, it's been so crazy. It's been so crazy to like, go outside, and kids as young as 4 and elders as old as in their 80s and 90s.
Right.
Man, just like, man, I love what you're doing. I support what you're doing. And they're not just saying that, they buying tickets.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're buying tickets. They're hitting that share button. They're hitting that like button for me. And that goes a long way. Because being an artist, you're a salesman in a lot of ways, but you never want people to feel like you're a salesman. Right. And so the only way to not feel like a salesman is for word of mouth to kick in.
People talk about it.
Yes, right. Because otherwise, I got to come tell you about it. And don't nobody want to hear, hey man, listen to my CD. So man, check out Stream My Music.
Right.
So, but when somebody else does that for you, it goes a long way, man. And so the community. That's why I came home. Really, I was like, if this is gonna work at all,
it's got to work there.
It's got to start at home.
So you did a concert first with PMJ,
Yeah.
two of you guys. Well, your own concert, then a concert with PMJ. And this is all stuff that you galvanized the community here in Birmingham.
Yeah.
And the last event you had was with Chrisette Michelle and Twister?
Twister. Yeah, man. Yeah. What? Like what? Yeah. Twister actually reached out to me like when I was first starting to drop videos. He hit me up and he was like, bro, I really like what you're doing. And you'd be surprised at like how my DMs worked. People would hit me up, crazy people, just like Timberland hit me up, Snoop hit me up, Scarface hit me up, and I'm such a big Scarface fan.
Aren't we all, man?
Bro, what? Ghetto Boys. Busta Rhymes, like you couldn't even imagine what my DMs looked like. And
these are people you met before or hadn't met
never
before?
met them in my life. Because I was in the pop side of the world.
Right.
So I wasn't rocking with a lot of rappers. Nothing against rappers, but we just didn't work together a lot. But they were so kind, man. Hey, man, I love what you're doing, bro. Project Pat. Okay. What? Like what? Anyway, but people just hit me. I love what you're doing. Blah, blah, blah. Keep putting on. And so when I got ready to do this show, I was like, I got to do something for home to make people, want to come out. It's classic weekend. You got to give them a name or something. And so Chrisette and Twister was like, yeah, man, love to do it. And what? Like, y'all are opening for me? Like, it's an honor even for me to, if I was opening for you, I'd be honored.
Right.
But for them to say, yeah, I come over for you. Insane.
That's crazy.
Insane,
man.
bro. Yeah. And what a night, too, man. We had such a good time that night.
And Birmingham showing love. Is there anything like you would say, hey, Birmingham, could you do this for me? Is there anything in your mind like you wish like Birmingham would do that we can kind of surround you even more?
All I can ask, man, is just keep being yourself. I like Birmingham because Birmingham is brutally honest. If they don't like it, they're gonna let you know they don't like it.
Let you know.
Right? And if you do like it, be just as brutally honest about liking it.
Got you.
Right? That's all I really can ask, man. Birmingham is a great test market, and I don't want to call it test market, but like a great place to start something.
Right.
Right? Because we're gonna tell you that ain't it, Chief. That ain't it. Or hey, I like that.
Like
and
that.
That's what happened to PMJ. Right?
Yeah.
Birmingham got behind it. They loved it.
Yeah.
They came and galvanized around it, and now.
Oh my God.
Right? Like
another stratosphere.
A different world. And I get a chance to talk to them every now and then. I can't do nothing but say, man, I'm so proud. Like I can't do nothing but say
that's what I say too. I'm sitting in a seat a special seat because yes, I was a DJ. And being a DJ, of course, people always think national artists, but my heart was always for the local artists.
Yes, sir.
And then for those local artists to just do some things and just explode with it. I'm just at awe, and I get a chance to, with my wife, I get a chance to be and walk with a artist and see like all the ways of how it really works, the work that gets into it. People think that, I'll give you this one, people think that it's all cool when you travel. I mean, y'all going everywhere, but when you have to be at the airport, as often as we have to, it is not like people going on vacation. You go to the airport because you're going on vacation. Yeah. That's another type of feeling. Yeah. But when you go into the airport because you got to go to Philadelphia and then you got to go here, you got to go there, it's just different. Not that it's bad because she is living her dream and I get to live in that dream with her, man. It's just the coolest thing, man. Beautiful. It's just the coolest thing.
And imagine when you don't even get to go to the airport, where you have to just go get a 15-passenger van, pull that seat out the back, link you a trailer to it,
and just go.
Put a bunch of grown men in there
and just go.
And go, man. But it's a blast because you're hanging out with guys you love and you're playing music that you really love, and this, sometimes you make some good money. Sometimes you do. Right. Sometimes the trip was the money.
Right.
But hey, you get a chance to go meet some new people and make some new smiles, and that's another reason why I'd be glad to be in Birmingham, because I don't have to pay for hotels and I don't have to pay for hotel. Dinner tonight I can go to Michael's.
Right.
But yeah.
And you mentioned it, man. We got to talk about that too. Like if people are in Birmingham, we always got a place to go to eat.
Hey, always come see me. I feed you if nothing else. My grandma always said, "Good man, at least feed you." So I always be at least that good. I can feed you.
So Michael's.
Yeah.
Tell them where it's at if they don't know.
I'm at 1525 First Avenue South. I'm right across the street from Railroad Park, right next to Regents Park. I'm in the Negro Baseball Museum, right there, Southern League.
Good eating, good atmosphere,
good
love
family.
it. You know what I like best when I go over there?
What's that?
I get a chance to see your mom.
She's a dog.
Yeah,
she's a dog. Make sure y'all go meet her. That's the lady that taught me to learn to love something that ain't me. So, we really do try to feed the community. That's probably the best part about being a restaurant owner, is that not that we make a ton of money over there, but it's the politicking. It's the meeting these families.
Right.
I hosted many a wedding reception and many a graduation and
right there.
And to see, like, I've watched kids grow up. I've watched, as a matter of fact, the guy who owns this place met his wife at my bar, right? And I hold those kinds of things near to me. You get to kind of cement yourself in the community that way. So yeah.
All right, two things.
Yep.
I go with the quick one first, and then the last one is going to be a little bit more, and we'll end with that.
Okay.
By any chance, are you still doing crypto?
A little bit. I keep a couple dollars over there. The market's crazy. I took a lot of it out just because it's like I needed to make some smarter investments. Too volatile, and I can't watch it all the time.
Yeah. I remember when you said, "Hey, everybody, y'all ready to go get such and such."
It worked though, didn't it?
It did work because I got some.
It worked, didn't it? I told you about that. But then, I made a couple dollars and then I, moved on out of that, started to do some other stuff.
Got you.
Yeah.
So I'm sharing all this because I follow you enough to have sat today and watch you pontificate on our reality or our thought pattern, how we've been reared as men.
Yeah, I thought about that's a working theory that I have, or hypothesis. I've been working on this for years. And when I say this, and this is a kind of a thought, I don't mean, when I say this, just know I'm saying exactly what I'm saying, not what I'm not saying.
Okay.
I believe that we raise our men, not for any, not vindictively or on purpose, but we raise our men in a sociopathic manner. And what I mean by that is we raise our young boys to not feel, but to obey.
Right.
And to obey without feeling is not good. It's just obedient.
Okay.
Right? Because good means I can respond to my surroundings. Obedience doesn't care about the surroundings. I'm just here to do a job. Right? And we raise our young men that way. We raise them to be obedient and not good. And you can see that in a lot of ways, and I ain't gonna get too crazy about this, but if you ever ask a young man, hey man, if you ever heard like the love languages, what's your love language? Right? Brother gonna say, physical touch.
Right.
That's not your love language, bro. That's not your love language. You just don't know how to be loved. You don't know how to be loved. You just know how to get something done. Right? You just know how to get something done. And I feel like because we haven't learned how to respond with our emotions, right? Our counterparts, our partners are, because now they can get it done. Right? So they don't need me to get it done. Right? Now they looking for somebody that can meet them in that emotional space.
That we're not reared to be able to fit into.
So I'm this whole Sugar Salt album, wait till y'all hear it. I ain't gonna, but it's a deep dive into like, hey, talk to your emotions. Like, get to know yourself. Open your heart. Think about what I'm saying when I say this, because that's where we got to be.
And I love, this is what I like about you. And I said this earlier about you being outside of the matrix. Inside of the matrix conforms you to that, what you call sociopathic way. And be in the matrix. This is what men do.
This is what men do.
This is where we are. I don't know. This is what I'm going to do. This. What you want me as a man? I'm going to do such and such. It's either this or that. I don't know. But your way of thought gets us out of the matrix, out of that way of thinking, and say, hey, what about your emotions? What about your heart?
What about your heart?
What makes you happy? Now, I love that kind of thinking. Now, it leads to other things. Other conversation comes out of that. But how do you feel like when you're in a world where people are in the matrix and you're outside of the matrix? Like, how does that make you feel? Like when you're free of thought and you're able to like just go different places and do different things and everybody else is caged up?
I think the beautiful part of it is actually what got me started in this whole thought was I used to hear people say, man, a man's supposed to be a leader. And I would always ask, where are you leading? Right? Where y'all going? And nobody could tell me.
Right.
And so then I realized that we weren't raising leaders, we were raising managers.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
Someone who knows how to be obedient and stick to the script.
Right.
But what is a leader? A leader is a person that can blaze a new trail. Right? I'm taking you somewhere that maybe they haven't gone. And I'm not saying I know the answer. I'm saying I know where I want to be. And I know that way didn't get me there, right? So it's been super freeing, right? Like it's really super freeing to say, okay, as a man, right? What do I want my love life to look like? What do I want my family to look like? What do I want my community to look like? I've seen y'all try it that way. Didn't like none of that. Right? These are the things I liked from that. Let me use that here. Let me try it this way.
Right.
And my God, Strick. Bro, I'm blessed that I ain't even get into it, man. Shout out to my girl.
That's what's up.
Man, you know what I'm saying?
That's
like, just the best, man. Like, just my life, it ain't even a movie. I can't explain it to you, bro.
Well, however good yours is, I can tell you on my end.
Talk about it. Yes, sir.
I feel you, brother.
Yes, sir, man. Yeah, that's what it's about. But it's about blazing that trail.
Now, let me say this, because I just really want to home in on this thought, because a lot of people won't get it. I refuse to understand it, and sometimes may not get you. Like, how do you deal with when you have these thoughts and people just don't get it?
I've learned to be really patient.
Okay.
Right. And if you notice, like, people will say something to me online, and I calm myself down, and I want to talk as nicely as I can, because I want to make sure that maybe, because I know I might have said something wild, so maybe I didn't take enough time to explain what I was trying to say. Let me calm down and make sure that I get it across to you.
Right.
Right. And then you can gauge to see if they're just trying to bait you into a fight, or if they really just missed what you said.
Right.
Right. And so, because ultimately my goal is to be helpful, not to stir up the nest.
Gotcha.
Right. I'm not here to pander to anybody or to make anybody mad. I don't do this for clicks or engagement. That's just what I was thinking at the time.
Right.
If that goes viral, great. But if it don't, I'm gonna make another post in 10 minutes anyway, right?
Something else gonna come
Something else
out.
gonna come to my mind, right? But so I'm really thankful that so I just learned to just don't take it personal. These just internet people. But if it can help anybody, I did a good job today.
Dude, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Like to be able to. This is not something everybody's gonna get a chance to do. You're a very open person. Somebody walked up to you, you're gonna show them some love.
Absolutely.
But rarely would you just sit down and spend, I don't know, an hour or so with somebody with these cameras and lights on. But for you to do that to me, man, makes me feel good, man.
It's good to talk to my friend, man. It's good to see you.
It's been some years.
It's been some years.
But I absolutely love it. This is not the only time you did it. Now, when I was online, like through the pandemic, you came through. Yeah. And at that time, you had a brush cut, totally different look, no beard.
Look. Yeah.
So I appreciate you, breaking away, and I get to see pink beard.
Man, it's good to see you, Strick. Man, I can't believe, we still doing this.
Why not? Why stop?
I love it. It's
now, none of us thought that when we got up of age, that we'll still be kind of like, I just never thought and I still don't have a thought like, will I do this for 10 years? Probably be doing this for 10 years. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, it's life, man. And I wake up every morning and I say, man, I'm grateful, I'm thankful. It could have been another way.
Come on, man.
This could have been another way, Strick, man.
Oh, I get it.
But it's this way. You know what I'm saying? I'm thankful that it's this way, and I'm thankful that I got this opportunity, and I'm thankful that I got this friend, and so that gratitude, man. I'm a hush, but I'm thankful, bro. Thank you for having me, man.
Man, no problem. It's been. Listen, I hope you feel the love where you are, and do one more thing for me. If you really felt this conversation and you think Pink Beard is the most interesting person you ever met, like I do, share this so your friends can see it as well. This has been another Strick City Live. I'll see you next time.
Look, I saw that when I went to Japan last year.
What do you do in Japan?
I am at the time I wasn't, but now I'm on the board of Birmingham Sister Cities.
Okay.
And we took, I think it was 15 high school students to Japan as a part of kind of like an exchange opportunity.
I was excited until you said you took some students over there. No, thank you.
It was a lot. But the good thing was they stayed with host families.
Okay.
So we dealt with them during the day. In the evening, they was with their host families. And we was at the hotels.
That's cool. Like Birmingham City Schools?
Yeah. So 15. So
cool.
It was like 20 some kids went through a summer program. 15 qualified to get on the trip to Japan. And so we did, we stayed the first night and the last night in Tokyo. And then we were in Hitachi, Japan, and then Mabashi. Or the other way around.
Now you're saying all those
Hitachi.
cities, I don't care where they are, I don't know anything about Japan. That's it.
So that was the rural part of Japan. So there are two sister cities, is Mabashi and Hitachi. So Hitachi has a very similar industrial history like we do.
Still.
Mm-hmm. And Mabashi, I don't know how they got layered on, but they was like, T, you work with kids, you could probably handle being a chaperone. You want to go to Japan? And I was like, I got to pay for this? They was like, nah, it's for free. I was like, sign me up, because I've always wanted to go to Japan. But when I tell you we behind.
We are behind. From a technology standpoint?
In so many ways. Like, it was literally just like, Like you go to the gas station, it gives you a bowl of hot noodles. They're so clean.
I did hear that.
So clean. The rest stops were some of the cleanest bathrooms I have been in ever.
Oh my goodness.
Like you go in there and there's like mood music, and like if you're using the restroom, there's sound that comes out in your stall to kind of like, I guess.
Right, to make you feel comfortable.
And
how
then
it sounds. Okay.
after you leave out, it sprays itself. And I mean, it was just like, what
And we thought Buc-ee's was doing something.
Look, Buc-ee's ain't doing a thing. But it was just, even the kids were just like, oh my God, Miss T, did you see such and such? And like it was such an eye opener.
Wow.
For them, but also for me, because I was just like, dog, we so behind.
So behind.
Like and even when, about 4 years ago, I went to Dubai, and I was in Dubai like, democracy, king. Democracy.
Right.
King.
Listen, they got all of this.
Like that was the first time I saw like a Bentley dealership. Was in Dubai.
That is so cool. Work as well sent you out there?
No, I just went with friends. I had a friend who was starting.
Well, just let everybody know.
I had a friend that started a travel agency, and she was doing like domestic trips, and she was like, I want to try my hand at international.
Okay.
But she wanted to do it with friends, so if she messed something up, your friends ain't gonna be as mad at you.
Right.
So it was like 12 of us on the trip. We all didn't necessarily know each other.
Okay.
But she was kind of like our common denominator. But it was the most amazing international trip. And we were there, I think, like 9 days. And it just blew my mind. Like, these folks on some other stuff.
Wow.
And I'm like, and we over here in America think we doing something.
And we not.
No, these folks. Like this lady was like, if you broke in Dubai, you lazy.
Because it's money there.
There was like, it's money to be made. There's no reason for anybody to be broke in Dubai.
Wow.
0.6% crime rate. And they was like, if somebody steals something in Dubai, they from Abu Dhabi. I was like, oh, y'all some classist people too. I love it. I'm here for all this.
Funny. All right, so let me get started here.
Yeah,
Listen,
okay. We can talk about all this stuff over and over. So what we doing, Mr. Cameraman?
No, we're already on.
Awesome.
We're on this camera right here
Okay.
for the double shot. This is your camera. This is the money shot right here. You don't have to look at it. We're having a conversation, so we're gonna go back and forth.
You want me to turn towards you?
You can turn towards me, and then this is my camera right here, so you can turn.
Okay, so
me
you're gonna have to help me because I'm short.
There you go.
Awesome.
That good? Still in
we
frame?
good?
I moved a little bit, but I'm good.
Awesome.
Strick City coming live. Yo.
I want to start by saying thank you for how you have supported Strick City Live. Like all the texts, all the calls, everything you guys have done to support what I'm doing. I'm asking that you continue that because it's been fueling me to continue to do what I'm doing for you. And what I get a chance to do is talk to some phenomenal people from right here in Birmingham. And man, today's show, I'm super excited about this young lady. I've known her for a while. I've never had a chance to sit down and talk to her, and she's already blowing my mind. Like, I'm like, wow, you got to hear the rest of her story and all the things that she is doing. So I know that she is a Emmy and NAACP Image Award nominated film producer. She works at Jones Valley Teaching Farms, director of youth and experiences, and I know she's gonna correct me on how that title really goes out at Jones Valley, but she's an activist, she's an educator, and she is also a really good consultant. And we're gonna get a chance to talk about the production that she does and everything that happens around T. Marie King. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I'm so excited to have you.
I'm glad to be here. I can't believe we hadn't actually sat down
We have
and had a conversation.
I am really going after some people in the city that I know. This gives me an opportunity to talk to you.
Yeah.
I can call you, hey, let's do lunch. He's like, well, why is Strick gonna do lunch with me? Because I really like talking to people.
Yeah.
I like hearing people's story. So why not do it with some cameras, right?
Not a problem.
I really like doing it around food. That's the evolution of the show.
Okay, so you got to bring me back when you add food in.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe I've been done some other things and
we can talk again. It don't matter. Again. There's so much that you are doing.
Yeah.
It'll be tell me what happened this week.
Like, sounds about right.
Just tell me what's going on this week. We'll get a chance to talk
Absolutely.
about.
Let's do it.
Emmy and NAACP nominated film producer?
Yeah.
That is really cool.
Thank you.
How many films right now do you have under your belt?
So right now, I would say we're at technically 2 in a digital series.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, God has been good.
Are they films, documentaries, or what?
Yeah, so the Emmy nomination was for Shuttlesworth, the documentary on Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth. So that was amazing. That was like the first big project out the gate.
Okay.
Thanks to Alabama Public Television for bringing me in. And I mean, who wouldn't want to tell the story of Reverend Shuttlesworth?
That's right.
You know, Alabama's, Birmingham's, civil rights leader. I also didn't want to mess it up.
I understand that part, right?
The pressure of having to do it correctly. But we did a great film.
I thought it was awesome.
Thank you so much. And we got nominated for an Emmy for it. I still say we should have won.
I get it.
But, it is what it is. But, I mean, to come out the gate and your first project gets nominated for an Emmy, I mean, no pressure.
How did you get started in that?
Well, I've always wanted to be a filmmaker. Ever since I was 8 years old, first time I saw the Muppets Take Manhattan, I was like...
Who wasn't inspired by the Muppets,
You know what I'm saying? Jim Henson, Muppet Babies, 80s kids, so grew up on all of that.
Right.
So it was like, I want to do this, whatever this is, these talking pictures, I wanted to do that. But then also I grew up on educational television, so, Reading Rainbow, Sesame Street, all those shows, Schoolhouse Rock, that taught you about the world or how to interact with people, Mr. Rogers, Neighborhood, all those things. And I was like, I want to do that. I want to learn about other people because I love talking and learning from other people as well.
Okay.
And as I got older, I realized it wasn't action films or things like that I wanted to make. I actually wanted to do documentaries.
I get it.
And so as I got older, I realized, okay, there's a term for these type of films. And it's like, that's what I want to do. And Birmingham in the 90s was not a place you do film.
Right.
So it was trying to navigate and figure out how do I get to this goal.
Okay.
I ended up interning at Disney. I moved to Atlanta, did freelance videography there.
Okay.
Found my way back home, kicking and screaming. I did not want to come back to Birmingham, but God had a different plan. But I fell into community work is what I said.
I got you.
And it's been a blessing, but it's not what I would have chosen to do.
I got you.
But it's through that community work that I think grounded me in a way that I could tell Shuttlesworth's story.
That's awesome. So is that how you got to Jones Valley, or that's further down the list?
That's further down. No, that's further down.
So when you say videography, are you behind the camera now, or are you doing more of the directing and writing part?
So in Atlanta, I was more so behind the camera because for a moment I was thinking cinematographer.
Right.
And then I was like, but I want to be in control of the story.
Right.
So I was like, what is that? And I grew up on A Different World and Debbie Allen, and it was like, okay, that's what I want to do. I want to produce my own stuff. And Shuttlesworth just provided the opportunity to take somebody's life, and it's like, how do you convey this story in a short amount of time? Because an hour is not a long time.
Right.
But tell it right. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't tell somebody's story. And the last thing I want anybody doing in Birmingham is stopping me and saying, I was back then and that ain't how it happened. And da-da-da. So I didn't want that. So we were very strategic about who we interviewed, who we brought in. We met with the family, talked with them, got their blessing, but then they also said, well, you need to talk to so-and-so, and so-and-so was there. So being able to get people who had firsthand accounts. But then the beauty was, one of my favorite documentaries is Tupac Resurrection.
Okay.
And what I liked about that film is that it's basically narrated by Tupac, and the producer basically took old interviews and literally spliced his story together. And I was like, Shuttlesworth should be a part of telling his own story.
Okay.
And we were able to leverage BCRI's, the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute's, oral history of Shuttlesworth telling his own story. And I said, because people need to see who he was.
Right.
You know, so we had that, and then we had to layer on the other pieces. And
I think that's genius, by
Yeah.
the way. Great idea. You couldn't, have a better character, real
Right.
life character. Everybody
Absolutely.
in Birmingham, if you don't know, you should know who he
Absolutely.
is. That's a great story. But I really want to dive into what were you doing at the time for someone to say, hey, I want you to do this project? Like, were you putting yourself out there as a producer?
Not at all. Not at all. Because I was kind of in this place of, is this in the cards for me? Because it had been so long. Now I'm doing this community work, and I'm literally in the thick of it. I'm having conversations in the community. I'm working at a nonprofit, all of this stuff. But I was also volunteering at Sidewalk Film Festival.
Okay.
And so I was meeting a lot of people in the film world.
Gotcha.
I have a crazy amount of knowledge about film.
Okay.
And I'm leading these events at Sidewalk that's
Okay.
film related. So people I think they assumed
That
I
you
was making things
Okay.
when in actuality I wasn't, So a friend of mine was like, yo, my husband is going to work on this project. You're the person I know in Birmingham that has all this civil rights history knowledge. Are you still interested in making films? And I was like, yeah, but I just haven't found a project that spoke to me. And I was like, what's the subject? And she was like, Shuttlesworth. And I was like, oh, I'm in.
Yeah, sign me up.
I was like, I'm in there.
Because that hit the activist part of who you are.
It brought it all together.
That is really cool. I
Yeah.
want to go back to something because we're finna draw a line in the sand between the two of us right now.
Okay.
When you were a videographer, what were you using camera-wise?
Oh, at the time,
This is important. I'm just going to tell you,
I think
I'm
I was
a Sony
using
guy.
I was using a Canon at the time.
So sorry to hear that.
I was using, and this was early 2000s. So I was using a Canon at the time.
was the way to go. Early
That was what
2000s,
everybody
Canon
was using.
was the way to go.
That's
I
what
get it.
everybody
I
was
get it.
using.
I get it. Sony had to fight their way into people using it.
They
video.
did, but in Atlanta, like if you weren't using a Canon,
Yeah, what were
like
you
folks
doing?
didn't want you on
Right,
their
right,
projects.
that's true.
So it was like, all right, then that's what we're doing.
That's true. That's true. I am newly onto the Sony bandwagon, but I get it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
right now they're fighting for everything.
Absolutely.
Because everybody's at their necks.
Look, that part. So that's what we used at the time.
That's cool. Okay, I won't be so mad because it was so long ago.
Yeah, it was a minute ago.
We
It
can
was a
still
minute
be
ago.
friends.
Thank you.
Good,
Thank you.
good,
Keep me
good,
around.
good. Let's go to this because people that may not know you as well, I want to be sure they get a good idea of who you are and what you're doing.
Okay.
And you're an activist.
Yep.
You're an educator, and you are a filmmaker. What part of the activist that you're doing right now? Because I'm looking at you, I don't see an activist. You know what I'm saying? You seem real cool, demeanor, and all of that.
Yeah.
But in what role are you doing activist type work right now?
I think it depends on where we are in society.
Okay.
I think there's times where you need to be out and you need to be boisterous, but then there's times that somebody got to be in the background pushing other sides of the table.
That's right.
But I think how different, I have organizer and activist friends who they're out, they're protesting, they're in people's faces. And I've been accused of, she the soft activist,
Okay.
but it's like, but I'm the activist that's getting invited in the rooms.
Got you.
You know what I'm saying? And so,
Gotcha.
but that doesn't mean I'm any less angry than anybody else.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm also doing community work at the same time. Like my job has been that.
Right.
So yeah, I may not be out with you marching the streets, but I have also done that as well.
Okay.
And led the marches. But sometimes it's like, no, I need to go have a conversation with this senator and let them understand why this needs to be looked at or why this should be on their radar.
Okay.
But if so-and-so ABC organizer activist is tagging them in posts and talking about them, they're not going to readily go sit down and have a conversation with that person. But I can say, hey, I need to talk to you about something because of da-da-da. Oh, well, T. Marie, she's nice. that gets me in the door.
I get it.
But when I get in the door, it's like, yo, this over here,
right?
You need to do something about this, and you need to do something about it quick. Because I got friends who will actually come and storm your office.
I get it.
So how do you want to handle this?
Right.
And a lot of times it's, all right, T. Marie, well, tell me what actually is the problem.
Right.
You know, and so I think activism looks differently. And I think people have to utilize, you know, their strengths. But I've also advocated for organizers and activists that I know that are more vocal and have told people in positions of power, you need to look at what they're doing at such and such. So-and-so need money. So I'm a lot of times advocating for people behind the scenes, and they don't even know it's me that's advocating for them.
Well, if you're advocating to send money around, just put my name.
Put your name out there. I got you. I got you.
What is he doing? I don't know what he's doing. He just said he needed some money.
But then also I'm seeing other smaller organizations or nonprofits doing things that don't get pieces of the pie.
Right.
You know, so I can go in and say, y'all need to give some money to so-and-so.
Right.
They're actually
doing
impacted people's lives.
That's good.
You know, and because I built trust over the years with people, they'll say, okay, T, send me some information on it. Or, okay, we'll go by there and check it out.
Gotcha.
You know, so I see it as my work is working with young people, being a voice for the voiceless or people whose voices aren't strong enough to speak up on their own behalf, but also drawing light to dark places that need light shone on them. And that's how I see my work.
With that being said, I gotta ask you this question. We're in the same boat when I asked you this question. So this is not something to say we're on opposite sides, but why are black people still in Alabama?
I think some of it is comfort, it's home. You know, why do people say, I'm gonna stay at Big Mama house? Because you don't want to go nowhere else, because it's comfortable.
Because it's comfortable.
But then
Big Mama house is falling down and all of that.
Yeah, but it's Big Mama house.
But it's Big Mama house, so I'm gonna stay there.
I'm staying here. But I also think some of it might be a lack of exposure because you haven't been anywhere else. Like I work with young people, I work with teenagers, and I've had parents that be like, well, where you taking them? And it's like, we're going to Six Flags. I promise you I'm bringing them back. Yeah. But I know people and families who haven't been out the city or the state.
Wow.
So for me to say I'm taking them across the line to Georgia to go have fun or to go visit a college, it's like, whoa, you're taking me too fast. And I think some of it is comfort. I think some of it is a lack of exposure. And then some of it could be fear. It could be fear of the unknown.
I say that because I asked myself that question.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's a calling to be here. I have stayed outside of the state for a while, and I think there's some great places in America right now that's more conducive to African Americans. Like we could really have a state that is not like Alabama, but it's home. It is home for me, and I have grown up with pretty much the same type of ideas all around me, but. I do believe there's just people here that I'm called to. Yeah. Like for me, that I'm called to be a leader of, and I just kind of hunker down in that. Do I want to be some other places?
Yeah, probably.
I do. Yeah. But this is home.
I think that's what's important about understanding what your purpose is.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So like last year, my grandmother passed.
Okay.
And we were extremely close. And somebody a little time after she passed was like, what's keeping you in Birmingham?
Right.
And I said, absolutely nothing. Because the person that was keeping me in Birmingham is no longer here.
Right.
So there's nothing keeping me here, yet I don't feel a pull anywhere else. So for me, it's like, well, God, if you're not pulling me to go anywhere else, then clearly there's something I'm still supposed to be doing here.
Wow.
You know?
And that's why I'm doing this show.
Yeah.
Because I do feel like not just Alabama, but Birmingham, it is a very unique city.
Yeah.
That has tons of stories to be told. Like people need to know who you are.
Yeah.
And the totality of who you are. And if I can have, 30, 40 minutes of someone's time to tell your story to the people, like I win because I feel better about it.
Yeah.
And eventually we'll be able to do it around some food.
Yes.
So we talked about the activist part. Now let's talk about who you are as a teacher.
Yeah.
And what you're doing to teach people. Like you said earlier, you wanted to do films, and you kind of just migrated into leading young people. Tell us about
fell into
it. Tell us about that experience, and what do you actually get out of it?
So when I moved back to Birmingham, I was kind of in this weird space. I was in Atlanta. I think I had been sleeping in my car for like maybe off and on for like maybe 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay.
And I called my grandmother and I was like, oh my God, it's not working out. I'm so frustrated. She was like, just come back home. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to come back to Birmingham.
Right.
And she was like, you can always leave again.
Okay.
And she was like, I'll see you in a couple of hours. And I was like,
man, yeah, one grandmother's time. She just made it so easy.
I know, right? And I was like, I knew she was going to be cooking. So
that helped out too.
That helped. I was like, okay, I'm going to get some collard greens, maybe some fried pork chops. Okay, I'll see you in 2 hours.
That part.
And so I come back home and I literally lived with my grandmother, slept in the bed with her for like 4 or 5 months.
Wow.
Just trying to figure it out. And got a little part-time job, started managing a movie theater because I was like, if I can't make them, at least I can be connected and around it.
I get it.
So I managed this movie theater and then found out about another community job. And I just was looking to make more money.
Okay.
I wasn't even looking to make a difference if
Right.
I could keep it completely 100. And I was like, this pays more than this. Let's go do this for a little while. Did that, and I did not like what I was seeing with how people were being treated. And it's almost like it found me in a way, because then I felt like, well, I can't watch this happen and not speak up on it.
Right.
But then also I'm seeing these young people and nobody's doing anything with them or activating them.
Gotcha.
Let me do something with them. Because as a former young person.
Right. I was young a couple of weeks ago.
You know what I'm saying? You know,
Right.
I was like, I know what it's like to feel unheard. So can I create a space where they can at least feel heard and valued? So I started doing that in Woodlawn. And these young people just won't leave me alone, you know, and somehow I end up finding my way back to working with young people in some shape or form, you know, and I always end up with teenagers. And I love the little people. I don't necessarily want to work with the little people.
I get it.
But the teenagers, you can really have a conversation with them. And you're closer to making your own decisions than the little people. You know, they're still under their parents, like, rule. You know, mama got to bring you, mama got to drop you off. Teenagers, you're a little bit more flexible. You can ride with your friends. You can figure out how else to get there. And I just kept finding myself in these opportunities to work with young people. That kind of parlayed into, you know, leading groups, you know, whether it was speaking to kids that were in, you know, juvenile system, whether it was working with organizations that were working with young people. Like I was always, T, come work with the young people because you're good at it.
Wow.
And it's like, okay, and I might be there for a little while, and then God will move me somewhere else, and then now I'm over here. And it always made sense. Like to people who were running these things, it was like, oh no, don't leave. But when I would get to wherever the new place was, it's like, yeah, this is where I need to be at this time. And so several years of doing that, I worked with several nonprofits, and now I'm at Jones Valley. And it was, hey, come and help us with this internship program. And I was like, all right, cool. And been working with some amazing young people, you know, since I've been there. You know, we hire high school students to learn about agriculture and culinary skills. But in addition to that, like I've been a guest, you know, instructor at UAB in the African American Studies department and in the film studies. So
it just blows my mind. I'm sitting here with you, and I'm creative. I love talking to other creatives, but people that I say that can walk and chew gum. That's multifaceted. That can do different things, but on the inside is just wanting to be good, wanting to be helpful, wanting to make a difference. But you're gonna do that whether it's kids and your real passion, which is developing films. You're gonna have your heart in it, and that makes the difference.
I don't do anything that I don't feel some way connected into
and
it.
I was hearing you talk about your grandmother and your living situation before and after, because you know sometimes people don't know what the struggle is, even if the struggle is self-inflicted. Ramon was saying, baby, that's a choice that you're
making a choice to sleep in that car.
Right. You don't have to, you know, but even that choice, that experience, now you know what it could be. But she allowed you to have some freedom. to be able to be creative or find jobs that you thought at the time, oh, I need to get paid, but it was in an area where you can make a difference.
Yeah.
And it kept growing. And when you get into that world, you do get a chance to see things differently.
When I tell you it opens it up, because even at the movie theater, like 90% of my staff was high school students.
Right.
Like I've always ended up amongst teenagers,
right.
You know, and a lot of those kids are grown now. I've been to weddings.
Wow.
I've received birth announcements, like all this stuff. I've been to funerals,
right.
To people of, let me support your family. Some of them kids, I'm still in contact with their families.
Today.
Yeah. And that was a predominantly white area that I was in.
Wow.
You know, and so when people say stuff about, you know, what about working with at-risk youth? I was like, well, which ones are you talking about? Because they all at risk of something. We're all at risk of something.
That's right.
So, but to be in these situations, whether it was the movie theater, whether it's at Jones Valley, whether it was when I was working in Woodlawn, when I was working at the Alice Stevens Center, like wherever I was, surrounded by young people, it's like the ones who were there needed the most encouragement, needed the most support, needed the most direction, and the economic status of their parents was irrelevant.
It didn't matter.
It didn't matter. Hurting is hurting. Pain is pain. Struggle is struggle. Trying to figure it out as a kid, that's universal.
Right.
It don't matter if you black, white, Hispanic, none of that matters when you're young and unsure about who you are and what your future holds.
Well, of course, you're talking to DJ Strick.
Yeah.
And years of my experience have been youth ministry.
Yeah.
That's just what I did. And from DJ work to then working at a local church, actually doing youth ministry. And that's what I love. Now, thank God I've been promoted. I get to work with the big kids now.
Yeah.
But I'm getting this chance to see kids that were 15, 16, 17, 18, now they're 30 with children.
Yeah.
And it's a whole different world. You get a chance to see those seeds that were planted in them.
Absolutely.
They remember things you absolutely don't remember.
They do.
And it's just good hearing that those seeds that you plant actually have a chance to root, and they tell you stuff that you said that they held on to all those years.
Absolutely. And I always tell people we enter people's lives at different times, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so I always say you're either planting seeds, watering them, and sometimes you get to see the harvest.
Sometimes, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think sometimes people get into community work or work with young people, and it's like, I want to plant and see the harvest in a week.
Yeah, and that's not how it
That
works.
is not how this thing works, because I've actually worked with young people who I've had to go eulogize.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And so to me, for people who try to take my activism card, per se, and it's like, oh, well, you ain't doing this. And it's like, yeah, but I've had to help families figure out how to bury their kids.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I've had to help families. I've held people's hand while they passed.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like things that I experienced that I'm not posting on social media because I'm there with these families. You know, and it's like, no, I'm walking through. I've sent Dominoes to kids because they didn't have anything to eat.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? I've taken shoes off my feet and given it to a kid who had shoes that had holes in them. But I don't post about that.
Right.
I don't talk about those things. And I mean, I could, but I don't, because I'm not doing it for you.
For them.
You know what I'm saying? I'm here showing up for these kids, which is why, regardless of how you feel about me, people will say, she the same. I've seen people from high school, and they be like, "That's how she was at high school. She the same. She was always."
What high school did you go to?
I graduated from a county school before people started tripping.
Okay.
I know how y'all Birmingham City graduates
you gotta go to the one in Birmingham
you know,
school.
But I graduated from Hueytown.
Okay. That's
But I grew up in Birmingham. I grew up in Ensley.
Okay.
Yeah. But my thing is like, it's about people.
It's about people.
And if you're in the people business, which we're all technically in the people business, if you're truly in the people business, you shouldn't be the one that's centered. It should be who you're serving. So with the young people that I work with, they're centered.
So it kind of leads me to this next part of who you are as a producer, because you said something that I teach a lot. From a content creator, I talk to people that make content for social media, and we tell them it's not human nature, but we tell them you're not the hero in the story. whoever you are talking to, they are the hero. Your job is to be the guide. And in telling stories, as you produce them, like, you have to be able to write that way. You know, there is a hero, there is a guide, there is some type of conflict, and there's a climax to the story. Like, what, from your experience with working with people and really caring about people, how does that transition to how you tell stories?
I think because I'm always so curious about people and how you got there. You know, I grew up on, Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous.
We all say
you know what I'm saying?
We love that.
And it's like, how did they make all that money? Or how did they get into that? You know, and it's like hearing their story. What I liked about Shuttlesworth was that I never met him.
Right.
So it was an opportunity for me to discover him in my research. So between reading his book and then watching the oral history and interviewing other people, I'm like, oh, wow, he did that. Oh, man, he felt that way. He said that. That is crazy. So I'm discovering him along with everybody else. So I try to go in with a very unbiased lens and saying, what don't I know about this story that I could help, sift to the top. And that's what I'm looking for. So even with the digital series I did with PBS, they were like, we're looking for some untold stories. What are those stories you all want to tell? And it was a group of 3 of us producers. And we all said, we'll do this. We'll work on one together. And then everybody picked their own story they want to do. And so we did a story together on Hobson City, which is between Anniston and Oxford. But I was like, I want to do a story on the Alabama Penny Savings Bank.
Okay.
And talk about the wealth gap. And why is it like that? And I had to fight for the episode.
Did you?
I did. But I fought for it tooth and nail. We got the episode, and it ended up being our group's highest performing episode. But it was a thing, like, people don't know about the Alabama Penny Savings Bank, and that the building is still there, still downtown Birmingham. Folks walk by it every day and have no clue the history that it holds. And so I was like, I want to tell that story and pull that out. So I think for me, it's like, what don't we know and why don't we know it? And so I'm always kind of that curious person I was that kid that asked a whole bunch of questions, but it wasn't just, well, why? It was, well, who owned it?
Right.
Well, how did they lose it?
Right.
Who took it? Like, I want that, and I want names, so I can
tell me all the details.
Give me all the details, and then as I kind of sit with it, and then it's like, well, what's the story? And then I find that link, and it's like, okay, let's dig deep into that. So one of the things I've kind of ventured into now is playwriting. Okay.
I was going to ask you what's next.
So playwriting has kind of surfaced.
Stage playwriting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've written 2, and the first one is this play called Taps.
Okay.
And it's about an estranged father and daughter that reconnect the last week of his life. And it's loosely based off of, well, that's not true. It's very heavily based off me and my sister's relationship with our father.
Okay.
And so he got sick, and we had a very complicated, very layered relationship. We didn't really grow up with him. And checking in on him because we heard he went to the hospital. Ended up him being in and out in the hospital and in ICU for about 6 months.
Wow.
And it was the last 6 months of his life. And so 3 people who had this fractured relationship, now these 2 daughters were now having to take care of somebody who hadn't taken care of them.
Ooh, that's a story to tell.
So once we kind of got through it, he passed, we made it through all of that. I think maybe 6 months or so passed, and I told my sister, I said, I should probably talk to somebody.
At this point, you need some help.
I probably need to process
all of this.
Because everything was so in the moment, and I was still filming Shuttlesworth at the time. So I was in the middle of that, and all this is going on, and he's sick and having to run to the hospital and deal with his health stuff, and literally making life or death decisions for somebody who hadn't been there for you.
That's tough.
You know what I'm saying? And so to make it through that and to go through it with a disposition of forgiveness, because I understood, I didn't know he was gonna pass as soon as he did, but the writing was kind of on the wall.
Right.
And I was like, well, in order for me to be here for him, I can't have any issue with him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To really show up in a way that it's needed.
Needed.
Did he deserve it? No.
Right.
He didn't do anything to earn it. But that has nothing to do with me and how I choose to show up.
Listen, he was lucky to have girls because boys don't do that.
Look, he lucked out.
You,
he lucked out.
Boys do not do that. I'm hoping my sons, they have a girl so I can have some people.
So have somebody to take care of you. And they would.
I already know.
But it was crazy, and we were there holding his hand when he passed.
Oh man!
And so you fast forward 6 months out, and it's just like I should probably talk to somebody. But I got my own issues with counselors, so I started writing. And this story just took shape. And the story ends up, it's a daughter that's a combination of kind of me and my sister's experiences, and then it's him, and wrote it and was just like, okay. Took a breath and actually let somebody read it, and they was like, you need to do something with this. This is powerful. So I'm planning that stage reading in February of next year. And then last year I started writing something that turned into a one-act play that I did, and it was a conversation that I crafted between Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Rabbi Milton Grafman. And Rabbi Milton Grafman was a rabbi in Birmingham who was one of the men who signed the letter that Dr. King wrote, the letter from a Birmingham jail in response to.
Wow.
And so my question, and this is how I get when I start thinking a little differently about things, was if these men would have actually sat down and had a conversation, what would that have been? So the whole play is them having a conversation. And according to history, they actually never met.
Wow. So it leads me into a question I have about, you're just coming back a couple of weeks ago from Detroit.
Yeah.
With your latest film.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so the before is a short that is kind of my response to the frustration of what I saw coming.
Okay.
Having conversations about race with people, I was hearing what people were saying, and I knew way before campaigning started who was probably going to get elected.
Okay.
And if everybody else was paying attention, they should have known as well. I didn't understand why people were shocked.
Gotcha.
But my frustration was I don't see a lot of empathetic people, if that makes sense.
Right now.
And I'm like, let me show people what it means to be othered. And so the before is set present day. It's about school integration, because the thing that people will fight tooth and nail on is their kids.
That's true.
And so it's like, but the place where some of the most real things are said in a family is usually at the dinner table.
It's always at the dinner table.
So I said, well, let's have a dinner table scene where a family is wrestling with school integration with these other kids that are coming. And so the whole film kind of sets it up where it's, these protests are happening, you see this family, they're having this conversation, this kid is confused about what's wrong with these other kids. And the family is dancing around it, and in the end, it's the couple that argues it out to resolve things in the way I think a lot of families have done, where it's just like you lean into the spouse that has the heaviest opinion.
Right.
And that's how we vote, regardless of whether you feel that way or not. Yeah. And so that's what I wanted to show. I wanted to kind of pick at that scab. This is what's happening in your homes.
Right. The reason why you're voting that way.
This is exactly why you're voting that way. And a lot of people, and well, I believe this and I support you on this, but you're going to vote the same way your spouse votes.
Wow.
And that's why we're still in these certain situations.
Like talking to you, you have so many layers.
Yeah.
Okay? You have so many layers, and I just want to sit here and fill out all the layers to what you got going on. But I think you're phenomenal.
Thank you.
I think that you are a gift to Birmingham.
I appreciate that.
We need to do all we can to support you and what you are doing.
Yeah.
So with this latest film that you have, is there a way that people can watch it? Is there a way that people can support your efforts? more importantly, the stage play you're doing and even other endeavors you have going on?
Yeah, so right now, the film is kind of on the festival circuit. We have screened in 10 festivals now.
That's awesome.
Have won Best Short in 3 festivals.
That's awesome.
So that was cool. Was actually nominated at the Detroit Black Film Festival. So I'm waiting to hear back from a few others that we entered. I'm thinking I might put it on my website at the beginning of the year so that people can actually click on and see it. I'm raising money for TAPS now to do that production.
How can people, as you're raising money, how can people give?
You can go to my website, tmarieking.com, I believe, or do .org if that don't work.
But I think it's .com. I
think it's .com, and if it has a link on there that has, you'll see the poster for TAPS, and then you'll see like Shuttlesworth and the margins, and you just click on the poster, and it'll take you to the page to give. So, accepting all donations, whatever you're willing to give, we will take it so humbly. But I just want to create good content that, whether it's play form, film form, that challenges people to think about how they show up in the world.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And I'm there with you. I love to create. This is an opportunity for me to create. My son and I, I said, hey, do you think we can do like something different, like documentary stuff? He said, yeah, it's something different. He's always cool like that. He's agreeable, but he's like, yeah, we can try something different.
Yeah.
And I like telling stories too, especially about people.
Yeah.
That's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
And you're one of those people.
Well, thank
that's
you.
Fascinating. We're just like, what we talked about today is just the tip of the iceberg about who you are.
Yeah.
I gotta have you back.
Absolutely.
So as we get closer to the stage play and all this other kind of stuff, you mind coming back and we can talk a little more?
Would love to.
Because, like I said, you're already a jewel of this city. I want to do all I can to support you, but I want to be sure people know more about your story.
Hey, we could do it, because we didn't even talk about me being in the Black Hills of South Dakota.
What are you talking about? What is a Black Hills of South Dakota? What is that?
See, we can talk about that on the next episode.
The next time. So if people are seeing you now, you told them to go to the website.
Yeah.
Do you have social media where they can see more stuff as well?
I am on Instagram, tmking79, and on Facebook, T Marie King. I don't do all that other stuff, but you can find me on those 2 platforms.
Those 2 platforms.
Yeah.
I get it. And find you at Jones Valley anytime they want to see you.
Yes, don't come asking me about no plants. I work at the farm, not on the farm. So I can't tell you about why your plant's not growing. But if you want to talk about young people, if you want to talk about your child getting a job, we can have that conversation. But yeah, I can't help you grow stuff better.
Oh, that's a short. You already know I'm cutting that out, right? I'm cutting that out. Hey guys, this has been an excellent episode of Strick City Live, and please do me a favor, go look her up. Follow her, go to the website, make a donation to her next project, and who knows, when it comes out, we'll let you know so you can support her as well. There's so many creative people in Birmingham. Guess what? I'm calling them and asking them to be right here on this show. So don't go nowhere. Keep it locked. We're going to make sure that we're dropping episodes of people that you should know in this city. God bless you.
Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo. Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo.
Listen, you guys have been awesome. The last time I put up a live stream, you guys watched it, commented, and shared it, and I am like so happy. Yes, I did bring Strick City Live back, but you guys are making it what it is. So thank you so very much for doing that. I have an opportunity to bring some of the people that I know for a very long time in the city of Birmingham to you to talk about some of the things they're doing so you are aware of what's going on right here in your city. And today, I have a longtime friend. I'm just at awe at all of the things that God has allowed his hands to touch over the years. I believe if we talk about it, he may have 5, 6 different lifetimes of different things that he has been able to do. And we have him here in the city, and we're going to talk about some of the things he's doing. And I get the preview of diving in some parts of his life he normally does not talk about. So if you hang along with us today, you get a chance to hear from none other than my friend, Dr. Henry Pangan. How are you doing, sir?
Doing great, man. How you doing?
Man, I appreciate you hanging out with me today.
Thank you for having me on, man.
Listen, now you have been known in the city for a long time with your work with UAB. Of course, people know about your relationship and the work that you do with Stevie Wonder. Everybody knows that you're, now I want to say music director or conductor of his orchestra.
Yeah, I'm orchestra conductor and arranger.
I love it. Now, you've been arranging since your times at Alabama A&M.
That's right. That's right. That's where it started. So back in the dark ages.
The dark ages, where you had to really write everything down on paper?
Had to write everything down on paper using an eraser. But that was wonderful experiences. You know, back I graduated, I don't mind telling you, I graduated from A&M in '81. Wow. And left there and went to graduate school at the Ohio State University.
Okay.
And then came to UAB, and after the master's and a PhD in 88, 87, I guess it was. Mm-hmm. And been at UAB ever since. Thought I'd be here a year.
So I don't know when it happened. It had to be early 2000s. You actually, at UAB, incorporated a school of music technology. Can you explain like the process and what that is for people when you're talking about music and technology?
Sure. One of the things that was really, really important when I was at Ohio State, I was just there at a time when a lot of the technologies that we use in the industry were just being developed.
Like computer technology.
Computer technology, Pro Tools, scoring software. I was using Pro Tools when it was called Sound Tools.
Okay.
People don't know that. But fortunately, from when I was there, a lot of the companies from Apple, all these companies were just bringing a lot of their software for us to beta test.
Okay.
So when I came to UAB as a theorist, I was literally in my class one day, I'll never forget it, and one of my students in orchestration in the back of the class just raised their hand and they said, Dr. Pangan, this is great. You know, we're learning about how to write like Beethoven, and you're showing us examples of Bach and Haydn and everybody. But we heard that Stevie Wonder track you arranged on. Can you show us how to do that and how you produce that? And it just kind of hit me like a ton of bricks that I was doing one thing in the academy, but in the profession, I was doing and using different types of technologies.
I get it.
So we started a course, and then from that course became and grew the whole tech degree program that we have now.
I think that's awesome. With that, of course, I'm actually sporting some of the Shadigs from Audio State, which is a business that you own, Audio State Studios, and I get the pleasure of working with you at Audio State and pulling off some of the major events. So not only are you professor, conductor, but you own a studio, but you also, I guess you don't say it this way, but you promote like your own shows and a series of shows around the country throughout the year. Would you call it promotion? We don't want to, when you put it all together, like you actually, you manage like these shows. People call you in to conduct different parts, and some of it is packages that you present.
Well, typically, many people will remember one of the first big projects with orchestras in gospel was called Gospel Goes Classical.
I remember that.
And I've always kind of loved orchestral music, but I think some of the most significant and important music, especially when it comes to theory and arranging and orchestration and melody and harmony is gospel.
Okay.
So I would always mix these two together, and then over the years, various orchestras and artists and presenters and record companies would want me to either write for their artists or produce shows for them, and a kind of a career in doing that has developed over the years.
Kurt Carr, Juanita Bynum, our friend Big Ruben Studdard, just a year and a half ago, maybe I'm saying that long ago, we actually did the Kennedy Center with Marette Brown Clark, Dorinda Clark, and then the legendary Marvin Winans. That was a crazy show. It's because of you, like working on that show with you, I had a chance to sit down with Marvin Winans. Like that's the pinnacle, you know, when you talk about gospel music. I'm somebody that loves male vocalists, and he's at the top of my list, you know. Great songs all over the years, but you actually had a chance to work with him years ago with the Winans family, putting the album together. Like, you just have so much history in gospel and music, and just to have you here in the city, I think it's a tool that people should know. Like, you're a tool or someone that people should know here in the city. But of course, a lot of people do know you. You work for the city. You worked at several churches here. I mean, people know Dr. Henry Panion for the work that you put in.
Well, I know you, when you set out as a musician, I always joke about this, and there's a little joke in it. I used to say, you know, people would call me to do this and do that, and they'll tell me, oh, we'll give you a nice love offering. And then, you know, I'd just be so happy for them to hear my music or to hear me arrange or see me conduct or whatever the case may be.
Right.
And then I get that offering. There wasn't much love in that offering.
That'll happen. You have to be ready for that.
But, you know, but that, it was always about what I felt was an honor to be able to do that. And one of my dear friends just sent me a note the other day, and she just posted one little word and a couple of words, and she doesn't say much, but she's a very respected person. I'm not going to name drop. And she just said, Henry, your gift really has made room for you. And I really take that to heart, because you don't set out for the recognition. You really don't. You set out to do good work.
Right.
And if you look up one day and, you know, people are calling you, and you know, just to think, I've been working with Stevie for 32 years now.
Wow.
And it's like, you know, and people always, well, how do you work for Stevie Wonder? Well, I promise you, I didn't pick up the phone call and call him and say, hey, Steve, I'm really good.
Right.
Call me back. And people hear about your work. And so, you know, the Winans Project, that's just an amazing situation there, you know, where I wasn't going to do the project. Nothing was coming together like it should.
Wow.
And Marvin knew that I really wanted to do the project. He said, Panion, you really want to do this? I said, yeah. He said, well, let me tell you, if it bombs, we're going to tell the whole world it's your fault. It was such a big hit that Quincy Jones signed them.
Wow.
I get the call to work with him and to work with them on a record that wins a couple of Grammys. So you know, you give what you have to give, and that everything else just happens after
and that was, you know, almost a lifetime ago with who you are as a person that I know, because now you're talking about winning Grammys. You have what's 14 Tellys now?
That's 27 Telly Awards.
So Telly Awards are awards given for, you actually submit for that for documentaries, right?
Well, the Telly Awards for television broadcasts, they are in all categories, from production to orchestration to arranging. Then they'll have significance as for its cultural impact.
Wow.
So we've been very, very fortunate with our PBS shows.
21 Tellys though?
Yes, I think it's 27 Tellys.
27? So we're talking about award-winning in music, award-winning music in film, and in film now.
Couple of Emmys.
Couple of Emmys?
Yeah, 2 Emmys.
Hey, people need to know this.
So, but you know, again, we are just still working hard at it. And and I'll tell you, it's just not a single person. You know, like you, how we're so fortunate at Audio State to have you partner with us, and
I appreciate that,
and the team of good people. And
James and Tammy, I mean Connor, you know, all these people that help pull things together.
And the beautiful thing about that whole family, we call Audio State a family, from all the singers, from Valerie to Valerie Smith and Valerie R. Harris,
right,
to basically the band with Cameron and everybody. The heart of people makes the difference.
Yeah.
And I always know that if I'm out of town, sometimes I don't go to Audio State in 2 and 3 months at a time. But I know that I can lay my head on the pillow at night, not even think about it.
Right.
It's because of the nature of the people that you have around you. God-fearing, honorable people. And you tell me something, Valerie tell me something, as you all have done, I just stop in my tracks and listen. Right. And I feel blessed to see how God has just provided. And I tell you, it is a God thing. And in every turn, you know, it's just amazing how God has revealed to me that sometimes he allowed me, I'm not gonna say he put me out on that ledge, but he's allowed me to be on a ledge to the point that if it needed him to succeed. Because if it failed, I said, God, if this fails, it's gonna be a reproach on you, whatever the case may be. But God have wanted me to see that I needed him. And it's amazing. I look back not with a sense of cockiness, but I can look back on some of the things that God has allowed to happen. And the next thing, I don't have to even exercise faith for that thing. And that's the way I truly feel. And I don't want to be overly spiritual in talking about these things, but I do know the foundation under which my whole life has been girded.
I'm glad you're saying that, because I started out telling people that I know a little more about you than most, and we're going to get a chance to talk about that a little bit, because I think people need to actually hear another side of you. Yes, they know about the music, know about your connection with UAB and the orchestra and all the things that you have done, and may not have known about the television and the documentaries, but they are awesome, award-winning documentaries. Have a few to work on. Like, I can't wait for the Donna Lawrence one to come out. Yeah, I know you're working on that. That being said, could you help the people kind of explain, yes, creatively, I have been able to do all these things, but what sustains you is some of your business acumen and what you're doing outside of music with your finances that are helping you to kind of create?
Yep, exactly.
Does that make sense? Okay.
No, it makes perfect sense. I think for people wanting to be in the music industry or the entertainment field, the first thing you have to recognize is that you must be willing to invest in yourself.
That's right. If
you're not willing to invest in yourself, then don't expect other people to have the same kind of desire to do so.
Right.
But I have a business degree, and I'm not saying that necessarily that was necessary. I didn't even want and thought having to have the business minor.
Wow. Because
music was all I wanted to do. Like most
to
musicians. I wanted to be in that practice room. I wanted to be writing music. I wanted to be doing band practice, choir practice, jazz band, concert band, my small groups.
Wow.
And they said, you're not going to graduate if you don't have a minor. I said, all right, I'll do a business minor.
Gotcha.
And I'll tell you, that has been the most important thing I have done to support even my activities, my knowledge. You know, people see Audio State 55, but Audio State 55 is 3 different entities.
Wow.
It's the recording studio.
Right.
But there's Audio State 55 Entertainment, which is both the production side and the record label that's distributed through Warner Brothers. And then also, there's also Audio State Musical Arts Foundation,
Right.
that we do all the educational pieces out with the summer programs, our relationships with Berkeley, but and UAB, and about 4 other schools.
You can't really just say that as fast as you do if people get it. Okay? Because you have the studio, you have the production company, you have the record label, Warner Brothers, and the foundation as well. And you just threw out Berkeley's name in conjunction to the foundation and the education that you do. And I had to say that again, just so people caught it. Like, this is not, this is not what they call small potatoes. This is all major things that you're doing just in have it on audio state.
And again, I felt the need to do things where those who were not exposed to either the industry or even educational opportunities could. So there I'm at UAB. We have a music technology program. We got Stevie Wonder to endow scholarships that we've given.
Wow.
I think we've given about 150 Stevie Wonder scholarships over the years since then.
Awesome.
So how then could we best find a situation where those who want to be the next Henry Pena, let's just say Stevie Wonder, whomever, sometimes our young people don't even know what they don't know.
Right.
So by the time they're ready to go to college, it's not because of talent. Sometimes it's because they just haven't had the right kind of exposure early on. So we started doing things where I call them pre-college music tech academies.
Okay.
Where we were taking all of our things that we were doing at the college level and in the industry, and we were exposing young people to them. So we would bring over 400 kids a week over to Audio State in our labs and things there.
That's right.
Because just being in that environment. So if Ruben was doing a record, I make sure the kids had to do it. If I was presenting something, I will never forget we were doing a record in Hawaii, or doing a program in Egypt. And I made sure that our kids could be a part of that. And one of the wonderful things.
Hold on. I got to stop you again. I want to say this. I know he's saying these things really, really fast, and there's no way he's done all of this. Trust me, all of this stuff has been done and documented. You can go and find the Hawaii record. I think Ruben was on that, wasn't he?
We did several concerts with Ruben, but we had the Honolulu Symphony. Did he do the record? I think he's on it.
I mean, I remember some of the things. When you're saying this, I know that people could really think, Pena, there's no way that Strick could have somebody in his studio that's talking like here, right here at the link in Roebuck. Me and you are sharing, because I've known you for such a long time. Some of these things are common knowledge to me, but people just don't know what we have right here.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, and I think that in our own sphere, we have influence. And it's important, it don't matter how big you may think you are or big you may be, but the influence that you may be able to give to someone who's looking up to you will be big to them.
Right.
So I just recognized, and I basically told the university, we had these scholarships and we had these endowments, that I was not going to just give this money out to those who are the most privileged and would have the opportunities to be exposed. So I'll give you a good example of some of the things we would do. When the American Idol was big, I had worked on 3 of the American Idol projects.
Okay.
And I said, I want everybody here to be able to look and see what goes on behind the scene. So I couldn't take everybody. So I had the band put their laptops right during rehearsals and during the show. And while the shows were going on, we were there at Audio State with the kids as if they were at
those rehearsals.
Yeah, at those rehearsals.
So they could see it.
They can see what's going on. It's about being able to just touch someone and they feel like they were there. When the movie Straight Outta Compton came out, my buddy who does a lot of producing for Dr. Dre, I said, listen, I got to have you talking about that.
Right.
So he came here, we had the movie here, talking to the kids, so that we could show that film. And they could see that he wrote 3 of the songs on that record and how he did that. And that's the important thing, because we have the talent.
Right.
But many times we just don't know. And so for me, I think that basically I've just been, I'll use this word, foolish enough and trustworthy enough to step out, and if God said he would support an endeavor, I was foolish enough to try it.
And sometimes that's just what you got to do. That being said, I want to be sure that as we talk about all the accolades that you have, that people understand how you have some of your businesses structured and how they need to rethink their mind on just their creativity. Like, do your creativity, but handle your business so you can create longer. Because I feel like that's what people that are creative miss it. You're somebody like, let's do Andre 3000. There's no way this young man could be walking around playing the flute if he didn't have money.
Well, he could, but I get you.
You see what I'm saying? Like, he is so comfortable with his finances that he just walking around. He's making albums that people are buying for no reason. He's just stacking money, off of some of these. He's now at a place where he can create what he wants to, because he said he didn't have any more raps, but he's doing what he wants to do creatively, because I feel like financially he is set.
It's residual, it's all about residual income, right? And I think so many times we think about the stardom, but there's more money behind, on the other side of the microphone, than there is in front of the microphone. So,
but the part I want to get to is with you that I know it's the real estate ventures.
Okay.
It is the other businesses that kind of undergird Audio State. Even though there's 4 or 5 different things in Audio State, it is running without you, but some of that's because of the business that you have structured and the foundation of it.
Yep. So Audio State basically is a place of operation off campus, but it is a professional recording studio that people can use to rent. We have engineers there who run Studio A, Studio B, and Studio C. Of course, most of Pastor Mike's records are done at Audio State, and along with a lot of others. It was built, the entity, primarily for me to do my projects off campus. We were doing a lot of things on campus, and I had a studio on campus that was built for me to primarily do my research, and that's the way the university looks at it. But as it grew, I needed a place off campus. So to support Audio State, that's one part of it. There are 2 publishing companies. There is HP3 Music, which is an ASCAP company.
Okay.
And then there's Audio State 55 Publishing, which is a BMI company.
No way.
And so basically,
no way. People, if you're in music, you understand what he just said. But basically, there's 2 major companies that does publishing, and he says he's got a company with one and a company with another. I've never heard that before.
Because if an artist comes through and we're producing that record, and they're associated with BMI,
then you use that.
Then we use that publishing company. And if our records are distributed through Warner Brothers, then the publishing company owns the records. They own the songs, and they have control and interest. So even if we have a relationship with a songwriter, that's a partnership, that ownership is really, really important. And that's kind of residual income forever when you think about that. You also have to think about when you the synchronization licenses, things that go on just because a song is on a record. What happens when that song is on television or in film? There's a whole different type of royalty structure that goes along with that.
Gotcha.
And so then there are all the PBS, Netflix, film distribution opportunities there. But to get to that stage, as it were, we're thinking about, my family was always in real estate. And
I didn't know that. So your family, like parents were in real estate. Okay.
Yeah. So, and that didn't do much. I mean, I guess I was always around it, but I think that when I learned the importance of, in business school, really, to begin to think about it, that basically, and I hated these courses. I hated the principles of accounting. And I got an A in it. I remember that clearly, only because the professor gave us a book that said, Price Waterhouse is going to send you a company's package. You'll have to balance that books for a whole year. That's your final project. You get 3 weeks or 5 weeks, I forget what it was, to work on it. And there are 2 grades, A or F.
Wow.
And I got that. In business law. And one of the most important things that people won't really think about much is typing. My typing skills are great. And I had a typing instructor back in the day who would walk around like those old piano teachers and crack your knuckles if your hands weren't like this. Well, that helped me when I became chair of the UAB Department of Music to run that program.
Being able to communicate.
I would be on the stage in Germany or someplace with Stevie, getting off the stage, handling business.
Wow.
When we were building the Alice Stevens Center. And so the experiences, and I don't want to say all this to kind of build me up, but what I'm trying to say is every little thing that I have done along the way has prepared me for the next thing.
Gotcha.
When I began to work, I was in all like everybody else with the Winans. I mean, it's like they're the Winans.
Right.
But then when it was time to do the arranging, and orchestras began to call me about renting my music. There's a whole library, about 500 orchestral pieces that on any given night orchestras are playing around the country.
Wow.
So I go and conduct, but orchestras call me all the time to rent our music.
Wow.
And
that's another stream of revenue as well.
It not only that put all our kids through college, because the bottom line was, and ownership is really important because professional orchestras have to rent through the American Symphony Orchestra League. So if I send them an arrangement of my new works, then I know I don't have to worry about it being across town somewhere. They will have to send it back to me. They have to report it to BMI and ASCAP. We have a whole show that we're doing for the London Symphony, and I think in 3-4 weeks, I think it's going to be shipped to them. But I don't have to worry about it being in London because they have to report that there's a structure for the way these things go.
Basically, guys, they get a book, the book of all of the compositions for all of the musicians, right? And that book is the music. So they get it shipped in and they got to ship it back.
Right, they get it shipped in. The librarian has to pass it out to the orchestra. She makes books for them. She inventories that. They pack it up. They send it back with programs. If I don't attend, they know every minute, every part of it. So it's a real structure. So owning what you create, you just never really know what that will do. And I'll never forget one of the first arrangements that I did back in graduate school. Was an arrangement of Oh Happy Day.
Okay.
People know that song. And because a symphony wanted to do it, some years that piece, even to this day, may have as many as 15, 20 different performances of my score.
Something that you did while you were in college.
Yeah, my youngest son is 30. My oldest son is 32, and he would have been 1. Wow. And I put a little tagline on there and to him. But my point is that I didn't know that really at the time. I mean, I didn't know how things would work out. But I've always been willing to do. And in all the great churches that allowed me to work with them, even in this town, Minister of Music at Faith Chapel and 6th Avenue and Sardis. And then the records we did with Israel Houghton and Darlene Check over at Church of the Highlands. What used to be up the street here, Cathedral of the Cross, where we spent so much time, and my home church, where I was kind of rooted and raised in, is Faith Chapel. Not Faith Chapel, Faith Apostolic.
Okay.
But even as a little boy, going to Friendship Baptist Church in Brighton, all these experiences really are who I am, and it's just amazing as I look back on it. And I keep saying looking back on it. You talking as if I'm about ready to retire somewhere. But
no, you're not retiring. Like, I know that there's another phase. Like, there's something that's different. So even with the school, you're having the School of Technology, the music technology portion of the music department. I know, because things are moving so fast, that the next thing is we talk about AI and stuff all the time. There's going to be another facet that you bringing technology, because like me, you want to stay ahead of the curve.
And that's very, very important for you to say that. Because we are in technology, I've had to take this time over the last year to retool. So we actually, with our majors, have exposed them to the tools. We can say everything we want to say about AI. It's here.
It's here.
So how then have we best tooled our majors? So I just finished writing a new orchestration book, all through AI.
Wow.
And the book uses AI for testing and for creating scores, interacting with the students on orchestrations.
Wow.
Using Henry Mancini, who wrote The Pink Panther, if you don't know that name, his book and some other books. But because if we don't expose young people to AI, they will be, once again, behind the curve. And you don't have to be afraid of it.
You got to know how to use it.
And that's the important thing. People think that, well, it's here, it's going to take my place. No, if you find a way to add value to what you have to offer, then you'll always be good. We thought about this years ago. We thought MIDI was going to get rid of the horn players, and what we discovered was that no, it enhanced the music. In fact, I would like to say that while I know that I want to think that my music is appreciated by the likes of Stevie and others, and I guess 32 years kind of validates that a little bit, but I do know it was because of the way I incorporated technology as an arranger, that we would literally be in Japan or someplace and it would never fail. We'd be through it rehearsing.
Right.
And Stevie would say something like, Henry, and I know we're through with the show and it's ready and we're touring, but I really would like to do this song. And what he's saying is, go to your room and orchestrate this too. He never tells you, he just says it like that. So many times I would go to my room that night, orchestrate it, have my printers and all my keyboards and stuff on the road with me, print it out, go to rehearsal the next day, and sometimes Stevie would be coming in on sound check.
Wow.
We're doing it, performing it that next night. But if I didn't have technology, I wouldn't be able to do that.
That's awesome. I want to ask you this last question, because we talked about a lot here, and of course we got much more to do. Guys, be on the lookout on a conference that we're going to put on, because I'm saying it now. We've been talking about it for years, but I got to expose him to more people. Like, he's got to do some Birmingham music conference stuff outside of, I'm not saying bad about UAB, but UAB can be a little bit of a crutch because there are kids there that wants it, but there's so many more people in Birmingham. We got a big city with a lot of musicians and a lot of creative people that need to hear all the experience that you have. They need to hear that. That being said, if there's a high school student, not college, because you deal with college students all the time, but they're very creative and they want to get into music, what would be some of the things you would tell them to focus on?
Well, I think the most important thing is to really think about, number one, honing your craft. But everybody looks up to someone. So when you see someone you admire, and don't just get to know them or trying to figure out how can I get next to them and network with them, figure out what their path has been to be where they are right now.
Okay.
And I oftentimes will tell people, before they interview me, I can tell if they say, "What? Tell me about yourself." I said, "No, you're not ready for the interview.
Right.
You know, go do your homework." Or a student want to talk, go do your homework. You need to know what people have done and understanding the profession. I mean, all this stuff is so available, readily available to you now. Now, when it comes to applying for colleges, and I'm not going to say colleges for everybody. I'm not going to go down that road. I do think education, though, is the key. If you're not educated about a thing, then you'll see someone who's a great keyboard player or a great performer.
Right.
And he looks good on stage. But you may not know he's went to Juilliard or something like that, you know,
Right.
went to UAB. And so learn about the field you want to go in. You want to be a producer, you want to be an arranger, and we always hear that word producing. And I'll ask the student, well, what's a producer? And they fumble.
Right, they don't know the real meaning of what they actually do.
Exactly. So it's a tough word, but the other thing is if you want to be a singer or a writer or a producer, I always loved a lot of different things and didn't know that all those things I loved
Work together.
would come together to make me perhaps the person that I am, the musician that I am. But my wife will tell you, you know, you're subject to, I'll sit around the clock and work around the clock all the time.
Right.
You got to put your time in.
You got to put it in.
And so many times young people want to be discovered.
Right.
They want to be that next star. They want to be all of that. Hone your craft. Become the best you can be. Learn as much as you can learn about the particular fields. And seek people out. You know, they should be looking for me at UAB. They should be finding out with me, sending me emails. You should be doing all that in the world. Sharing what they've done. Can you listen to this and that? What kind of recommendations? And people are readily available. I do that.
Right.
And I've been in this profession a long time. So it's challenging, but I do think college is a good route for a lot of people. And I think in this sense, if you graduate from high school with a C or B average here in Birmingham, college can be provided for you. With a promised scholarship.
That's right.
So don't squander your opportunity like that, you know. And so that's all I have to say. And I probably didn't answer exactly.
I think, you talk from your heart, which is more important. You know, I heard something you said, and it resonated in my head. If you want to be discovered, I think that one of the things that people need to know now with technology and where we are, sometimes the best discovery that you can have is discovering yourself. You know, because if you're willing to put in the time and post and create things, it doesn't matter if you're in your bedroom or in your car, there's a ton of people that have an opportunity to be seen all over the world from these social media platforms and TikTok, and they're sharing their gift and they blow up.
And you're thinking just because it's so crowded out there that there isn't a place for you. One of the things I often say, if you have something to offer, there is a place for you.
Right.
That's true. As crowded as it may seem.
That's true.
And that's me.
Well, I appreciate your time. Like, this has been awesome. Like, I know we needed to catch up, we needed to talk, but I thought this was the best way to do it in front of everybody else. And there's so much more that I know you could have shared, and hopefully we get a chance to talk some more. The interview that we did with Greg Fillinganes.
Yeah.
It was because he was coming into town at UAB, and it was on my YouTube channel. It's still my largest view. It's still getting views. So big shouts out to that. I talked about meeting Marvin Winans with you, and talks with trying to figure out how do we incorporate Kim in doing a show.
I'm really excited about that. I'm so excited about having Kim perform with me live.
That's right.
That she's performed in an orchestra that I've conducted before, but I haven't conducted her in a feature. Now I did, I think 6 arrangements for her.
The arrangements that you did, she had a chance to perform, which is awesome. So that's also in the catalog.
Yes.
You know,
I saw it. I couldn't come to the Newport Symphony when they did that, or Namibia where I wanted to come.
Yeah.
But she was in Namibia doing something with Gaza, I think his name is, from Namibia and there. But we're going to feature Kim with the Alabama. Doesn't that sound good?
Oh, that's awesome.
With the Alabama Symphony Orchestra, and we're just trying to figure out the nature of that show. And I don't want to spill the beans right now, but we're working on it. But it's going to be great.
As long as I get to open up in song, I'm okay.
How do I just open up?
Normally I end with asking someone how people can contact you, but you've already kind of said that people should.
I'm on Facebook. I'm at UAB, Panion at uab.edu. You can find me, Henry Panion, on Facebook, Instagram, places, all the places you can find me there. And yeah, how about that?
Hey, we got to do this again, and maybe we should just do it around food next time.
Hey, I'm there.
Always, always. Hey guys, thank you so very much for checking out Strick City Live. I have more people coming your way, so keep it locked to Strick City Live on YouTube. If you've seen us on Facebook, you gotta watch it on YouTube. It's a better view, okay? But thank you guys so much for hanging in there with me, and I'll see you next time.
Great.
Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo.
Hey man, I'm enjoying this. You say, what do you enjoy? I'm enjoying the fact that I get an opportunity to have some of my friends, some of the great people of Birmingham on Strick City Live. I just got through talking just to kind of reminisce about my guests, and 25 years, it's not longer. Like, we're at the age right now, both of us we're trying to give some years away. It's probably close to 26, 27. However, a man with a great heart, great family, loves people, and is pastoring right here in the city of Birmingham. None other than my guy, Mr. Minister Pastor Doug Taylor. Is it not apostle yet?
No.
Bishop?
No. Doug Taylor's enough. Doug is enough. I stick with pastor.
Man, I love it.
Bro, I had no idea until you brought that up. It's probably 27, easy 27 years. We're talking about 1997.
I just got to town in 96.
Okay.
And a friend of mine, Sir William McCain, came the year later. So that was 97 when he got here.
Yep.
He was working at UAB.
We're working at UAB together, information technology.
William O'Neill was working at UAB.
Yep.
And they introduced me to you.
And it's been on since then.
And it wasn't about no church stuff at the time. We just good dudes.
Let me
say this: we were all Christians at the time.
Exactly.
You know
so that was a comment, but we weren't trying to church. We was just being guys, building a relationship, which I think is important.
And then you go from there, and you actually start a church.
Yep.
And I know you were in the Avondale area,
over in Eastlake. We started in Eastlake. We're in Eastlake, April 1st, 2001. A little rat trap building. It was a storage unit that we used for a church. Then we moved over to Fifth Avenue, over in Avondale. We finally moved over here off Red Lane Road. We finally had a steeple. When we had a steeple, people was like, okay, they're a real church now.
Do I remember Red Lane Road?
Yep, right off of the down from the Walmart, where Pastor Harris is.
That's right.
Yep.
We did a Strick City over there.
You did a Strick City. That's right.
We did a Strick City over there. So I learned traveling with gospel hip hop artists and all of the people we would travel with that sometimes we made an investment to get our own sound equipment. And just the way the acoustics worked in that church, it was the perfect set for the equipment that I had.
Oh, that's cool.
It was just perfect. So I remember this.
Oh yeah.
I remember rattling the windows in that church. I loved it.
Right,
oh man, we had the bass was hitting so hard.
It was great.
We had a great time there.
Absolutely.
We had a great time there, and that. Again, I almost forgot about that. But we did a whole Strick City tour, and we had to be there.
Yep.
At your church, and all the stuff that you guys were doing and have done over the years, and very close to a lot of your members of the church. I had another opportunity to come back and speak and do another Strick City.
Sure did.
At the movie theater.
Yep.
I say movie theater. It is his current church. And it's a great area. I think the way the church is set up is cool. Y'all have done a great job with even the gym part that you use.
Yeah, we're excited about it. Be praying with me. I'm praying that we're out of that facility into the new one by the end of the year. My hope is, the Lord didn't say, but I'm hoping that by New Year's Eve I can have my New Year's Eve service in a new place. The new place is going to be crazy.
That's nice, man.
The new place is going to be crazy.
I've been there, of course, and I've seen the sanctuary and the way it's set up. Like it's roads for days.
So here's the crazy thing about that building. We didn't buy that building for Better Church.
Okay.
So I hit a pivot probably about 8 or 9 years back where I was just unfulfilled with pastoring.
Okay.
I still love preaching the gospel, but I was like, people gonna join, they're gonna get saved, and that's the crux of. But I'm like, there's something missing, and so I went on this journey of trying to figure out, God, what's next for me. And man, I stumbled across this statement that changed my life. Statement is, stop praying for a vision for your church and pray for a vision for your community. Bro, it pivoted everything.
Okay, hold on. We can't go by that fast, man.
Doc.
You gotta rewind that. Don't pray for.
Stop praying for a vision for your church and start praying for a vision for your community. And what that said is, I began to look at our church as the Garden of Eden, as it were.
Okay.
God tells Adam and Eve, replenish, subdue, dominate, which means here's a garden, keep expanding. And so what's in here should start impacting everything around. And so we became extremely outward focused. How many people can we feed? What are the issues that are facing this community? How can we be a partner? So, and here's the thing, not even about doing church, because this is crazy and we just rambling. I'm going, when Jesus at the feet of the 5,000, he didn't ask who was going to get saved.
He didn't.
It wasn't even about the ministry result at that point. It was a family's needed support. And he freely supported and impacted them. And then if you want to go further, eat my flesh, drink my blood. But right now, I'll need to meet those needs. And so we pivoted. It was like everything was outwardly focused. And so if they come to church, great. If they don't come to church, great. We're going to pray for them and, minister to them. But how can we serve the people around us? And so this new building, man, we're going to be doing workforce development out of there because we ran out of space to do all the other programs.
Okay.
The stuff we do with entrepreneurship coaching, the stuff we do with ex-offenders, helping with reentry programming, all of those things, sports leagues. That new building
is going to be able to house all of that.
It's community building, bro.
Let me say this. As a church leader, I know if you just named 4 or 5 programs that your church is doing. There's no way you could run 4 or 5 programs.
Oh, no, not at all.
So you got to have a good structure and a good team that's working with you to pull this off.
Oh, absolutely. So I'll give you a perfect example. We have a free mental health ministry in our church. And so I talk to pastors about this. One of the statements I hate is when people say that's real ministry. Well, you can't define what real ministry is.
All of it should be.
All of it's ministry.
Right.
Because every pastor has to determine based on their passions, based on what assignment God has given them, and then what partners they have.
Right.
And so I began to see, and the problems that exist.
Right.
We start having people, short end of the pandemic, having emotional wellness issues and depression. They call us, we pray, we do what pastors do, but I realize this is more than what I can handle. There's something else going on. We had a team of mental health counselors that were part of our church. I pulled them together. Y'all build something.
Right.
Because the whole scope, the real essence of apostleship, leadership, the text says, I give you apostles, prophets, evangelists, pastors, and teachers for the perfecting of the saints, which means the maturing of the saints, so they can do the work of the ministry.
They can do the
work of the ministry. And so my real job as a pastor is not to do the work.
Right.
It is to grow others so they can do the work. And so that whole mental health issue, man, ministry, it was, I don't know. I'm gonna pray. Wow. And I'm gonna sing to them. And so they think last year they served about 400 individuals.
No way.
Absolutely free, bro. And we've trained about 25 individuals in our church, teenagers from 17 to 62 that are trained mental health first aid advocates. It's crazy, bro.
So I introduced him as Pastor Doug Taylor. We haven't said the name of the church.
Rebirth Christian Fellowship.
And you guys need to know that as we're talking about some of the things that he's doing, some of the things he's offering, look the church up. You can pause this, look the church up, okay? Doing some major things in the community. We talked about how long we've known each other. Our children have grown up together.
Absolutely.
You know, people don't know how small Birmingham is.
Bro. Yeah.
You know, or who is connected to who. You can go if you want to and start talking about somebody else in Birmingham.
Absolutely, it's going to get back.
It's going to get back, or somebody's going to know, well, I kind of know him really well.
Exactly,
you know?
yeah.
But I really appreciate, every time we talk, you always enlighten me on something.
No, and same, bro.
I like the way you think about things to be able to help the community. Is kind of like an evolution of pastoralship.
Sure.
You know, because, these people are called to me. I want to pastor them. And once you get to a point where pastoring, you know that now I want to make a bigger impact. So we got to go out of these doors.
Sure.
Because there's people out there that are hungry, that don't have clothes.
Exactly.
You know, sometimes you get people coming to your church, but what about the church going to those people that you know they're in need?
Sure, absolutely. And I think that's what I call a mission-driven church. Has to be a higher mission. And, you know, Sunday alone, one of the core values of our church is Sunday is not enough.
That's part of the core values?
Part of our 10 core values. Sunday is not enough.
Sunday is not enough. And it's so true. You know,
Absolutely.
If you're not waking up every day, you know, trying to find time to get in his presence, you're not going to have a good day.
Absolutely.
If you do, the second day might get you. That being said, you're making a move that's 2-3 miles away from where you are now to this new church?
4 miles.
4 miles.
4 miles. Yep.
But it gives you an opportunity to kind of spread your wings a little more as far as the campus has a school on it. And I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even know all of this building.
You got to go by there.
You know, it is. I've seen parts of it. I've seen the office space in the back. It's just really, really big.
Bro, we're going from 26,000 square feet on 4.3 acres to 110,000 square feet on 9.4 acres, tennis courts, 2 single family homes. And here's the thing, bro. It's all to the glory of God. I'm not smart enough to do this.
Oh, come on, man.
No, I'm telling you, man. I mean, and when I say this stuff, it's not to say what we've done. It's just grateful that God has trusted us with his resources. I mean, I was on the podcast today. I was like, I would have never picked me to pastor. I would have never picked me to preach. I know too much about me. Wow. And for God to know more than what I know and give me the privilege of doing this, bro, I love it. I'll never take it for granted.
So you hear why I like this guy, right? You can actually hear while we're talking. One of the things that I know about you, because I am long-time friends with a lot of your members, is that you've always had a heart for entrepreneurs and business people in your church. How are you building them currently, and how do they fit into this next move?
Oh, bro, it's a big deal. So I believe that entrepreneurship is one of the hidden gems of the kingdom of God. The truth is, I've been an entrepreneur for decades. I started doing business at 9 years old. It's crazy. 9 years old, because it's just images make sense. Then when I saw in scripture, you think about it, of all the disciples Jesus picked, most of them were entrepreneurs.
They were business people.
I had the opportunity to spend 10 days in Israel in 2023, and it's changed my whole scope, bro. We went to a synagogue.
Okay.
In my mind, I always thought synagogue was a church.
Church, right?
It's not. A synagogue is roughly the size of where we are right now. It's a gate outside the city walls where the merchants meet to discuss scripture, to discuss concepts, and it is a marketplace. So when Jesus is going to the synagogues, he's not at church. He's in the middle of market. 2 Kings 4, the woman had, the widow woman said, they're going to come and take my sons, can't pay my bills. The Lord didn't give him a miracle. Elijah said, what do you have in your house? I got some oil. He puts her in business.
To sell the oil.
He puts her in, absolutely. And so she starts, God performed miracles through an entrepreneurial effort. It just makes sense to me. And so we do a lot of cool stuff for our entrepreneurs. We do stuff like pop-up Sundays throughout the summer. We let all of our entrepreneurs sign up and have a Sunday that they showcase their wares. We do entrepreneurship coaching through our nonprofit Rebirth Community Corporation. We do an 8-week program, Reboot, where we teach all these entrepreneurship skills, accounting, the legal component, marketing, but we also have mental health counselors that come in and teach them to not only study spreadsheets, but how do you stand under the stress of being a business owner? Because I was always taught just make money. I was always taught about be profitable. I was never taught how to manage the pressure. And so it's another component that we bring to the entrepreneurship journey that's changing people's lives. And bro, the stuff we're gonna do over here, it's gonna be crazy.
And I believe that. I think, you know, sometimes having the programs as a start, you know how God works.
Sure.
You know, you gotta start, you gotta take a step.
You gotta take a step.
And then he adds to that. And if you already have these programs going, you've already taken your step. Now he's increasing the territory.
Exactly. It's a stewardship thing. Faithful over a few things and make you rule over much.
So not only that, because as I'm sitting here thinking, like, it's just so much stuff over the years we've done. Even going to, like, at one point, as a business person, you were doing business as a wholesaler for cars.
Absolutely.
Are you still doing that a little bit?
No.
You had to give it up because of time?
Yeah, I have to fight, because entrepreneurship is in you. I have to fight taking on other endeavors. But it was great at the time. I still keep the license, right? So I can have cheaper car insurance, and you know, I like cars, so I buy and sell them. Now I can help my family out. But as far as I actually still run the business, nah. But it was cool.
It was cool. Did I buy a car from you?
I don't know.
I know we went.
You should have. I bought a car from you.
You sure did. You sure did.
I bought that Jeep for my daughter.
Well, 2 cars, because we got the in-laws got a car too.
You sure did. Yep. So I actually went from wholesaling to actually becoming a retailer. I had over in Roebuck, I had my own office and lot, and I was, you know, it was cool. It was a good hobby.
I liked it, of course. I've actually sold cars, but I like the whole wholesaling business. I just don't have time for it.
No.
I don't have time for it. That being said, how do you handle, first of all, there is a men's conference that's coming up, like at the end of this week. So I'm gonna be sure that people know about this conference. We're gonna talk about that.
Yep.
But before we talk about that, so y'all hang on, because we got, for all the fellas, you know, this guy's not just cool for no reason, like he's making an impact. But I wanna know, like, how do you as a person handle being a pastor when it comes to all the negativity of, oh, you a pastor?
Well, I normally don't lead with being a pastor.
Right.
I got a couple guys in my church that I played basketball with them and a wife for years before they even knew I pastored church, and they would cuss and, you know, oh, you missed it, blank, layup. Like, hey, man, you know. Right. But when I told them that I was a pastor, it was like, okay, we can fool with you. Right. So I rarely lead with that unless I'm in, you know, in certain circles. But then I just have to understand too that in every profession there are some good, there are some bad. Right. And I can never eliminate the stigma that exists on some preachers, because real talk, we earned them. Okay. The truth is, I handle it by understanding that many of them are valid. Right. Because there have been some messed up preachers, messed up doctors, messed up bankers. So to deny it would be intellectually lazy. Gotcha. But to counter it is understanding that nobody ever highlights the planes that land. They only have a newscast about the ones that crash. And so I just have this mentality.
No, sir. Like when you around me, you just can't just drop something like that and keep talking.
Yeah.
Because they don't talk about all of the thousands of planes that are in the air at one time.
Absolutely.
It's that one that comes down and it's major news. I get it. And as a pastor, you know, hundreds of thousands of pastors.
Absolutely.
But, you know, you can find the outliers that don't represent the profession well.
Absolutely. And we have to own that. We have to own that there are some that have misrepresented what we do. I used to be offended, and you know, but I was like, you embrace it. You just have to understand it's the truth. But the other thing too is, at this point, I try to counter that by being willing to explain, at least give a point of reference for why they're off. Few people, if you haven't passed it, you don't know where to take the pastor. Right. I tell us all the time, okay, you doing this. Having a camera does not make you a photographer.
That's right.
Having a Bible does not equip you to pastor a church.
That's right.
And so I have to understand that there's some things that people think about pastoring. And I'm going to try to explain to you why that's not new. I have people say, well, all pastors. I'm like, well, we don't do that. Well, we ain't talking about your church. I was like, well, if you're not talking about our church, don't say churches. Just say some churches. Eliminate all those extremities. So I'm like, I just want to model something different.
Gotcha.
And so, and I know I'm not going to win everybody.
That's right.
I know people aren't going to accept everything. I say all the time, if I walk on water, you're going to say it's because I can't swim.
Right.
It just is what it is. Right. I want to make sure that the people that I walk with know my heart is right, know my intentions are right, and I want to do it the right way.
That being said, I have 3 boys. My youngest in September would be 20.
Wow.
And I have a heart.
We grown, bro.
I'm like grown. You know what I'm saying? I'm so grown, dude, it don't even matter no more.
Yeah.
Like what you think, what you gotta say. I hit a plateau where, you know what? I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just,
there's a freedom in it. There's a freedom in it, bro.
It's a freedom in it.
Yeah.
There's some wisdom that comes with age that until you get there, you don't understand.
Sure.
Now, I do have how you want to say it? I'm a very A-type personality, but sometimes I would back based on the audience, people I was around. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
That being said, I do think that there's a time for us to focus on men. I believe a generation ahead of us didn't do well with communicating to the younger men. And I want to be sure that not only am I a visual example, but also a physical example as far as being in front of men and helping, supporting men, and just be able to talk to them.
Yeah.
I was telling my youngest son the other day, I said, you I know you don't like this, but it's gonna help you.
Right.
And I'm thinking he might never appreciate it.
Sure.
Not verbally, not in his heart, but if you don't stop doing this activity, and I know you're doing the activity and I don't help you, it's my fault.
Absolutely.
No, dog, that ain't gonna happen. Not with me.
Not with me here.
I grew up, man, and the men in my family were not vocal enough. Very vocal women, not vocal men. And I think I suffered a little bit. Now, it ain't their fault. Like, my decisions are my decisions, but I would have loved somebody, hey boy, what you doing?
Absolutely.
Do you know how far that goes? Hey boy, what you doing?
Yeah.
And somebody can actually think about what they're doing. And my statement is, why don't you ask me why I said that?
Yeah.
Just ask why.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't understand what I'm saying, well, why would you say that? I said that because of ABC. You see this? If you keep doing that, we can explain it.
Right.
But there's not enough men that are saying, hey boy.
Yeah.
And not in a put you down way, but to kind of shake you.
Accountability and challenge and just cause us to even question what we're doing. Because here's the thing, bro. The Bible says every man's ways seem right in their own mind.
In their own mind.
All the dumb stuff we do, we think
thought
it's
it was
right. So the thing about it is, people are living at the level of their understanding, so I can't fault you for doing what you think makes sense.
Right.
Until you are exposed to better information, then you still do the dumb thing. Now something wrong with you. But until you know, people are living at the level of their understanding. You got to respect that. So you change it by giving information, not criticism.
So I have this statement for younger guys. You don't know what you don't know.
All day. All day.
You know, how can you make a decision? You don't know what you don't know. The question is why? Like, dude, just come and say, I'm thinking about this. What do you think I should do?
Sure.
And the answer is not always don't do that. You know,
Correct.
I can't tell you don't do that. Kids get to a certain age and you have to be like, hey, this is your option. You can do that if you want to. These are the consequences of making that decision.
I think that's key, sharing the consequences. I know when I grew up, and you know, generations change. In our generation, you ask your parents a question and the answer was because.
Right.
So we had instruction, but no understanding.
No understanding.
It was just mindless obedience.
Because I said so.
Because I said so. And that's not a healthy answer.
It's not.
That does not equip generations to make wise decisions.
Right.
And so even we parent the same generation. We parented things a little bit different. We had open dialogue.
Talk to them.
And as you said, don't just tell you what not to do, but tell you why you shouldn't. You know, what are going to be the repercussions? So now, even if you do what you want to do, I've given you enough information to make an intelligent decision, because it's not a sustainable answer.
Let me ask you this question. When you was growing up, young elementary age, did you have the little key around your neck, having to go home with the key?
Oh, absolutely.
Our kids would never understand what that's about. Not being picked up from school in a car.
Oh yeah. One of car line.
You had to walk home.
On no car
and you
line.
had the little key, so you weren't missing the key around your neck to get in, and mama wasn't there.
Dude, and when you get in, you call her, let her know you in. And God forbid you stop and play football in your school clothes.
It's over with. It's over with.
It's over, bro.
Man, the generation that we parented, man, had it so easy. Now, you know, I'm not taking anything away from their intellect, because my kids are way smarter than me.
Oh, all day.
And my boys have way more integrity than I grew up with. They're great guys, but they had it easy, man.
Yeah.
They had it easy. Yeah. As far as how we allowed them to grow up, you know, we lived in the same area. Our kids going to the same school. Come on, man. What high school did you go to?
Oh, do we know?
Come on,
Jones
man.
Valley, we know. Here's the thing with that, though. I think we, as parents, we have to take some of the responsibility for it, because, as I just said earlier, there are two types of people in life. You have builders and buyers.
Okay.
A builder walks in the room and sees a hammer and nails, and they see a wall. A buyer walks in the room and see a hammer and nail, they see a hammer and nail.
Right.
And so I think it's important to understand how to function as a builder, because God doesn't give you life pre-built. Right. He gives you pieces, and you have to build the life that God has for you. We grew up as builders. We didn't have acrylic backboards.
No, we didn't.
We had a piece of plywood and a bicycle rim.
If we had that. It was a pine tree with a rim.
Bro.
No nets.
Exactly. No nets, no nothing. And so what happened is we built with nothing.
Right.
But then what happened is we blessed our family with what we built.
Right.
And it's not their fault they don't know what to do with a bicycle rim and plywood, because we taught them that acrylic and nets is what's right.
That's what's right. Right.
And I think sometimes we do a disservice of punishing a generation that we created.
We created them because we would never put a bicycle rim up.
Oh, bro. Now you know what? Now I was rebelling when we moved over into Trussville. I had my basketball goal put up. Dude, I put chain link nets up. Dude, I'm bringing Winona to Trussville.
Oh,
I'm like, no,
man.
I'm not gonna conform. But no, I think it's important just to see how we can merge the two generations, because they're not wrong. They're different.
They're different.
You know, and I think every generation has weaknesses and strengths. Like we grew up desensitized to pain.
Right.
The problem with that is we were desensitized to pain, and so we're bleeding, and we should have stopped.
Right.
But this generation is now more attuned to their emotions.
Right.
And I think sometimes they stop too early. So we didn't stop enough.
Right.
They stopped too soon, and so I think it's a balance of helping each generation. We become a little more sensitive to our weaknesses. They become a little more attuned to their strengths, and we both find this middle ground. That's part of why I think the men's conference is going to be cool. Friday night, we're going to have.
Thank you for bringing it back to that, because obviously we're going to just talk about random stuff.
No, that's cool. But that's what we do. Whenever we get on the phone, bro, we'll go from thing to thing. But what's going to be cool about Friday night is we're having a special session for young men, 12 to 18.
And this is August the 8th?
August 8th and 9th. So Friday night will be the kickoff. While the young men are having a breakout session, I'm going to have a panel for multiple generations. And so I'll have 3 generations of men talking through certain topics before the crowd to see how this issue is managed in different generations. Like, perfect example, I had to tell my son, so he went off to take a job in Orlando, and I told him, you're grown. I don't think the job is going to be good for you. He said, why? I said, because you're different than me. When I started working, I was looking for the 1st and the 15th.
Right.
You're looking for fulfillment. You're not going to find fulfillment in that job.
Oh, man.
I was looking for a payday. You looking for purpose.
Right.
And so he's way more in tune with life and things that matter. I didn't start thinking about a life that matters. I'm in my 30s, bro. I'm trying to pay bills.
Right.
And so what happens is, in that, I even think that's where sometimes we discount and even throw bricks at this next generation for not having what we call the same level of loyalty. Well, I'm not fulfilled.
They're not fulfilled because they're going to the next thing.
Going to the next job. And granted, you should develop a healthy work record.
Right.
But I don't want to make a lot of money and hate my life. I want to find fulfillment.
I like that.
It's just, it's finding the balance, bro. I'm going to do this thing. And I know I'm talking a lot.
Hold on, before you do that. They want more details on men's conference. How can they get that?
rebirthchristian.org/kingmaker. Friday is going to be great with the panel. Saturday is going to be crazy. My friend Ricky Smiley is going to come talk about being a king in crisis, how he navigated through the death of his son.
That's cool, man.
Larry Thornton is going to come talk about being a king, overcoming Jim Crow, overcoming challenges. He was just a pillar for our community. He partnered with Magic Johnson in the 90s and opened the McDonald's and developed the Heritage Center on the west side. Navigated from Jim Crow poverty, has emerged and become a leader in corporate America. Brandon Cleveland is going to come. He's going to talk about a king in culture, how we can thrive in this secular world and maintain our spiritual convictions. And what's dope is I got to talk about entrepreneurship. I got a young man in my church, Anthony Gaucher. He's going to talk about, he's 14 years old. 14. And he's going to be one of my speakers and talk about up and coming kings, how he's navigated through running a successful business.
At 14.
At 14. His father passed unexpectedly, and just his journey of dealing through that and some personal challenges and finding himself. And he's an athlete, strong leader, Christian leader. So I think it's going to change the trajectory of what I consider church conferences to be.
Wow.
It's going to shift from doing better church to actually raising our thought process, raising our perception of what happens because of my walk with the Lord, what's possible.
If some people are hearing this, men don't like to sit down and talk. All right, so conferences could be a big deal. What would you tell a young man that's watching this and may be questioning whether they should come or not? Like, what would you tell them? Not just, hey, this is what it's going to be about, but what would you say if you would kind of entice them to come?
I really believe that life is dependent on it with all my heart. Everything in life we learn one of two ways, either by mistake or by mentor.
Okay.
And God uses mistakes to teach people who are too proud to submit to a mentor.
Okay, I like that.
It's crazy. And so
God uses mistakes.
He uses mistakes to teach people who are too proud to submit to a mentor.
Every now and again, I know you're just so cool, but that pastor thing just comes right out of you.
It's what I do, bro. It's what I do. It's what I do.
It is that's quotable, brother.
Bro, it is crazy. And so you think about the mistakes. I was making a comment the other day when people was talk about if I had known then what I know now. The truth is, I did know it. Somebody told me. I just didn't believe it.
I wanted to try it your own way.
So it's not if I had known then what I know now. Now I know the mistake.
Right.
But I knew the truth when they took. I just didn't think it was a truth.
Right.
And so I think it's important, especially for young men, to be in an environment where we can exchange, where we can add value, where we can receive, because you'll never be your best by yourself. And whatever mistake they're making in life right now is probably because they don't have a successful mentor. And here's the other thing, bro, of understanding that championships don't transfer.
Okay.
So
that year. You're the champion for that year.
In that league.
In that league.
So you're a champion at Pop Warner. Mm-hmm. You're not a champion in the pros.
Right.
And so just because you're killing the game with your shoe game, killing the game making money, does not mean that you're killing the game as a father, as a leader, as a friend. And so just because you're winning here does not mean you're automatically winning everywhere else.
It could also mean, like, sometimes there are some areas in your life that you're not good in because you're focused on that winning area.
Absolutely. Because we don't want to focus on the development because I feel second class. So I go back to refocusing on the thing that I do well because I don't want to acknowledge that here's an area for development that I don't want to do.
And sometimes it could be home that you're neglecting because you're winning somewhere else. I used to always tell people, and I try to get it myself, like internally, Michael Jordan had his own physical trainer.
Yes.
Okay? Like, he paid for his own coach.
Yep.
Those things are important. Like, he was the top of his game because he had somebody that he was paying to be sure that his nutrition was right, the way he worked out was right.
Right.
He moved from basketball to baseball. They changed, that same trainer changed the regimen for him to fit baseball.
That's good.
We want to be successful in life. In everything that we do, you want to be the best. You want to be a Michael Jordan. Why not do what he did?
Absolutely.
We could talk for days, brother.
Yeah.
Can we please do a part 2?
Oh, man, come on.
The part 2, after this men's conference, I want to go, let's tour the new church. I want people to see the vision, man. Let's tour the new church.
I would be honored.
And show people what's going on right here in Birmingham, Alabama, because I really like your vision for the community. I have a pastor. Big up to Dr. Thomas Beavers.
My God.
But I like this dude right here.
I like this dude. I like you too. No, you're my guy.
You in the community, man, we need people like you. Man, and my prayer is that as you build, more and more people are aware of what God is doing in your life.
Man, I'm humble.
And you got to tell your family I say hello.
Oh, all day. You know, you got to tell you, I love your family. You know, we watched our sons and daughters grow up together, man.
That's right.
I saw your son walking today, man, had a full beard. I'm like, I remember I bullied you on a field trip.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Give me these snacks.
Listen. Pastor Doug Taylor was there when one of my sons, which I'm so proud of, got to be in the spelling bee.
Yeah.
All right, and your daughter was in the spelling bee as well. And you know, it's just special times. I remember being there at the school and him being in the spelling bee, your daughter being in the spelling bee, and us being there together. And I'm not even talking about going up to Jasper to the camp.
Oh, bro.
Hey, man, we got so many things. We can talk. I got to end the show. We're going to do a part 2. We're going to get a chance to see what God is doing in his life with his new location in just a few weeks. All the men, I need y'all to go to this website.
rebirthchristian.org/kingmaker.
All right, go there. I want to see you guys at this conference. You guys be blessed. I appreciate you. Another episode of Strick City Live.
I love it.
When the last time you played basketball?
Oh, it's been years, bro.
What's up? You just not gonna play no more? What?
I'm done.
I mean, last time you probably played, I probably played against you. Maybe I did like 30 points or something.
Hey, I'm living through my kids now.
Oh,
you might hit 30 on me. You won't hit 30 on Zay.
I'm not even playing Zay. I told him I was gonna dunk on him. He just shook his head.
Hey, I won't even play him now.
Will you not?
Absolutely not.
I should have been recording when he was a kid.
I heard myself playing him. Like,
when he was younger, he would play. And he'll get to crying when he ain't win. Oh my God, I ain't forgot that.
Yeah.
That ain't but a couple years ago.
The thing I love about him, man, is that he got the mentality, I'm supposed to win now. When I was a kid, it was like, man, when I get older, I'm gonna beat you. Mm-hmm. That ain't his mentality. Man, he was 8 years old. He could play KD. He think he's supposed to beat KD at 8. Now KD would kill him.
Right.
But he would cry and be mad because he ain't win. Because he think he's supposed to win right now.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta have that.
He got it, bro.
You gotta have
he
that.
Different. I don't even like
A lot of people play and are not upset when they lose.
Yeah.
And how do you transition that kind of stuff in life when you're not upset when you don't win?
Man, I think you need to be convicted.
God wants us to win in every area of our life. But at the same time, I think we need to keep it healthy.
I think it's a healthy balance, but there's a lot of people that it's okay with being mediocre.
Yeah, that's not good.
I don't think so.
Mediocre people hate great people. Great people hate mediocre people. They don't mix. It's like oil and water.
That's a Nick Saban saying.
Yeah, that's a Nick Saban, but it's true.
It's definitely true.
I can't stand to be around nobody mediocre.
It is. I definitely have a personality that I don't like as much. It's people that are passive.
Yeah.
Like that'll say okay to everything you say. I absolutely don't like that.
Yeah.
Now I may have said something great, but I also may have said something that's not so great. I need you to find like a way to kind of help me, because I want to help, because I do have a slight bully mentality.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Well, it's part of life.
It is.
You got your personality. God made you a certain way. It's only one DJ Strick now.
Well, we know that is the absolute bona fide
It's only
truth.
one.
It's only one.
Strick City coming live.
And what a great way to start the show. Please listen to what I'm saying. There's only one Strick, and he is still the legend. And I thank you so very much for hanging out with me right here on Strick City Live. You guys keep showing up. Thank you so very much for every like, every comment, every share, every call, every text. It means a lot to me that you would take the time to watch what we're doing here and then to comment on it. That being said, y'all already know who my guest is. You already seen the thumbnail. I got him in the studio. We're right here at the link in Roebuck, and we're about to do some real conversation. I'm talking about some real stuff from my friend, my brother, the doctor. Yes, he is a real doctor, Thomas Beavers.
Man, what's happening, man? Thank you for having me.
Man, I appreciate you being here.
Man, I'm glad to be here, man. You got a dope show, and this is a dope
thank you.
spot.
It
Shout out
is
to all
really
the people
cool,
in Birmingham that's doing it, and it's worldwide.
That being said, man, what do you think about the climate in the city of Birmingham?
Ooh, man, you trying to be messy?
No, it's just the truth. It's it could be a sunny day's climate. Like it
Yeah.
is what it is from your perspective.
I don't know when people are gonna see this, but we're just coming off of the mayoral election.
Right.
And I think the climate in Birmingham right now is kind of cooling down and calming down. Before a minute, man, it was heated.
Yeah.
For a minute, man, there were people saying, I live 536 miles away and I've never been this entertained. Like I tuned in every single day.
It definitely was entertaining.
It was entertaining, man.
It was. Let me say it this way. Personally, I know you, right? I know you very well. I think you do a very good job being neutral when you need to be.
Yeah.
All right. It was a long time, a very long time at the church that you ever even said that you were an Alabama fan. I didn't know for a long time.
Wow.
Because I came walking through the door talking about War Eagle, you know what I'm saying? And I think you do a good job because you're a leader. It can be polarizing for people sometimes, especially with things like politics.
Yeah.
That being said, it's tough
Yeah.
to not have a voice when things are not, what do you want to say, professional.
Yeah. Yeah. I fought so hard to be quiet, and I was quiet on purpose. I really did more praying than talking, and I honestly did pray. A lot of times as pastors and preachers, we say, hey, we got to pray for people, but we don't actually pray for the people. But I spent time praying for each candidate. I didn't pray for somebody to win. I didn't pray for somebody to lose, but I prayed for people to be able to maintain their sanity in and throughout the process. Win, lose, or draw, for people to be able to come out healthy, for the city to come out unified. I spent a lot of time in prayer. Now, I did laugh.
Mm-hmm. It's very entertaining.
I would be lying if I said I did not laugh, because it was funny.
Right.
A lot of it was funny. But aside from laughing, I spent a whole lot of time in prayer, and I've learned, you got to try not to laugh too hard, because it could be you tomorrow.
Right. There's a song, it goes like this: I'm gonna try not to be all high and mighty, because tomorrow I can fall down on my face.
Yeah.
Lord, I thank you for sunshine. I thank you for rain. I thank you for joy. And it's the African song of the kid. People know the thank you for sunshine and rain, but the first part of that is being humble. Which is not easy to do, but understanding that, you know, God can be blessing you today and something could happen that humbles you. And I can say this, I personally went through a humbling experience in my life. And it was you befriending me during that time towards the end of God humbling me, kind of bringing me back to give me opportunities to be who I am right now. Like a humble, more mature Strick. You know?
I get it.
I don't always have to say I'm the legend. Because I know I am.
You just know it.
So, but it took me a while to get there.
We've all been through those humbling situations, me included. There's a scripture when you start talking about that comes to my mind. 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 7 says, humble yourself under the mighty hand of God, and God will exalt you in due time.
That's good.
And so when we humble ourselves, God does not have to humble us. But when we don't humble ourselves, then God humbles us through humiliation.
Right.
The root word of humiliation is humble. And we never have to face humiliation if we would lower ourselves.
Man, that's good. That's really good, because so many people miss that. And not that God wants to humiliate anybody. He wants to grow you. You know, he wants you to get to that man, that woman of God that he's calling you to. Sometimes, like me, and I can be the best example of this, our heads are just too hard to get the message. So he might have to come in a little strong.
And God is not in the business of humiliating people. But if we don't listen to God, sooner than later, God will just be quiet. And when he's quiet, he allows you to make your own decisions. And then you see what you want is not actually what you need, and you end up humiliating yourself.
Right. And there's levels to that. Like public humiliation is definitely different, because I thank God that I hadn't gone through any type of public humiliation. But for me, I was humiliated because of the actions that I had that I know about, you know, because everybody is different. Like I can be honest about me.
I understand.
That being said, when I talk about the climate of Birmingham, it's just one facet of what we have to deal with, because there's also a climate in the Christian community right now that it seems that it may have died down a little bit for as bad as 2024 was, but we still have some things in the Christian community that, as one of my friends used to say, we have some opportunities. We have some opportunities to do better, to show better. What is your feeling as a pastor, like when you see all these things? Do you internalize it, like personally for you? Okay, God, these are some things I want to do different so that I'm not in these situations.
I try not to internalize it, because if you internalize it, you'll go crazy. But I do try to learn from it. I think when you talk about the body of Christ and the climate that we're in right now, God has always wanted unity for his church. I think there's a scripture in John 13, 34 and 35 where Jesus says, by this all men will know that you are my disciples, that you have love one to another, which means that the loudest message we can preach is not with our lips, but the loudest message we can preach is with our life. And so God is our Father, but when his kids are not getting along, it breaks his heart. And so we see a lot of discord and a lot of, everybody has a voice, and everybody should has a voice, but we don't all use our voice in the right way. And so a lot of people in the body of Christ are beefing, and that is possible, because you see in the Bible, Paul and Barnabas had a beef. They did their first missionary journey together. They went on missionary journey number 1, but they didn't make number 2 because they fell out over Barnabas' cousin, John Mark. And the Bible tells us how to handle conflict, but we don't necessarily go by the Bible to handle the conflict that we have. So we end up making a public spectacle of the kingdom. And God wants unity. God blesses unity. We have differences, but our differences are to complement each other and not to compete with each other.
I do appreciate that, because while you were saying that, I'm automatically thinking about John the Baptist ministry and Jesus' beginning of his ministry. Guess what? They were going on at the same time.
They were, and he humbled himself.
He did.
John the Baptist was that dude. Matter of fact, he was so much the man. The Bible says that all of Judea and all of the region came to hear him preach. Now dig this, they came to hear him and his only message was repentance. Most times we think for the whole region, the whole city to come hear you, you have to preach a watered down gospel.
Right.
But here it is, he's telling people turn from your wicked ways. He's telling people repent. And everybody came to hear him. And then when Jesus showed up on the scene, he said, there's one coming after me who's greater. Of the straps of his shoes, I'm not even worthy to unlatch. And the Bible tells us that he humbled himself and he says, I'm not that light, but I've come to bear witness of this light. And all of his followers left him and they went and followed Jesus.
Right.
Man, they take a lot of humility.
They take a lot of
not
humility.
to be mad about that.
Right. But that was his purpose, though. I guess he understood. He was baptizing them.
Yeah.
And just the quote that you gave is, I'm doing this because there's one that's coming, and that's the one.
Yeah. I believe when it comes to ministry, there's a time for everybody to maximize the moment. But then there's also a time for everybody to step back and prepare the way for somebody else. And I'm just praying that when my time comes, that I'm able to do that gracefully for somebody else.
Man, that's cool, because you say that, and I'm automatically thinking, like, one of the things that you're known for is church transitions, like teaching church transition, being in one with your grandfather and helping other churches to go through that. And now you're saying that if you are a leader, you need to be thinking about transition. Why do you feel like that's so important?
You need to think about transition on day one, because the moment you become somebody's successor, you are already somebody else's predecessor. You just don't know who.
You don't know who.
You just don't know who. If the church is gonna go on without you, you gotta think about it on day one. Don't just think about what you're doing, but think about how is this gonna end and what steps am I taking for the church? What steps am I taking personally inside of my own life? Because I don't wanna hold on to this until I die. I want to make sure that I save as many people as possible. I want to make sure that I maximize my time. I want to make sure that I maximize the moment. But at the same time, one day, I'm not going to have the juice anymore.
Right.
One day it's going to be somebody else who comes on the scene. And it's going to be my responsibility to prepare the way for them. And transition is a tedious time, especially in churches. A very tedious time. People are wondering, should I leave? Should I stay? Do I like the new leader? What's next?
Right.
Do I like the vision? Should I follow? Should I go? Even if they don't say it out loud, they're asking these questions in their heart. And a lot of churches don't make it through transition.
Wow. So I'm listening to your comments, and I'm sitting here thinking, man, I should be a better show host.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not like Shannon Sharp. I don't have like a script saying all the great things and introduce. I have an opportunity to talk to my friends. In this case, you get to be a friend and a pastor and a leader. And I probably haven't conveyed all of who you are. You are the senior pastor of New Rising Star, now known as the Star Church.
Not even known as the Star. We are the Star Church.
Legally, Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, the Star Church.
And so there's a Star Church in Birmingham, the Star Church in Pell City, Alabama, the Star Church in Sylacauga, Alabama, and you're opening up a fourth campus in Forestdale,
That's
Alabama.
correct. That's correct.
And
none of it was my idea.
Wow.
None of it was my idea. I had my mind set on the mall. You know, everybody knows our church is involved in community development. We see it as how we develop people. Communities are people in our buildings. We do it 6 ways: education, financial literacy, workforce development, housing, recreation, and the church. And we thought that mall was going to be a perfect spot to advance our community development efforts. And not that we won't ever do an economic development project again, but it didn't work out that time. Right. And then in the pandemic, I saw churches do really well or they plummeted and didn't do so well. I didn't see many churches just kind of maintain. Either they did really well or they plummeted. And so a lot of churches had to make a decision. Are we going to hold on and try to keep going? Are we going to merge? Are we going to close down? And that created opportunity for the kingdom to expand.
Gotcha.
And God put us in strategic positions along the way to be able to, we had 3 church mergers during the pandemic. 2 of those mergers turned into campuses.
Right. That's awesome. So as you're doing these other campuses, what is the goal? What do you see happening with having multiple locations?
Yeah, man. I see a growth so big that the walls of the building cannot contain the size of the growth. And when I say growth, I'm not just talking about butts and seats. I'm talking about souls in heaven.
Okay.
We exist to know Christ and make him known to the entire world. And we want to make heaven big and make heaven small. And so
make hell small.
Yeah, we want to make heaven big and make hell small. Thank you so much. And so coming out of the pandemic, we did Easter off campus. First time we did it off campus, we did it at the Civic Center Concert Hall. The year after that, we went to Fair Park Arena. And ever since 2023 Easter, God has just exploded it with souls in heaven. So Easter 2023, 112 people said yes to Jesus at that service, and it hasn't stopped since then. And so after Easter 2023, the next week it was like 50 some people. Then it was 60 some people. Then it was 40 some people. Then it was 30 some people. Then it was another 50 some people, and it just kept going. So from Easter 23 to Easter 24, 1,004 people said yes to Jesus. From Easter 24 through Easter 25, 1,000 plus more people said yes to Jesus. From January of 2025 all the way through August of 2025, 802 people have already said yes to Jesus. And so the goal with these campuses is that
saying that's this year?
That's this year, 802 people. So the goal with these campuses is we want to put a Bible-based church in as many locations as possible so that we're not far from where you are.
I like that. I like that. Some people say if you ain't saving souls, don't say nothing to me.
Yeah, man. It's important, man.
It is very important. It's very important.
We want to get lost people saved, and we want to get saved people pastored and delivered and discipled. So
let me say it this way. Those are some extreme numbers for your church. Because there's other people that say, well, hey, man, we just did that last week. You know, it just is what it is. There's people that are doing more and people that are doing less. What do you say about what it takes ministry-wise, volunteer-wise, church effort to be able to do those things?
Man, it takes a team. No matter how great your vision, you can only go as far as your team. It takes people who are capable. It takes people who are competent. And so I look for those two things in a team. People who are capable. Those are people who have the ability, but it also takes people who are competent. People who know, who have the knowledge. So you need the ability, you need knowledge, and then last but not least, you need character. So I look for people who are capable, people who are competent, and people who have character. And I can honestly say across the board, we have some amazing, incredible people who have bought into the vision. And I believe that God is blessing the unity that is in our church. A lot of pastors have vision, but if that unity is not there, division kills vision.
That's true.
Division kills the blessing of God that is on what it is that you're trying to do.
That is so true. So let me ask you this question. I mean, as I hear you talking, which I hear you talking all the time. That's part of what my job is. To listen and be a part of like what you have an opportunity to kind of vocalize to the people. You've been in ministry as a senior pastor for 15 years. You just celebrated 15 years this year. What is it that you would say that you've learned over these 15 years about ministry, about life, about family, any of that?
So number one, I've learned to enjoy the journey. There was a point where I was so focused on getting there that I never enjoyed the journey. And the moment that I reached one place, I was already focused on the next place, and I didn't celebrate the wins. When you read the creation story in Genesis, God made the world in 6 days, rested on the seventh day, but he didn't wait until the seventh day to throw a party. Every time he took a small step, he threw a party.
He did.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. He said, let there be light. There was light. He stepped back, he said, and it's all good. He threw a party. Day number 2, he did what he did. He stepped back, he said, it's all good. Day number 3, it's all good. So he celebrated the small steps. He didn't wait until he had one big win. I got it done. I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna rest, then I'm gonna throw a party. He celebrated the small steps along the way. which means that God enjoyed his own journey
right.
of creating the world. And I have learned to celebrate the small steps. If you don't, it's not going to be enjoyable, no matter how much you accomplish. And so I've learned that personally in my family, I've learned that family is first.
That's right.
Ministry should be an overflow of your family. And anytime you are so driven in ministry that your family goes neglected, your family and you suffer really, really bad. And it's hard to do ministry burden-free when home ain't right.
So we hear this a lot, and I guess I'm a church boy, so I grew up in church. I've heard this a lot. Do you think there's other professions to where people struggle with so much of the dedication to whatever their profession is that they may neglect family?
I do. I think anybody who's passionate about what they do, no matter what the profession is, runs that thin line between being passionate about what they do and their family.
Gotcha.
I think anybody who's passionate about it runs that thin line. I think about Jesus when Jesus was on the cross. When he was on the cross, he had 7 last sayings. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. After that, there was a man, a thief on the cross, who was right by him, and he said, today you'll be with me in paradise. But after that, he looks at his mom, and he looks at John. He says, woman, behold thy son. Son, behold thy mother. Jesus is on the cross fulfilling his purpose. He did many miracles, but his miracles is not his purpose. He healed the sick, raised the dead, gave sight to the blind, but his purpose, according to Matthew 1:21, was to die to save his people from their sins. So as he's on the cross dying, he's fulfilling his purpose. But he stops his purpose to make sure that he doesn't lose sight of his priority, which is his mama, which is his family.
Right.
And I believe that as we fulfill purpose in life, we got to make sure that we take care of priority, which is family.
I like that.
Anytime we don't balance that, it's not good.
I just want y'all to marinate on that for just 1 second, because sometimes we could say stuff, and I always stop my guests, Pastor, it's just the way it is, because we can go by that and miss an opportunity for the message and the lesson out of having the right priorities, even with the passion that you have. And you're right, it could be other professions. My wife is extremely passionate about playing the flute. I said, okay, babe, we gotta slow that down. You know, yes, you're gonna have everything that you want, but we can't take every day.
David said he makes me lie down.
Come on.
In green pastures. He's the king of Israel. He has power, position, prestige. He has wisdom. He has wealth. He's passionate about being the king. But guess what? Sometimes you can be so passionate that God will put you in a position to make you lie down. I'd rather just go and lie down so you ain't got to make me.
It's so much
and
easier.
I've learned that over the years, because most times when I rested in the past, it's been because I've been made to rest.
Gotcha. Not because you decided I wanted to rest.
Yeah, but not no more.
It's 52 Sundays in a year. How many are you preaching?
Then and now, or just period?
Just now,
40 out of 52
That's
Sundays.
12. I got you.
I'm a stand in our pulpit. So the 12 that I have left, maybe 4 of those, I may be in somebody else's pulpit. 8 of them, I'm with my family.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. That's important.
Yeah.
What does it feel like being off on a Sunday for you?
It's weird. I'm getting used to it. You know, I tell this story, man. My mama drugged me to church.
Right.
So, man, that's all I knew. Now I'm getting used to it now.
Right.
Especially this last month I just took off, I'm getting used to it. But, man, when you've never done that, Monday night Bible study, Tuesday night choir rehearsal, Wednesday night midweek prayer service, Thursday night life recovery, Friday night youth activity night, Saturday we witnessing in the streets, Sunday you don't just go to church, you in Sunday school. So I passed the drug test. She drugged me to church my whole life. So being off on a Sunday, not being in church, you know, is weird. But I've also learned that rest is necessary. Here's what's interesting. In the Old Testament, the Sabbath was on the 7th day. And that started because God made the world in 6 days, rested on the 7th day. The Sabbath was made for rest and reverence. Okay, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. So when God made the Sabbath, he made it to intentionally give us a day to rest, to relax, to refuel, to recharge, and to reverence him.
Right.
In the New Testament, when Jesus died, he got up on the first day of the week. So we now celebrate the Sabbath on the first day of the week. And I think there's a principle in that.
Okay.
In the Old Testament, you rested on the seventh day because you were tired after you worked 6 days.
Right.
In the New Testament, you rest on the first day so you don't get tired when you work the next 6 days.
Wow.
So I'm learning to rest so I don't get tired instead of resting because I am tired.
And I guess an application to that is the success, and people can take this the way they want to, of a Chick-fil-A that's not open on a Sunday, but still has the productivity as though they were open for 7 days.
They do, man. Chick-fil-A doing numbers that other businesses are not doing because they're honoring the Lord on his day. I think it's the same thing, the principle of tithing. The same thing with our time, tithing and our time. God tells us to give him more time than money, but it's all a trust issue. Trust in God is only authenticated when I'm able to give the very thing that I'm tempted to trust more than God. And the very thing that I'm tempted to trust more than God is my money, my wealth, my possessions, my time.
Right.
And so God says, give me 10%, and you'll see that I can do more with your 90 than you can do with your 100. He then says, give me 1/7 of your time, and you'll see that I can do more with your 6 days than you can do with your 7 days.
People struggle with that, Pastor.
Yeah.
They struggle with the whole tithing thing.
Yeah.
They think this is some type of construction of the church to get money.
Yeah.
I guess for the pastor could look a particular way.
Yeah.
I mean, we're experiencing that maybe a couple of weeks before this gets loaded from when we're talking. But, you know, it's just last week we had a guy posing as a biblical leader. And the federal government had to come in and shut what he was doing down.
Yeah.
But it was in the midst of millions of dollars that he was raising. And people struggle when they see that.
Yeah, and it's abuse in every profession, but people still go back to it.
They do.
It's only when it comes to the church and you see abuse in the church that people walk away from God. And that's a very, very sensitive area. I know that it's sensitive for a lot of people, but I tell people salvation is free, but it costs to do ministry. A lot of people talk about what the church is not doing, but when you see the church doing something, when you see a church with an actual vision of education, financial literacy, workforce development, housing, recreation, and a church with a vision to revitalize communities, not just through real estate and homes, but also by revitalizing churches that have died out. So that we won't be far from where you are, so that we can put a Bible-based church in every area to be able to make heaven big and make hell small. Man, that's a vision that you really want to get behind. Well, guess what? It takes a lot of money.
It does.
To do it. It takes a lot of money to do it. And what I tell people is we're not giving to a church. We're giving to God through a church.
I like that.
And so when people give, don't put your eye on the pastor. You know, when people give, don't put your eye on what it is that you think that you see. Your giving is to God. Your church, your local church, is just the vehicle by which you do it.
So what if a person is in a local church and their pastor has come under some scrutiny for whatever it may be, questionable activities, integrity issues, character issues? What would you tell somebody that is really struggling from seeing him as a pastor, but also knowing that there's some real integrity stuff that is hindering the word?
I would tell them to keep your eyes on God. And if you can't trust where you are, don't allow that to be a reason for you to stop giving to God, because you were never given to that person. You were never given to that place. You were giving to God through that place.
Gotcha.
And so if you don't trust that place because of the person in charge, go somewhere where you trust.
Gotcha.
That's what I would tell them.
There's a man somewhere.
There's somewhere, a man or a woman somewhere. Yes.
And you brought it up, a woman somewhere. So
yeah, I did. There's a man or a woman somewhere. Go somewhere, but don't allow that to be the excuse why you just fall out altogether. Because when you stop giving, your giving can benefit the people or the organization or the church you give to, but never benefit you.
Wow.
If your attitude is not right. Paul said, though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels and have not love, I'm a tinkling brass or a sounding cymbal. He then says, though I give all that I have to feed the poor, if I don't have love, he says, it profits me nothing.
Right.
It profits me nothing. So what Paul is saying is, I can give, but if I don't do it from a heart of love for God, other people are benefiting, but I'm not profiting from what I give.
Wow.
Not only should other people benefit from what I give, I should benefit from what I give. And it's a whole lot of people who don't give with the right attitude, and the church benefits, but they don't.
I like that. So let me ask you this other question. I mean, that's a good response. We're seeing certain churches grow over the last 10 years, let's say 10 years. And they've grown in such a way that there's a lot of people. They're becoming mega churches and big time pastors. And this is not just in Birmingham, but all over the country. There are certain pockets of places where churches have really just exploded. But as they were growing, people were loving what they were doing. But then when the explosion happens, it kind of like slows down when people don't automatically like what they're doing, and you hear more negativity than them being positive and people promoting them. What do you think about the ideology of people and I guess social media to bring somebody or build them up and then to tear them down?
I think that we shouldn't be tearing people down, but anytime you grow, you always have problems because it affects people, and people don't like change. And so growth comes with problems. Anytime you grow, you can't get the good without getting the bad.
Right.
And so a lot of people say they want to grow, but they don't think about how it's going to affect them. But what I would say to the people, instead of you being so self-centered and thinking about how it's going to affect you, God not only cares about the people that you see, he cares about every empty seat that represents a person who's not there that should be there.
Wow.
Because that represents somebody who's not in heaven that he wants to be there. It's undeniably true when you read the parable of the lost in Luke chapter number 15 that God cares about lost people. And so because we're Christian, and to be Christian means to be Christ-like, if he cares about lost people, we should care about lost people. So if he cares about finding his lost child, we ought to help God find his lost children. And when you have that mentality, I don't mind being uncomfortable. I don't mind it being too packed. You know, they say the only people who like packed churches are pastors. To everybody else, it's an inconvenience. It's an inconvenience for me to get in. Ain't nowhere to park. Inconvenience for me to get out. Then when I get in, I got to go to the overflow.
Right.
And for a pastor, it's like, yeah, it's packed. But that's an inconvenience for people. But when people have the mindset, okay, it may be an inconvenience, but I'm going to give up my seat for somebody else who needs to hear this message so that they too can partake in the kingdom of God. That's how we got to look at it.
I like that. So I want to round it up with this question, or an opportunity for you to speak to people. There's a lot of people that may watch this that are questioning their faith. They listen to this pastor sounds good, but what about me? Like, I don't believe in pastors. I've been to a church, I got a major league church hurt, and I'm really questioning if there is a God. Can you speak to those people? And try to help them kind of figure out where they are and where God is?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Number one, church hurt is real. A lot of people don't have a problem with God, they have a problem with God's people.
Right.
And then some people do have a problem with God, but let's just start there. A lot of people don't have a problem with God, they have a problem with God's people. And so when God's people don't properly represent God, they think that there's something wrong with God, when in actuality, he was just misrepresented.
Right.
And so I tell people that the church is the body of Christ, but also the bride of Christ. So whenever you say, I love God, but I hate the church, because the church is the bride of Christ, what you're really saying is, God, I love you, but I can't stand your wife.
Right.
And although the church is imperfect, the church is still God's mechanism to save the entire world and to bless the entire world through the local church. And the church is not going to be perfect until Jesus returns. And so he says, when I come back, I'm coming back for a church without spot or wrinkle. And I would say to that person, if you're looking for a perfect church, if you find one, when you show up, it'll no longer be perfect. Because just like the people in that church are not perfect, neither are you. Right. And so I would say that to them, but also for people who are just downright questioning, is God real? I would say to that person, if you're questioning if God is real, ask God to show you. You can read all the scripture in the Bible. You can listen to me. You can listen to other pastors all day long. But if you sincerely and genuinely ask God to show you, he will. He will show you through your own experience. And once you got an experience with God, nobody can take that away from you.
No, they can't. They can't. And very few people, well, there are people that give testimonies, and testimonies could be one thing, but like when you really had a real encounter with God, like in my life, the humbling that I went through and knowing that it was God being a great father to me, it's something that nobody could take away. Now, I'm very smart about that experience, because anytime I feel like I'm off a little bit, I just say, God, remind me, in my memory, remind me how you humbled me. I don't want to go through another humbling experience. Just remind me, okay, this happened in the past, so I understand where I need to be. And it's kind of like my guardrails so that I can stay focused on what God has got for me to do. Man, I appreciate you hanging out with me, man.
Man, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Because I know how important your time is. All the stuff you got to do to come sit down with me, man, is really huge.
Man, I'm proud of the work you're doing.
Man, that's what's up. That's what's up. All right, so hey, guys, another Strick City Live. I need you to do me a favor. Go to beatmethetostar.net. Beatmetotostar.net. Check out the Star Church in Birmingham, Alabama. Figure out if this is a place you can come to and just visit and see what's going on. There's tons of places in the city you could go. There's tons of places all over the world that you can go. But if you're in the Birmingham area, we would love to have you at the Star. All right, I'll see you guys next time right here on Strick City Live.
Yo, Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo.
Do you have a nickname?
I don't. I've just always been.
Where'd you grow up?
My mom was in the military, so kind of travel a little bit. But Birmingham is home.
Birmingham is home. Traveled a little bit. So in your like formative years, like when you were young, elementary age, where were you at?
I was in Birmingham. I went to North Birmingham Elementary for the 2nd and 3rd grade.
There's no way you went to North Birmingham Elementary and nobody gave you a nickname.
No, it was always LaDonna.
Okay.
They might have shortened it. Like I know my grandma used to call me Donna, but other than that, it was LaDonna.
Not Madonna?
I've been called Madonna, Shadonna, all the Donnas.
Your nickname is Lily.
That is so crazy because my dad, his name was Lily. Like that was his nickname.
There you go. I called it.
You did. He in here somewhere.
Like in here?
Yeah, he in here.
Well, he can stay wherever he's at. If he's nice and quiet, we're gonna keep it that way.
We live? Strick City. Woo! Strick City. All over the world. Strick City, man, we live. Yo, Strick City on the ride. Yo, look like surprise. Yo, taking your city like we live. Yo, man, we live. Yo, taking your city like surprise. Yo, on the ride. Yo, Strick City coming live. Yo.
Hey man, I am DJ Strick, and first of all, I have to say thank you so very much for how you guys have supported the show. You are an awesome audience, and shouts out to Birmingham, just showing up every time. I've told you that I will be bringing some of my friends here, and I got my friends here. Well, she's kind of a friend. Like if there was a friend metric, she would kind of be like 2.5, maybe 5-ish out of 10.
Okay.
Hey everybody, this young lady has been called to do events all over this city. She is definitely one of the who's who when it comes to event planning. I am telling you, she took my little $5 budget that we gave her and worked it out for my birthday this past year. But I've known her for a very long time and what she's been doing. One of the first people that I saw in the city using the lighted letter boxes. Like she was one of the first that I saw. She could, somebody else could have did it, but I was like, wow, that's pretty high. I like that. Anyways, without any further ado, I want to introduce to you guys LaDonna Lily Ford.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, I appreciate you coming, sharing your time with me. I'm sure you could be off somewhere managing another event. Do you do a lot of events during the week?
I do a lot of corporate events during the week.
Corporate events. I never thought about that.
Yeah, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. I have like corporate partnerships that I work with. I recently did something for Books A Million Corporate.
You know what? I saw that.
Yeah.
Cool. Good for you.
Thank you.
Now, why have I never got a call as a vocalist to be a part of any of your events?
Well, because I know that you're busy.
That's true.
And your noise.
No. Vocals, like my singing.
I know, but your
noise
is not joyful.
Okay.
It says make a joyful noise.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
But if I need a host,
I haven't got a call for that either.
I haven't needed one.
Okay, because everybody kind of chooses their own host and all that kind of stuff. That being said, you have done events all over the city. Now you're telling me you do corporate events. I've known you from doing personal events, and I don't know. It's kind of like all over the gamut when people call and say, "Hey, I just see you everywhere." Like it's almost every weekend.
It is. My business has been very blessed. I really don't think about it. I just kind of go. So a lot of times I'll do 2 and 3 in a weekend. Sometimes I'll have more than one in a day. Like this past Saturday, I think I had 2. I had 2 events.
And in May, when I was celebrating my birthday that you had an opportunity to do, you were actually doing another event from a friend of mine.
Around the corner, and you knew nothing about it.
I didn't until you did. Now, I knew he was doing it. I couldn't go to his party because I was having one. We planned it on the same day, and we invited each other, but of course we can't go to each other's parties. We're doing it. But that was like one of my childhood friends. So shouts out to Tyree Melton. Shouts out to you, sir. Really, really cool guy. And he was celebrating his 50th along with me. I was celebrating my 30th.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So we talked about you being busy. Can you really break down for everybody what it is that you do as an event planner?
So as an event planner, I am talking to clients, getting their vision. If they don't really have a vision, I kind of help them along with developing what that is and how they want to celebrate. I get to know them, find out, what they like. I also do my own research. So I may go on Facebook or just kind of do like a little deep dive, trying to figure out like little small nuances about the person that I can put in the event, and to where when they get in, it's like a little Easter egg or a little surprise, like, oh, how did you know? I didn't know, So I do that. I bring all of the vendors together, just kind of depending on the vision that we've kind of come up with. And I work with the same people over and over again.
Makes it easy, right?
It makes it easy, and I know that these people have my best interests at heart.
And they're going to deliver.
And they're going to deliver. They're going to have a great price and a great product for my clients. They're not going to let me down, so therefore I won't let my clients down.
So do people, because I don't know, I didn't really do the details for the birthday party, but do the people know the vendors that you're using, or do you bring it all to the table?
I bring it all to the table. Sometimes they may have like their own, like I have to have this person. And I love working with new vendors. But if I had my preference, I'm a creature of habit.
Right.
I kind of like using my own, but I will submit those vendors to the client and say, hey, these people, you know, are really great. This is their work. So the client is not going in blind. They actually know.
Okay.
You know.
Well, that's what's up. Is there like a client that, have you ever had a celebrity client? Come on. Other than me, of course. Other than me, have you ever had a celebrity client?
Define celebrity.
Like you know, someone that's
like been on TV.
Yeah, been on TV, somewhat famous.
Yes. I don't know if you watched Love and Marriage Huntsville. So I did something for the Scotts. All of their boys graduated high school at the same time.
Okay, cool.
And so I did their graduation party. But before that, I did an event for them. It's gonna air, so I can't talk about it.
Okay, cool.
But you'll see it soon.
There you go. So it's growing, like your notoriety is growing.
Yes, like people, I don't know, I don't get caught up in my own hype, so I just be in Target and whatnot. Target, because we're not supposed to be in Target.
Yes, you one of those people that be skirting in there.
I don't, I promise you. But I'll be like in Publix and looking real like I just ran out real quick. And people will be like, oh, I know you. And I'm like, hey, you know, I'm like, don't look at me.
Right.
You know, but I just go on. I don't really think about it.
I think it's really cool. Does it, that notoriety of people calling you and you get a chance to do bigger and bigger events and people trusting you like that, has it changed your life at all?
Not really. I try to remain humble. I try to keep it all like, okay, I don't think about, like, let's say Beyonce called me. I'm gonna fangirl out for a minute, and then I'm gonna come back in and like, okay, this is just another event. This is just another, you know, person or whatever.
Right.
But like, especially like when I do corporate clients, because I know that all eyes are on it, it gives it like a certain level of, I don't want to say stress, but it's like the pressure is on.
Right.
Because it has so many different eyes on it. And I always think no matter how big or how small the event, it's another opportunity for someone to see what I do.
That's true. Because if the event goes well, most people know to ask. They would see, well, who is the person that put this together? Who did y'all use? And I normally tell people I do it all. I did it all.
I remember you said that.
Yeah. Just so you know. Like, it's not like I did it behind your back.
That's right.
And you talked earlier about the nuances that you have. I remember one of the things you brought to the table with us, because we even brought furniture in the whole night, and you did a pillow with our family logo on it. I thought that was cool.
Thank
I
you.
still have that pillow, by the way.
Awesome.
I did not leave that pillow. And I still have, what is that, 8 foot tall banners that you made?
It was.
Like, I'm supposed to be 8 foot tall,
Who
so it was
doesn't
perfect.
want an 8 foot tall picture of themselves in their house? I have one. I have one in my office.
It could be, it's scary to the kids that didn't know it was down there. 'Cause it's
Yeah,
in the
now
basement.
it is alarming when you walk like the middle of the night and you see this, you see your eyes, you're like,
What is that?
what is that?
So I still have to deliver my sister hers, you know, by being 8 foot tall, it's just not easy to fold up.
No.
So I got to figure out how to get her posted to her, but
No, where is she?
she's in Opelika.
Oh, you can drive that down.
In what?
In a car. I mean,
No,
in like
you in
a
truck.
SUV.
Like I had to rent a van to go pick it up. You know how much it cost me? $100 to do that. Right, downtown and back. But it's worth it because I got it. Most people would have left it or like
Yes.
tossed it, and I just thought, you know, it's just me.
I have a lot of clients who like, at the end of the night, now how do I get this home? I'm like, I don't know. I just got it here.
You just do the front part.
Yes.
So you can tell them you had to get it's a cargo van. And they could be cheaper. I mean, I think U-Haul would have been much cheaper than what I did, but I was trying to get it quick.
Gotcha.
That being said, people are seeing this and they may not have known about LaDonna Lee Ford. I made it that, don't y'all call her Lee, okay? Don't do that. And Aaron, I'm sorry that I did that, okay? I'll stop. So Lily, what makes what you do different than other event planners?
I don't really know what other event planners do. I just know that I really try to take the time to get to know my clients.
Okay.
I want them to be comfortable with me. I want to be comfortable with them. I want to foster an open door policy to where when they come in, they can give me their ideas. Whenever a bride and groom come to me, I say, okay, what have you always envisioned that day to look like? What do you want your guests to experience? What are some things that are important to you? And so during those initial consultations, I'm taking notes. I'm kind of quiet, I'm listening, and I really kind of want to find out who they are as a person.
Gotcha.
My bachelor's is in psychology. My master's is in counseling and psychology.
Okay.
So even though I'm not working in that field, I still kind of get to use some of those skills a little bit.
And is that also the skill you use, like when it's the heat of the battle or the heat of the night, and it's kind of like going crazy, and you're able to keep calm?
Yes, it's like, you ever seen a shark attack? Okay, so when a shark attacks, their eyes go to the back.
Okay.
It's like to protect their eyes from whatever the prey is. And they just attack it. And so that's kind of how I liken my personality.
Straight
like,
ahead.
Straight ahead. And like I was working, one of my assistants, we were like, she said, I want a chicken finger, I'm hungry. I said, we'll do that later. And she was like, oh.
Like, we're not hungry
like
now, we're working now.
Yes, when I'm working, I don't eat, I don't go to the bathroom, I don't do anything. And I kind of forget that other people need to eat and go to the bathroom.
Other people are normal.
Other people are normal, but I have like, it has to be right. Yes, it's your event, that's great, but it's my event.
It's your event too.
It's my name, and it's my, I don't want to say legacy, it's my brand, you know.
So that being said, it being your brand, I teach this all the time. I'm a content creator. Out of all the stuff that I am, at the end of the day, I'm creating content so it's visible. You have a business. And if you were an event planner that never did social media content, people would never know that that's what you do.
That is true. That is definitely true. A lot of people, you know my work before they, know me.
That's right.
And some people, I always say that, you can't sell the dream looking like a nightmare.
Right.
So do I want to get up and do makeup and all the things or whatever every single time that I leave, no.
Right. I have a hard time with that too.
Yeah, I'm sure. But in doing so, it like people have come to expect it.
Right.
So like I dress for every single one of my events. I don't care if it's a child's birthday party, which I love.
You know what I'm talking about? Now that
party.
you said that, I did have a slight problem with that.
Okay.
With you outdressing. You tried to outdress me for my party, but it wasn't possible.
You're right.
It wasn't. But
not.
I do appreciate the effort. It does go a long way because everybody has to come a certain way. You came, but it just didn't.
It didn't measure up. It was like
not to what I had
almost.
on.
Yeah. It's okay. And
Kim had a hard time. Now she beat me, but she had a hard time.
now
competing.
both the ladies, they look good.
They
So
did look good.
y'all was all
They
running
did.
neck and neck. Y'all
But
think Kim-
however, I give it to the ladies. They look better than I did, but
Yes, but I try to dress for every single event. In those rare times that I don't get a chance to dress up, my clients are like, well, I thought you were gonna, and then are you gonna do a picture? Are you gonna do a reveal? And I'm like, okay, so I have to go in the bed. Like I've changed in small restrooms, in closets, in my car, just wherever I can find
be
a
able to
corner
get that.
to get that done for my clients.
well, I think that is awesome, and I also think that from a business owner, not just an event planner, but as a business, because I really do teach this. What you do, you model what business owners should do with their content. Because once a client uses you, guess what? They're friends with you, they're following you, and those people all see all the stuff. So guess when they have an event again, you're still what they call top of mind, top of tongue.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta call LaDonna again. And guess what? They want to call you based on not just that last experience, but they see you are continuing to work with people.
Yes, and continuing on to grow. I also, at different events, try to be very personable, even though I have that shark, mentality.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, I've had guests say, y'all did an amazing job. Right. What is your card? Like, what's your number? What's the name of your business? And so that's awesome, because a lot of times you're going about your day and you're thinking, I'm just a help. Nobody sees me over here with this shirt and these pants on. But they do.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
They do. They do. And it means a lot. It means a lot. Again, I appreciate what you did for me. And I wanted to, because you're doing so much, you are a part of that Birmingham who's who. Because if you're doing an event,
am I? I don't feel like.
Call LaDonna. Like if somebody's doing an event, and I know there are other event planners out there. I'm not taking any business away from them. But this show is based off of, number one, people that I know that I'm friends with. And I wanted to be able to share what you're doing, because I remember it was a really, really quick conversation around the time when you were leaving your job. Like we hadn't worked together, maybe some church stuff, but we haven't worked together before then. And I was just so impressed. I was just so impressed that you had started a business and allowed it to grow. And it grew so much that you were able to do that full time. So many people dream of that. And you're living that dream.
I am super duper blessed. And the only way that I can do that is God being our source and our resource.
That's good.
And I have an amazing husband that, because of his position, it allows me to kind of move the way that I need to move.
That's awesome. Big shouts out to Aaron.
Big shouts out to Aaron.
I think that is cool what you're doing. If people are watching this and they say, I didn't know who this LaDonna person is, and they want to peruse all the pictures from all the events that you have up, how can they get in contact with you and see everything?
They can go to my website, All a Dream, EPD, like E is in event, P is in planning, D is in design.com, or they can go to my Instagram, All a Dream EPD.
And everything is there.
Everything is there. All the good stuff is on the Instagram, because I'm able to kind of do that real fast.
Okay, that's what's up. Well, I appreciate you coming to hang out with me.
Thank you for
do the
inviting
podcast.
me. I enjoyed it.
And let me say this. I want to say happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
I think it's awesome. I'm a little younger than you are, so I love to respect my elders.
Is that like in metric? Is that like?
No. It's in time. Like
it's time. Oh.
Hey man, it's been another Strick City Live. And again, I want to thank you guys for how you've been supporting this show. You can continue to support the show by just doing one simple thing. Go to strick.bio.link and you can see all the things that I'm doing, and especially subscribe to the YouTube channel. I would love to see you next week when we have another show. God bless you.
Strick City coming live. Yo.
So by any chance, do you still have a yo-yo?
I do. In fact, I bought a rather expensive one while I was on vacation last year, and I haven't opened it yet. There is in downtown Disney, there is a yo-yo store.
And you go in. Uh-huh. So if you were on campus of Auburn University in 1993 to 95, you were seeing just one guy with a yo-yo walking around the Haley Center or somewhere.
Yeah, that was me.
And he was a cool kid from Birmingham, Alabama.
Man, that's a long time ago.
This guy right here.
That's a long time ago.
Yo, Strick City coming live. Yo.
Yeah.
All right, so check this out. I am DJ Strick, and we got an incredible show for you today. one of my friends, I've been bringing a whole lot of people that I know, right? Just people that I know. So I got a friend of mine that I've known for, 30 plus years. 30 plus years, met him on the plains of Auburn University, but he just so happens to have grown up in Birmingham, Alabama. So we can get all the details of who he is. He's back in the city doing some major things and wants to help. He's a pastor that wants to help other pastors. So we're gonna run down some of the things that he's done in the past, who he is, and what he's doing currently to help pastors like you. Or if you know a pastor, it could be somebody that you know, right? None other than Pastor DJ Emmanuel. I have him right here. What's up, man?
Good to see you, man.
Dude, first of all, I really like this shirt.
Thank you very much. I like it too.
So I went to Hawaii not too long ago, and I was looking for shirts just like that, but short sleeve. Of course, you got to have them warm, but real light, real light, colorful shirts. That's right down my alley, man.
Yes, sir. In fact, I was wearing a short sleeve one earlier today.
So I say that, and I'm in my traditional black. I don't know why I just wear black a lot. So it works. It does work. It does work. It slims me down.
Oh my goodness! I need to work. Hey, I need to work on that then. You know.
Hey man, we hadn't had a chance to talk in a while. I did have an opportunity to come to your installation that you had at your church, Lily Baptist Church, right over in Tarrant. How is that going?
Wow, it has been a whirlwind.
Okay.
And thank you so much for being there. So many people were surprised when they came to the installation and they saw so many other pastors and church leaders there, because the church really didn't know anything about me.
Okay.
So to have you and have others there, one of the deacons walked away and said, you know what, I've never seen that many ministers in this church before at one time.
Wow.
And so it gave a lot of credibility to what the changes I wanted to make. And so the church is growing, it's thriving. We're getting a good foundation in how we do things. And a lot of preaching, a lot of teaching, a lot of leadership development, but it's working out very well. And I think people's eyes are open to the possibilities of what our church could be.
I like that. That sounds really cool, man. I'm excited about the opportunity that you have, especially being a Birmingham boy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, that's a big deal. So we're finna draw a line in the sand right now. Some people may or may not like this. But what high school did you go to?
I went to Ramsey.
No way.
I did. I graduated from Ramsey.
I should have known. There was a bunch of people at Auburn during that time at Ramsey.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Listen, I was, of course I'm from Opelika, so I didn't know how smart you guys was.
Oh my goodness, we're still trying to figure out how smart we are.
No, man, I'm telling you, there were so many kids from Ramsey that, of course, I didn't have an idea of what high schools were, but I've been here long enough to know that if you were at Ramsey at that time, like, that was a really big deal.
Yeah, it really was. It laid a great foundation and really prepared us for college, because even 35 years ago, you could do dual enrollment while you were at Ramsey.
Are you for real?
Yeah, there were other folks in the school who took classes at UAB during the afternoon. So advanced placement classes, things like that. So it was all about getting you prepared for college.
Man, that's really cool. Like I said, I did not know how smart everybody was. I knew that Auburn was too much for me, but you guys were knocking it out the park.
I didn't knock it out of the park. It took me a while to get my legs under me, but I'm glad I was able to finish, business school and also religious studies.
Yeah.
So it helped prepare me for what I'm doing now in ministry.
Man, that's awesome. Like, we all really do try to stay together. Ministries in Actions, trying our best, that first initial group to kind of do some things. There's a couple of chats that go on, text chat that go on, and happy birthdays and stuff like that. But, I always try to, get the group together again.
Yeah.
We just got to do it, man. We just got to get together. Everybody is well into their 50s.
Woo.
So we need to do that.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that's very positive is that so many of us have been either closely tied to ministry or are in ministry now. and have found other ways to be successful as well. So we're a busy bunch.
Very busy. I'll take that. But there's still, it's nothing like people that know you when you were a kid, college student. Those people know and like you for who you are at your core.
Yes.
Not who you are professionally.
True.
Very true. But so when people, like earlier today when you called me Steve, guess what? People that know me from that time call me that. Everybody else is like Strick,
Listen, and you called me Demikia.
Yeah.
And most folks don't know that.
They don't
right?
know it.
They don't know it.
So it's something to me that I think is extremely special when you have that history with somebody and you know them authentically.
Yes.
And then you're able to have, listen, some of my best friends in the world today, I've known from college.
Same for me. Just close to them. And you can't help but be your authentic self when you're a broke college student and we're all trying to figure out new ramen noodle recipes,
So yeah, that's true. I never ate Roman noodles.
Oh man,
I never had to go.
You missed it.
I did miss it. I was going to Dairy Queen's for the $1 Blitz burger.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I had so many of them $1 Blitz burgers, man. It didn't make good sense. It really didn't. It really didn't. But that being said, it's cool to reminisce about those times, and we got so many people that we could probably shout out and talk about you and your family and all of that. But now you are in Birmingham at a church, but before you got there, around the pandemic time, you were telling me you actually started some curriculum for pastors.
Yes. So when we were dealing during the time of the pandemic, I had already been pastoring in Tuskegee.
Right.
So I was at Greater Friendship Missionary Baptist Church in Tuskegee, and I had been at the church 25 years before I left. But I was the pastor.
25 years?
Well, I was pastor for 16.
Okay.
But I was there 25 years. I did the youth ministry and then assistant pastor, then pastor. But during that time, I was getting involved in other church organizations. I was getting involved with the Ministers' Council for the county. I was getting involved in different district associations, and I was teaching workshops.
Okay.
Sometimes those workshops would be on evangelism, or the workshops would be on leadership, just talking about how do you lead like Jesus.
Right.
I did some workshops on, trying to get back on focus with your mission in the church, and just trying to help small churches become a little more stable.
Okay.
With the pandemic, so many of our churches got exposed. And when they did, they found out how far off the mark they were.
I got it.
We as pastors made the mistake of thinking that when people showed up on Sunday, we were pastoring.
Right.
We were really just preaching.
Right.
The pastoring happens when you engage with people. It happens when you're talking to people. And when the pandemic happened, there were pastors who didn't know how to even get in touch with their members.
No.
They didn't know where their members were. They didn't know what was going on with their folks because they just weren't connected.
Right.
And so with engagement being kind of the new measuring stick, I've been talking with pastors about ways they can do that, because along with pastoring, I have a website design business, Emmanuel Business Solutions. So I'm always talking to pastors about how to use the technology to stay connected, how to use email marketing, how to use mass text. I mean, that's one of the things you helped me with, because now on Sunday mornings, after I had the conversation with you a couple of years ago, 240 pastors get a text message from me every Sunday morning where I'm praying for them.
That's awesome.
And so I bring that to the table and try to help these pastors see ways that they can stay connected with their folks. 240 get the email, and another 240 get the text message, another 170 get the email.
Wow.
So there are different pastors from different places. They're all different denominations, but that text message goes out every Sunday morning at 6 a.m.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah. But again, doing these workshops, going in, helping churches, basically moving into church consulting. And so looking at myself as a small church coach, where I can just come alongside a church and say, let's look at what you've got going on. Let's grade your church. Let's see where you are. Let's talk about your generosity. Let's talk about goal setting. Let's bring some of that business stuff that I learned in college and say, let's do a SWOT analysis. Look at your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Let's talk about goals and strategies and objectives and all of those things to try to help you identified the key areas you need to focus on.
Right.
So coming alongside a pastor, coming alongside a church and that church's leadership, and just kind of talking them through that process and literally teaching them those skills has just been, it's been very rewarding.
So what is your ideal church or pastor to work with?
I'm looking at pastors of churches that are maybe 250 members or less. Sometimes they may be in rural settings, or they may be small churches in an urban setting. But they're pastors who may feel as if they're stuck, may feel as if their people aren't getting it. They may feel that they are not taking advantages of the opportunities around them. And so coming in and saying, well, Pastor, let me help you with your preaching a little bit, because I've written some books on preaching. So let's talk about your preaching and talk about some methods and techniques to help you communicate better.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, let me also take a look at, let's talk about what you're doing financially. Let's talk about accountability. Let's talk about whether or not you need to bring in an accountant who can help you get things in order so that you can be more efficient with what you have. How do you create a culture of generosity? Okay, you don't know how to really communicate with this prevailing generation. You don't know how to use the technology. Let me help you develop that media ministry, that social media ministry that will help you to engage with this generation and meet them where they are.
Right.
Because everybody doesn't want a handshake, and a lot of our young people don't even want a phone call. They prefer to see something online or receive a text message. So how do you really reach them? It's a matter of just kind of assessing, here's where you are, here's where you want to be. What are the steps that are going to help you get there?
I hear all of this, and I think it's excellent, an excellent idea and an excellent way to help a particular group of people. But my question would be, how, for that particular role, a lot of the men feel like they have to have it all together. Because what they see, like they see the pastors, other pastors that have made it, they make it look like it's so easy and that they have it all together. So how can they be vulnerable enough to somebody like you saying, I need help?
I think that is a major issue, being vulnerable enough to say I need help, to say there's maybe something I can still learn. One of the things that you and I heard in college that has stuck with me for such a long time, William McCain always told us we needed to be fat Christians. We need to be faithful, available, and teachable.
Gotcha.
And I think sometimes after you've been in ministry 10 years, 20 years, even for me, 29 years, I still have to have that kind of availability and be teachable and not just assume I know everything. The only way to really break through those barriers is to continue to build relationships with those pastors, to build relationships and talk with them, be an encourager for them, invite them to opportunities, never stop inviting them, even if they don't come. Invite them to opportunities to learn something new, see something new. You just have to stay in the relationship.
Right.
I mean, to win the right to be heard.
To be heard.
Yeah.
And the right to be able to speak into their life, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So I get it. I mean, that group of people, let me say it this way. I love the fact that there's people out there that have taken the calling of God seriously enough to stand in front of people and preach the gospel. I believe that's a big deal.
That's a huge deal.
Right. I also know that there's a particular group of people that have certain characteristics that generally go that direction.
True.
All right. So there's, to be general, all right, there are things that they're good at. A lot of times they're good orators. They're good speakers, okay? They may be good in some type of leadership role, but administration is, in a general sense, not where they shine.
I agree with you completely. I believe every pastor needs to take some type of business course, at least take some management courses, take some leadership courses, do something to help them with the administrative role that they have. But I think part of the problem with these particular pastors who have a particular spin on what they're doing as a pastor, unfortunately, it's learned behavior.
Right.
It is what they have seen other pastors do. You know, it's the mimicry. You're not really learning the substance of how to make these things work. You're just mimicking what you see the successful guy doing.
Right.
And so you want to sound like that person. You want to behave like that person. You want to lead like that person, but you don't know how that person got there. And you don't know what their journey was, and you don't know the people that they've developed and brought along the way.
And administration and organization is most of the time is not what they're showing. It's behind the wall.
Right. And that's the majority of the work for pastors. I will tell you.
Hold on now. Let's say that really, really slow. Because an hour or two on Sunday morning is just a part of being a pastor. That's the preacher part of the pastoral job. The pastoral job, a lot of that happens. Sometimes you can shake hands and talk to people and pray for people on Sunday, but it's going to be Monday through Saturday where you really get to pastor the people.
It is. When you think about Jesus, the way I try to help pastors to understand it is that Jesus, we know him in scripture to be prophet, priest, and king.
Right.
Well, the prophet part, the preaching part, I mean, you get 30 minutes with people for that.
Right.
In today's world, 30 minutes.
In today's world, right.
So you get 30 minutes, and unfortunately, if they don't come to church every Sunday, I mean, even if you spend an hour every Sunday, you're only spending 52 hours with people on Sunday morning at the end of the year.
And we're not asking people to do 52 hours because if you think about it, that's a lot for one man to take on. So I always tell people that preachers need not to do 52 weeks on a Sunday. In a year.
Needs to get a break or two or three.
Right.
Yes. But just looking at church time, that's only 52 hours.
Mm-hmm.
If you really want to see the church functioning well, you have to take on those other two roles. So you got the prophet part, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're getting up, you're preaching, you're dynamic, and people are responding. But there's the priestly part.
Right.
People get sick. People are in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
People need counseling. People need help with, how do I handle, raising my children, or what resources are available in the community? So how can you help the elderly in your church? You have to
couples in your church.
Couples in your church. You have to minister to the people. That's the priestly part, and that takes hours of work. Then prophet, priest, and king. The administrative part.
Right.
And that's what keeps the church going.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't do it well, you'll just be in survival mode. And I find a lot of small churches are in survival mode. They're just keeping the lights on, or they are managing their church like they would manage a personal checkbook instead of looking at the bigger picture of what they should be doing as an organization financially, how to invest in ministry.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the work, even since I've gotten to Lilly, and it's been less than a year. I mean, you were there at the installation in January. It's been less than a year. Most of my work has been behind the scenes.
Wow.
Most of it. I would say a good 80% of my work has been behind the scenes.
So do you know one of the ways that I can get you off track with what you're trying to do is to frustrate you to where you're distracted with frustration and not doing the work. And what happens is Satan tries to distract us from an administrative part and get you frustrated because you can't cross all of the T's and dot all of the I's, and the decimals just don't look like they're in the right place.
Right.
And you can get frustrated, and that takes you off of ministry.
It does.
When sometimes you got to do all that you can and then allow God to give a blessing to the administration so that you're not frustrated. Because what happens is, and people do it at every level. It can happen when people get new buildings. Guess what? We got to preach tithing, we got to preach giving, and they can go overboard with that. But the same thing can happen with a small church just trying to keep the lights on.
It can. In business, they use a tool called the balance scorecard. And if you get any one of those areas of the balance scorecard out of whack, your business is going to suffer.
Right.
So if you're just focusing on finances, you're probably going to end up failing anyway.
Right.
If you're just focusing on my business processes, but you don't get the finances part right, you're going to fail anyway.
Right.
Because your competitors are going to have a better process. If you're just focusing on innovation, but you're not doing those other two, you're going to fail.
Right.
So you have to make sure that things are in balance, but the frustrations that pastors a lot of times are dealing with come from above them, depending on what association they're a part of or what denomination they're a part of, and it comes from below them with the people.
Right.
And I say that because, you know, not to take a text, but in Hebrews chapter 13 says, you know, take care of these guys that are watching for your souls, because if you're giving them a hard time, it's not profitable for you. So if people in the church are carrying on a certain way and you get distracted by people being upset or people not understanding and not willing to talk it out with you, you spend more time trying to put out fires.
Right.
And instead of putting out fires, you should be slaying the dragon.
Right.
But
your
keep
attention
running.
is now somewhere else.
Yeah, it's split. It's split. So it's dangerous. Frustration is dangerous.
That's right. That's where burnout comes. That's where God, did you really call me to this comes. You know, I could go sell some cars come, you know, anything but being a preacher.
Hey, another church. I'm going to go to another church because obviously these people don't want to go forward. So now I'm looking for somewhere else to serve.
Right.
Because I'm trying to find a place that's comfortable for me. That it comes from that too.
Man, that's something.
It comes from that. And I heard the stories during the pandemic of pastors that had to leave their churches and start, you know, truck driving.
Wow.
Pastors that just decided, I'm just going to uproot my family and move someplace else and do something different.
Wow.
So
that's something, man.
It has happened a lot.
And to have made that your calling and then have to step back, you know, you want to be more thoughtful. Now, again, you know, just because somebody says, and I don't want to say this in a very derogatory way, but sometimes people don't hear from God. And the frustrations of, there's something T.D. Jakes said, if I really didn't like you and I wanted to kill you, I would give you my church. Who could sit in his seat with all the stuff that he's got going on? Like, you got to be called
all of
for
that responsibility.
Yeah, that's a ton of responsibility, and it's a ton of persecution that if you're not ready for, it will kill you.
But the same thing is true in a small church.
The same thing is true.
And I say that because in a small church, you have the same level of responsibility. You still have to answer to God for the souls that you're in charge of.
That's true.
And so if you're not the kind of person who takes it seriously, you can easily just decide, I want to move from place to place. I'm looking for my best opportunity and not realize the gravity of the souls that you're dealing with. When the pandemic happened, my mother passed. And when she passed away,
I remember that.
We moved back here to be closer to family. Well, I contracted COVID. When I got COVID, went through my 2 weeks like everybody else, but I have some long COVID symptoms, the fatigue and all these other things. And it made it difficult for me to go back and forth to Tuskegee.
Okay.
I spent months, almost a year, just praying, God, what do you want me to do?
Right.
You know, what am I allowed to do? Is it okay for me to be somewhere else? I don't want to leave. I've been at this church half my life. I've been there 25 years. I built relationships. They're like family. I was like Gideon, Lord, let me just put this fleece out here. And if it's dry in the morning and the ground is wet, okay, Lord, let me put it back out here again. You know, if it's wet and the ground is dry. But I was constantly praying and seeking God. And it was one of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make in my life, to say to our church, I'm going to have to step down, because what was happening, I would have to do nothing at all on Saturday so that I could go down there and do ministry, come back home, and I was no good Monday and half of Tuesday.
Wow.
Because of the fatigue, the mental and the physical fatigue. It was beginning to be too much for me to bear.
Wow.
But I didn't want to stop because I hadn't heard from God to say it was okay for me to leave. That's my assignment, you know? Once I knew, it was, like I said, it was the hardest decision to say to them, hey, give me 6 months. And then to say, if the 6 months comes and I still haven't found a place to serve, I'm still stepping down.
Wow.
And so when the 6 months was up, it was Easter Sunday a year ago. And I stepped down. That was my last Sunday at Greater Friendship. And I had no new church to go to.
Wow.
You know, I was just, God, show me where you want me to be. I don't, to circle back, I don't think, like you said, everybody goes through that process. I think, no, they didn't get sent to where they're going. They just saw an opportunity.
Gotcha.
And then they sprinkle a little God on, oh, the Lord did this for me.
I understand.
But you can't really say that to people to their face.
Can't say it to their face. We can say it to each other, though. I do have a pet peeve, man. I have a real pet peeve, man. I say this all the time, and I know I'm going to make people mad. But when somebody tell me God said, I'm like, you lying. That's me personally. I'm not talking about anybody personally, but, you know, a lot of times people use that card to be able to do what they want to do, and they are then responsible for the outcome.
Well, that's because some people have Jesus as a savior, but not as a Lord.
Right.
You know?
Right, that's true.
So he's not in charge. He's just there to save you, to bail you out, but he's not the one that's in charge.
That being said, at the same time, I appreciate your willingness to help some of your peers and to be a mouthpiece for God, to be able to show some processes, some procedures that's actually going to be able to help. I know that you have some booklets that talk about preaching and stuff. I want to share this one fact. It is not new technology, and my glasses are talking to me. It's not new technology or a new idea to have a book of sermons.
True.
One of the first sermon books was actually written for the style, I want to say it was the 50s. And it was written in a style that the words would rhyme.
Yes.
And it does not get credit for that writing in that style, to me, that it should, because that was a form of rapping that actually went into, so rapping has been around longer than 50 years.
It has.
But it doesn't get the credit for it because, just like a lot of things, the music that came out of the church went into R&B and all of that.
Yep.
Well, that style of rhyming, written poetry to rhyme, actually came out of these sermon books and how people, that style of preaching.
Well, and I would say it wasn't always literally rhyming words. Sometimes it was rhyming concepts or rhyming thoughts. And so typically when you're crafting a sermon and you're crafting your sermon points, we're typically talking about make it memorable, something that people can easily remember.
Gotcha.
You know, so I might say, you know, if I'm preaching about prayer, let's talk about the purpose of prayer. Okay, that's good. The second point is going to have some alliteration with it. Let's talk about the presence of prayer. Let's talk about the posture of prayer. Let's talk about the power of prayer. And those may be my sermon points.
Right.
And that way, it's things that people are more likely to remember.
Right.
Which is important because if all people are doing is listening to you, they're only going to remember 10% of what you said. So in a 30-minute sermon, people aren't going to remember 3 minutes.
Right.
That's painful. After you've labored 10 hours to make a sermon and people are only going to remember 3 minutes out of a 30-minute sermon.
You got to make it memorable.
You got to make it sticky. You got to make it memorable. So a lot of that alliteration and using those words and rhyming words, I try to see if I can do that with a lot of sermons. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't.
That's what's up.
But it's definitely a necessary tool.
I love it. I love it, man. So you done a couple of books. So I called you pastor. I should have said pastor, author, pastor. You know, let's talk about some of these books that you have.
Okay, so the first book, being in Tuskegee and dealing with a lot of rural pastors, I recognized that many of them bivocational. Some of them lived outside of the areas where they were. I was one of them because I was living in Auburn and driving to Tuskegee. Then I was living in Noonan, Georgia and driving to Tuskegee. But I knew pastors that were coming from Montgomery and other places to come to Tuskegee to pastor. So your time is limited. And I noticed that a lot of them were doing one-off sermons. I just got a good idea this week. I preach, and then when Monday comes, the clock is ticking. I got to figure out, I got to come up with something else. So I had started preaching sermon series, and I developed a method for how I would be able to break down a passage into a series. And so I wrote it. I wrote it in a book. And hold on, let's see. Cause Strick let me bring my book.
Yeah, man.
So this is Sermon Series Preaching, a guide to developing sermons that connect. And in this book, I literally talk about how to develop specific types of series.
Okay.
So if there's a strategic series, it's around a strategic time of year. Let's develop a series to help you capture people's hearts and minds during that time of year. Maybe it's a story series. It's a great story in the Bible, and you don't just get to the punchline, the good part. Let's tell the whole story, but
walk
put it
through
in
it.
episodes. Yeah. Or maybe it's a character series. Let's look at a person's life in the Bible and see how that person progressed. For example, if I was doing a character series on Joshua, I would start at the beginning.
Right.
The first time you see Joshua is when Moses is up on the side of a hill and Aaron and Hur are holding his arms up. Moses just made Joshua general. So this man who's a fourth generation slave is now a general fighting in a battle by himself with all of his army. Never done this before.
Right.
And whether he wins or loses, whether or not somebody holds Moses' arms up, you know? And at the end of that story, God tells Moses, write this down and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua.
Wow.
So Joshua goes from there to being, the next episode, he's now Moses' servant. He goes up on the mountain with Moses and he's watching Moses, the 10 Commandments and all of that. He comes back down, he's still the general of the army, but eventually he's the one, he grows as a leader, that he's the one who leads the children of Israel into the promised land and helps settle the promised land.
Right.
So his progression as a leader became the sermon series.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so a series of sermons just about Joshua and looking at those episodes in his life. Or if I'm going to do the book of Ruth, why just talk about the good part at the end? There are lessons in all 5 chapters. So that's a 5-week series, one sermon from each chapter, and it gives me the chance to tell the story.
I get it.
So that way, when you're working on a sermon, you're not always just working on that sermon. You're actually working on the entire series, because things will come up and it's like, oh, that's a great, or you see something on the news, oh, that's great, but that doesn't fit this week, that fits week 3.
Right.
But you're constantly compiling information so that when you're getting ready to finally put that sermon together on Wednesday or Thursday or whenever, you're more compiling one than writing one.
I get it.
And it saves the pastors time, which they don't have.
Right.
You know, if you're a pastor, husband, father, community leader, you know, help coach the local football team, whatever you're doing, you've got a lot going on.
Got a lot going on, yeah.
You got to be able to do something to help you with your sermons.
I like that. And this was actually the first book that you wrote, right?
Yes, this is the first book, sermon series preaching. And I've had pastors who've read this and come back to me and said, because I read this book, preaching is a joy now.
Oh, man.
Because, you know, one guy was so excited, he was like, I know what I'm preaching 2 weeks from now.
Oh, that's a review. That's a great review.
So, you know, being able to plan, and I talk in here about planning your preaching calendar.
So that's one of 3?
This is one of 3. So this was the first book, Sermon Series Preaching. The second, the members of our church at Greater Friendship said, you wrote a book for pastors, you didn't write one for us.
No way.
That's what they said. So I wrote this book, Grow, 7 Spiritual Practices to Grow Your Faith. And it's the basics of what it means to be a believer. So it's literally 7 practices. How do you study the Word of God?
And that's the book that I have.
Yes, you have this one. You have this one now as well.
Okay, well, that's what's up.
I come bearing gifts.
Okay, that's what's up.
So with Grow, how do you study the Word of God? How do you actually do it? How do you pray? How do you worship? How do you fast? How do you serve in a church? How do you share your faith? How do you fellowship? These 7 spiritual practices, if you're growing in these, you'll always continue to increase, you know, and grow in your faith.
I like that.
So that's what this book is about.
Okay.
And we made this book, let's see, the pandemic, everything in the country shut down on a Friday. I clicked publish on a Thursday, on that Thursday. And my wife and I decided that we were going to make this book available to help churches. So I made this book available to pastors at my cost.
Wow.
So that they could get this book at $5 a book.
Wow.
And, you know, it retails on Amazon for like $16.99. But I'm like, hey, you don't know what you're teaching and preaching during the pandemic. Your church is struggling financially. Get this book at $5 a book. If you make it available to your members for $15, you get $10 back to your church per book.
Wow.
So pastors.
So they would just have to buy. They can buy them in bulk from you and be able to.
Instead of buying them directly from Amazon, they bought them from me. And so I would have it shipped directly to them. And we wrote a teaching guide to go along with it. So I'll send them the PDF of the teaching guide.
Okay.
And the pastors that did this kind of fundraiser. I don't know a pastor that was able to teach this in less than 5 months. It took them that long to go through
it all.
But that's 5 months. They didn't have to worry about what they were going to teach for Bible study.
Well, there you go.
You know, and it put some money back into their church. So that was the second book. Now, the third book just got published a week ago.
So this is hot off the press.
This is hot off the press. So I had pastors who were saying, I like this idea of doing sermon series, but I'm having trouble getting started.
Gotcha.
So I decided, well, I'll just give you some sermon outlines. So this book has 12 sermon series in it.
Okay.
They've already been preached before, but I put them in an outline format. It's kind of like giving a pastor the skeleton and letting him put the meat on the bones. But there's an overview for each series telling you what the series is about. And then after the overview, you actually have the outlines for each sermon in the series, whether it's a 4-part series, 5-part series, or 6-part series.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
And so it's a whole year of preaching in here. If a pastor needed help, if he just wanted to use them as a sermon starter, if he wanted to take one of these series and say, hey, I'm doing 5 nights of revival, let me grab one of these series out of here and I can preach that those 5 nights.
So say I'm a singing pastor. You got anything for me in there?
Any one of these sermons would help singing pastor. Well, and I say that because, you know, depending on how you approach what you're doing, you can always find a song or a hymn that goes with it. And I say, I don't do a whole lot of singing.
Do you sing at the church, man, for real?
I don't really do a lot of singing. I try to stay out of that arena if I can.
Let your wife do it. She can handle it.
Yeah, she can handle it. So, but I'll give you an example. Sunday, I was preaching a message, and the final point in the sermon is that you need to anchor your faith. I did not sing it, but I quoted the lyrics
good for you, good for the people.
I quoted the lyrics for, be sure your anchor holds to the solid rock. I took that hymn and, times like these, you need a savior. Times like these, you need an anchor. That anchor is Jesus. I did not sing it. I did not sing it.
What's up, man? So people are hearing us today, and I know because of time, I want to go ahead and wrap it up, but how can, whether they're lay people in the church or pastors that want more information about what you're doing, how can they get in contact with you?
Easiest way is through my website. So I have a personal website. It's pastordjmanuel.com. And there on the website, you'll find where the phone number is there for you to subscribe to Prayers for Pastors.
Okay.
There's information about the books there, and information on how to get in touch with me if you need me to come in and do some coaching with you. So all of that's on my personal website. Now, our church website, lilybaptistchurch.com, but for me personally, pastordjmanuel.com.
Wow, well, you can't beat that, man. I appreciate you coming by. My hope is someone listens to this today and they will be vulnerable enough to say, hey, I need a little help.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought that up, because I forgot to share this with you.
Okay.
I'm doing a workshop this week, and the workshop is called Jumpstart Your Preaching Calendar. And we're inviting ministers and pastors to come learn about preaching, learn how to develop your annual vision, and learn how to actually make your preaching calendar for the year.
Okay.
And I'll be doing that several times during the fall as we get closer to the end of the year. But this is a great time to get started with that. So that's going to be, this first one is going to be on Saturday the 20th from 9 a.m. to 10:30. It'll be at Lily Baptist Church, or they can register and they'll be able to watch it on Zoom.
So I'm not really sure when we're going to air this. That being said, if they want more details about the sermon series or about the series that you're going to have on this, how can they get more details on that?
We'll always put that information on PastorDJManuel.com. So when I'm doing the next workshop, it'll be there. Gotcha. So that's where we post all of our information. And on social media, I'm literally on all the channels as Pastor DJ Manuel.
Well, there you have it. Hey, man, this has just been awesome, dude.
Yeah, it has.
You're the man, and I appreciate you and the heart that you have for other leaders in this city.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be home.
Yeah.
And glad to have something to contribute.
There you go. There you go. Hey, man, this has been another Strick City Live. Thank you so very much for how you guys have already supported us. But of course, we can always use more of your help. And it's not monetary help that I need. Can you like this? Can you share it? Can you subscribe to the channel? That will go a long way for us reaching more people. So till next time, I'll see you. Strick City Live.
Yo, Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, Strick City coming live. Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, listen, my name is DJ Strick, and I thank you so very much for being a part of Strick City Live. Like, I don't have a rhythm to this yet, but I appreciate you watching anyway. I get an opportunity to talk to some of my great friends about what they're doing, their business, and all things that they are. If that makes sense to you, you're in the right place. I have a friend of mine who happens to also be one of my clients. I get a chance to help her create content, and she is good at what she does. From real estate to content creations to being a home guru. Like, we're gonna figure out what this guru thing is about these homes. Maybe she can give us more information so we can contact her for her to do guru stuff for all of us, right? Yeah. None other than the person everybody in Birmingham knows, Miss Portia Smiley.
Hi.
What's going on?
Hello, how are you?
So the last name fits because most of the times when I see you, you're smiling all the time.
Yeah, I think that's like the proper response for like when you feel awkward. It's like
you just smile?
Smile and nod.
So you feel awkward most of the times when you're around me?
Well, but you would make an introduction. The cameras are rolling, so it's kind of like a,
Can I start with this guru, like home buying guru? Mm-hmm. Explain that to me.
Okay, so I am 10 toes deep into everything real estate.
Okay, and that whole 10 toes deep is so youthful. Mm-hmm. So I get it. Go ahead.
So, I work with sellers. I work with buyers. I work with people that want to invest. But I recently got into luxury leasing, which for a lot of people could be like the oxymoron for real estate agents. It's like, why would you help somebody find a rental or get into leasing when you're supposed to be helping people become homeowners? Well, the market is crazy and everything is adjusting. So I just want to be in a position to help people with housing, period. So whether you're looking to rent because you're not ready to buy or looking to buy, sell, or invest, hey, I'm Portia Smiley and I can possibly help you.
So can you help me if I need to get into like a Section 8?
That's a great question.
The answer to that question is probably no.
I don't think so.
It's okay to say no. It's all right. That being said, you can help people if they're looking to rent a property, if they're looking to buy a home or sell a home. They need to call the guru.
The housing guru.
Which is Portia Smiley.
The Portia Smiley.
I didn't say the, but I apologize. I'll add that next time. The Portia Smiley can be called for all of that. Portia, how did you even get into real estate?
Oh, so I think when the recession happened, everybody just went through like a midlife crisis of like change. Okay. And so that change for me was leaving corporate America. And after being in corporate America for 10 years, I worked in supply chain. And I just wanted to do something completely different. My friend at the time, Jeremy Norman, was a real estate agent turned broker. He had a small brokerage in Atlanta that small brokerage turned into now the biggest.
Jeremy is like a legend in real estate right now.
Yeah.
I don't know him personally, but who can't know him?
Yeah. So what once was a small brokerage during the pandemic has now turned into the largest minority brokerage in the, I want to say, Alabama, Georgia, South region.
He's got real estate in Houston, right?
Yeah, he's doing his thing. So
big shouts out to you, Jeremy. We need to talk.
I remember calling Jeremy like, hey, I don't know what I need to do to get in real estate, but I'm about to do it. So I just took the test. I failed it twice. I wasn't discouraged. I just continued to like study. I quit my job, then I took it seriously.
Right.
And I was like, I have to make it because I quit my job to do this.
Right.
Yeah, and then I fell flat on my face for the first 2 years. I didn't sell anything.
Wow.
Nothing. Nada. Yeah.
How many years?
2 years with 365 times 2. That's
a lot of
700
days.
and something days. Yeah, nothing. I depleted my savings, touched my 401k. It was a learning experience.
Do you think that time prepared you like even more for what you're doing now?
In more ways than 10, for sure. I don't mean to get too spiritual, but that's just who I am now. I think God was like showing me something in that, where he took away everything that I relied on as a source, and I had to find out that he is my source.
Gotcha.
And my resource. So yes, I didn't sell houses for 2 years, but also I grew spiritually in a way that like is invaluable. Yeah.
What would you tell people, because you mentioned the spiritual part of that, what would you tell people that are going through like a tougher time for themselves based off what you experienced? Like they may not be where they want to be. They have dreams, they have aspirations, but they're not exactly where they want to be right now.
Yeah. So if you're experiencing anything like me that seemed like failure after failure after failure, it seemed like God was stripping everything that made me me. I feel like I almost lost my identity. I was known for being like this bossy corporate lady and traveling the world to like not knowing how I was going to eat. Well, God provided food, but like not knowing how my bills would be paid really.
Wow.
And so if you're going through that, I had to stop and like realize why this was happening and totally understand that God was trying to get my attention. He was really trying to get my undivided attention. And that's exactly what happens when you don't have anything or anyone to call on but God.
Right.
And so once I realized that that's what it was, he wanted to silence the noise, take away all the things that were distracting me because he had a mission for me. I gave it up willingly. Like, my perspective changed. I stopped trying to be in control of my future. I started to get quiet, silence my thoughts, sit with God, and try to listen to what he wanted me to do.
I got you. Let me ask you this question. This would be personal to you. Going through what you have to go through professionally for you, how were you able to balance some personal, I would say setbacks, like death in the family, death of your cousin and all that? How are you able to handle all those things while you were still trying to find your way professionally?
Wow, that is a good question. And honestly, not to sound like the holier than thou one, but God really gives you peace amidst the chaos.
That's true.
He really gives you, strength when yours ends. That's where his strength begins. And, not to sound like a broken record, but I really had to lean into my faith. I really had to depend on God when I didn't know how I was going to get through certain situations, or watching my uncle cry because he lost a child. And I felt like I lost a brother. Like we grew up like siblings.
Right.
And that just wasn't easy. And I remember being mad at God.
Gotcha.
And because I asked God to heal him. But even in that moment, it was a teaching lesson for me. It was like, God was like, I did heal him.
Wow.
And so, and that gave me peace. And so that's what I mean when I say like, where you're in the midst of chaos, God can give you peace. And where your strength ends is where his begins. Like I'm not just saying that, like it was true. Trying to grow my career, I went months not knowing how I was going to pay my bills. I went 4 years without being employed, and my bills were always paid.
Wow.
I always ate. I didn't miss a beat, and I know it was because God was carrying me.
That's awesome. Because people need to be encouraged by that. A lot of people are in that situation and don't know how to get by, and having issues professionally, having personal issues at the same time, and some people really give up.
Yeah.
Some people really cave in, and some people fall into addiction during those times.
Yeah.
And to know that, you know, you relied on God to kind of help you get through is a big deal.
Can I speak to what you said? You said a lot of people can't get through, and it's a reason for that. It's because they relied on their own strength.
That's true.
It's because they think that they can do it.
That's right.
It isn't until you realize that you can't do it without God. It's so funny. Today we were talking about the famous, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, and we say that. We say it all the time. It's like, you don't even have to be a believer to say it or have heard it. But to really understand that you can do all things through Christ.
Right, through Christ.
Because it's his strength that we need. And so whenever we feel like, oh, I have to make this happen, or I have to, you make it about you, that's hard.
Right.
And it's going to require partnership with God to like really get through the hardest things. So yeah.
I believe that. I personally believe that.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact.
Right.
And in so many different aspects. That being said, we've talked before, and I know you're talking about your faith now. When we talk about you professionally in real estate, you actually involve your faith in the selling process with your clients, right? Explain that process, because if I want to buy a house and you talking about Jesus, like I could be like, hold up, Jesus is not staying at this house. I am. Like, explain that to me.
Listen, any opportunity I have to talk about God, I do. So from being at the closing table, or from people being discouraged, right? And I'll simply ask, like, do you believe in God? And if they tell me yes, I'm going in.
You already know.
And I'm like, hey, it's moments where I'm like, can I pray for you? I remember my friend bought her house and she was nervous to like go inside. I said, let's go inside and pray.
Wow.
So any opportunity I feel, whenever God says, hey, I just can't be ashamed, right?
Right.
And even if somebody said they wasn't a believer, it wouldn't stop me. I would probably watch how I said certain things. But like, for the most part, if they say, thank you, Lord, that's an end for me.
Right.
If they say, thank God, that's an end. Like, don't play around with me, because like, I'm looking for an opportunity to bring up God anyway. And I say things like, you know, it might not sound biblical, but it is like, hey, what's for you is for you. You can't miss what's for you.
Right.
You know, or depending on the person, I'll say you can't miss what God has for you.
That's true.
And so I kind of established that in the beginning. I listen to what they say, and if they make references to God, then I just go in, you know, and if they don't make references to God, I'll simply ask them, do you mind if I pray for you? You know, do you mind if we pray over this situation? Hey, I feel like you have a lot of anxiety. Do you mind if we pray before we go on our next tour? I haven't met anyone to say no.
That's awesome. That's awesome. How did you come by this faith? Like, where does it come from?
Okay, two things. One, my cousin Tiffany Miller. A lot of people know who she is in Birmingham anyway. Her wedding went viral. If you don't know, like, she's Tiffany Jones now. Oh my gosh, Tiffany Jones. Her wedding went viral. And I talked to her when she lost her mom every day. And while she was going through that process, she had this quote that she would say, or this thing she would say, faith over facts. So a lot of people say faith over fear, faith over this and that, but she said faith over facts, the facts that the doctor was saying that her mom wouldn't make it, but she did for a long time. And so watching her faith through that, she lost her mom, she lost her dad, she lost the father of her child. She went through so much adversity, but to watch her trust God through the process.
Wow.
It was like I had a front row seat of all the things I read about in the Bible where people had to have faith and heart, and not just death, but like I watched her trust God for her house. Get it. I watched her trust God for her car. Get it. I watched her trust God for her husband. Get it. I watched her trust God through grief. Be at peace.
Wow.
To have a front row seat to that, I was like, I want some of that. Wow. So I started to surrender, started to become serious about my faith. That was the first step. The second thing I did, God gives me a word every year personally. And so for 2022, 2023, and 2024, he gave me the same word. I was so frustrated. The first year he gave me surrender. I was like, all right, I got this.
Right.
I can surrender. 2023, he gave me surrender. I'm like, you just gave me surrender last year, but whatever. 2024, he gave me surrender. I'm like, all right, God, what am I doing wrong? And I woke up one day, May, June, and I was like, I'm going to take this seriously. Have your way. I did a 40-day fast, and my life has never been the same. I consecrated my life to God after that. And I think it's the best decision I ever made to like live for God on purpose.
Wow. That is so encouraging.
Yeah.
So if somebody's watching this today and they're trying to do it their way, and they just heard what you had to say, what would you want them to get out of that?
I would say, and this may not be for everyone, but this is for people who have a problem with control or control issues and or people pleasing. Let go. Like we hear the saying, let go and let God, but until you truly let go and let God be your guide, let God be your GPS, it's not gonna be easy. Like trying to figure it out on your own. I was out here doing stuff that didn't make sense. And until you're doing stuff that don't make sense, maybe it's not God. And I don't know, you take that with a grain of salt, like, oh, this girl, she sounds crazy. No, I'm serious. Sometimes what God has you doing doesn't make sense, especially to your family. I remember having a conversation with my mom, and she didn't understand why I wouldn't just go get a job. Like, I had 10 years in corporate America, 10 years of supply chain experience, making 6 figures. I can go get a job tomorrow making a 160. But instead, I chose to be obedient to what God had me doing, which looked like struggle, which looked like failure. My mom didn't understand, so I was like, Ma, you know, I understand why you don't get it. I was like, but because I don't get it.
Wow.
I don't understand what God is doing in this moment, but I'm going to be obedient to what he's telling me to do. So obedience and relinquishing control by fully surrendering.
I got it. I like that.
Yeah.
I think that you are one of the special people in the city. I'm not the only person that thinks there's a lot of people that think very highly of Portia Smiley. Everybody knows who you are. You do a lot of stuff, from all of this real estate stuff, and then you do event planning and decorating for events. Like, you do a lot of stuff to be extremely visible. But if people wanted to connect with you with something, how, based on what they heard from you today, how can they connect with you?
You know, I'm working on my linked tree or whatever, but Instagram, I feel like people have no problem with just DMing me. I stay on top of my DMs just because I don't want to miss a sale. I don't want to miss a person that is reaching out for a real estate deal. I don't want to miss a person that's reaching out for prayer. I have people that I pray with.
That's awesome.
And so I try to stay on top of that. So, and then from there, we can like take it off social media to kind of tend to a separate need. But yeah, Portia Smiley on Instagram, Portia Smiley on Facebook, Portia Smiley on TikTok. I think my name is kind of unique, so I can just say my name and that's kind of it.
Yeah, you might have to spell it for people though.
P-O-R-S-H-E. P-O-R-S-H-E Smiley.
So if there was a young guy watching this today that's like, man, this girl sounds really interesting, like she's a real cool person, all those links she just gave you, you could DM her too.
That's hilarious. Everybody know the struggle is real in this dating world, so that is so funny. That's hilarious, but
well, you can thank me later, fellas. Hey, this has been another episode of Strick City Live, and it is so cool to be able to talk to you. Normally, I'm behind the camera.
I know.
Like, normally that's what I do, but this time I thought today we'll sit down and talk together.